Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval in South London. The first game of cricket here in season 2025. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me, and it's a blockbuster. Surrey, who've won 3 on the trot, are playing Hampshire, who finished second last year. Daniel, what a day to be here. Barely a cloud in the sky. It doesn't get better than this.
It is absolutely glorious out there, but we're just in the middle here of just a little moment's silence and respect as the crowd is standing. Now, I think we are pretty much ready to get cracking. So what a beautiful, glorious day. It's been an incredible start to the County Championship. All of last week was sun-drenched. Surrey getting away with a draw. They lost an important toss, didn't they? And then showed really good skills to stay in the game and then bat out that last day, 6 down. And we just had some thrilling matches right across the country. But this is a big one for Surrey. Their first game at the Oval this summer, the 180th anniversary of the club, the 125th County Championship. And Surrey, of course, we know it. They're going for not an unprecedented, but a 1950s style, 4 in a row. Hasn't been done since, I guess, technically 1958.
Indeed, they've won 6 this century and the last 3 and 23 times all up. So they've been formidable here at the Oval. A few differences to this place as well before we get into the toss and teams in a moment. New dressing rooms, new floodlights, and indeed a new looking gasometer. The grand old gasometer sitting to the left of our commentary position behind the JM Finn stand has, had something of a facelift with apartments now being built inside of it.
It wouldn't be a bad place to get a flat, would it? But I don't suppose it's cheap. But I do like the look of it. There you see, these are the new floodlights. The 3 feathers. And they're now fixed all around the ground. They're where you expect the floodlights to be. Just some little features that have changed. There's always something new to look at every time we come here. And of course, the new SSE Energy Solutions stand away to our left.
So you can see there on screen that Hampshire are ready to cross the rope. They have won the toss and elected to field as the 5-minute bell is about to be rung.
Yep, that's Trish Garrard, our former president, lady president. She's been here on the live stream many times. She's magnificent value. She's given so much of her time, as is her husband and her daughter as well, to this great club. And totally appropriate that Trish should be the person to ring that bell.
Yes.
Give it a good tug.
She's still the president until the AGM, so she's the outgoing president, having given wonderful service to the Surrey County Cricket Club. And so many members are in today. Pavilion, that second deck's just about chockers, and over to the new, as you say, renamed SSE stand. It's a beautiful place to watch the game. So yes, the Hampshire side behind captain Ben Brown preparing to cross the rope. And they have won the toss and elected to field. We're going to look at their team first here as named. They won last week, of course. A handy win at home against Yorkshire. We've got Surrey's first up. So one change for the home side, Daniel, with Dan Worrell in and James Taylor out of the team. But aside from that, familiar names all the way down the list, opening with Burns and Sibley, followed by Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith, the England incumbents. Ben Folkes, the keeper, at 5. Dan Lawrence at 6. Ryan Patel, who was outstanding last year, at 7. Jordan Clark, Matt Fisher, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, the quartet of seamers.
It's marvellous to welcome Dan Worrell back. It's a very delicious looking bowling lineup, that, isn't it? With Matt Fisher making his Oval debut. I mean, he may well have played at the Oval before, but for Surrey. And here's the Hampshire lineup. Mark Stoneman back where he played, of course, for Surrey back in 2018 and beyond. Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, Toby Albert, Tom Prest, looking forward to seeing him. Liam Dawson, you could argue, was the player of last season, really. 50-odd wickets, nearly 1,000 runs, an incredible performance. Ben Brown, the captain, he's a very tricky customer, hard to get out. Then Brett Hampton, Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel and Sonny Baker. Sonny Baker, you know, I've heard so much about Sonny Baker. Yeah, he made his championship debut last week. Staggeringly, didn't play first-class cricket when he was down at Somerset. So we'll get a look at this guy that a lot of the England coaching staff have got a lot of time for. Sonny Baker, they think that he's the real deal. And he's going to be tested because he's up against a very strong Surrey lineup. I mean, you go down that top 6 are all internationals. Ryan Patel in great form last year. Jordan Clark is as close to an international as you can get without being one, really. Matt Fisher, of course, has played for England. Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. So, you know, they're going to be tested. It's a star-studded lineup for Surrey, and they will be hoping that they can just get into the game. They were last week when they lost the toss on an absolutely flat deck. Essex bossed it. They had a great first day, and from that point on, Surrey were playing catch-up throughout, and they managed to stay in the game. But this is an opportunity, having been put into bat, which I think is the right move. At Surrey, that's what you tend to do here at the Oval. There's often something in it early on. So we shall see. We're on the same, I think Kevin James, who's here for the BBC, told me that this is exactly the same pitch that Surrey played Hampshire on last year.
Ah, right.
The way that worked out was that Hampshire were put in, made a small score. Surrey got over 350, having been 44 for 4 centuries for Rory Burns and Jordan Clark on that occasion, and then they won by an innings. So Hampshire will be hoping, bit of grass. It's still April, it's still only 11 o'clock in the morning, it's not yet hot. They'll be hoping that this first session they can make inroads into that Surrey attack. Yeah, 2 lopsided results last year. Surrey winning here by an innings and 11 runs, and then Hampshire a record-breaking innings and 278 runs. Surrey's greatest ever defeat in championship history happened down at Southampton. So, and indeed, the only game that Hampshire lost last season was here at the Kia Oval. They came home with the wet sail and finished in second spot. They've been ever so consistent across the last 5 years, finishing second or third in all 5 campaigns, but haven't been able to snaffle a title through that stretch of time. They've lost their captain, James Vince, in the off-season as well, who's now relocated to the UAE. So a slightly different looking Hampshire side to the one that was here last year. But as you say, it's been the custom at the Oval over the last 3 or 4 years now to win the toss and field, and that's exactly what they've done this morning. Ben Brown, the coin coming down in his favour, which will mean that he can unleash that man there, Kyle Abbott, straight away, whose record in county championship cricket over the last 6 or 7 years has been formidable. It has. He doesn't have Mohamed Abbas with him, who's moved to Nottinghamshire, but he's got Sonny Baker, and we're going to see Brad Wheel, who's not let Hampshire down. You look at their numbers from last year, their bowling attack was strong, and they got 6 batters who averaged over 40. You know, they are going to be strong contenders for the title. So this is a proper test for the champions, and we're about to get underway. 4 slips in place. We've got a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and because we've got a short side of the boundary, so from the Vauxhall end to the left-hander, the leg side boundary is short. So it's not a fine leg or even a long leg. It's a deep backward square leg. So be interested to see how bowlers operate during this match as we get underway with the first ball at the Oval. And as is so often the case, something of an anticlimax, easily played by Rory Burns. Well, what a glorious day this is. We can see the flags above the pavilion, and they are barely moving at all, Colo. This is, if you know, in those long, dark winter days, we know them very well. But I reach my sort of nadir in the middle of November. This is what you dream of. The moment when you can come back into the light. Well, those will be the first runs. There's no one down at deep third. They should get back for at least 2. May think about a third. And as Sibley decides against it. Made an art form of that, Rory Burns playing behind point. Big season last year. The only player that Surrey had go beyond 1,073 runs at 53, including that excellent 100 here against Hampshire. You're right that Surrey did knock over the visitors within 2 sessions, but it was tough going here on a spicy pitch, and Burns saw them through to safe harbour, got them that healthy first innings lead. True captain's knock. Got a good start to the season last week too. Half century in the first innings, got a start in the second as well. So Burns picking up from where he left off last year. Is there a change due or not? Because we've got a hovering Walker. No. He's just
No,
hovering.
I'm hanging out with you for about half an hour.
That's good. Lovely. Oh, brilliant.
I enjoy this.
I should check the rotor, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
That's really what I should do. But it's always done slightly differently depending on for whom you work. It's just a little bit of shape back in. Nothing extravagant as yet with this new ball.
And speaking of big seasons last year, I mentioned that Hampshire came home super strong. That was in no small part due to Kyle Abbott, who picked up 55 wickets at 20. Beautiful numbers. You're right about him losing Muhammad Abbas.
It's an interesting one, that, isn't it?
180 wickets for the club at 19. But he'll be at Trent Bridge from May.
Well, that'll be quite a spicy game when those two play, you imagine.
So, yeah.
Muhammad Abbas may have a point to prove. Again, no real movement at the moment. It's quite a gentle pace from Abbott, 76.5 miles an hour.
So in the absence of Abbas, they've got Brett Hampton from New Zealand, who's a bit of a journeyman. He's been around the professional game, mostly with Northern District since 2015. Had a strong season at home through the southern summer, taking his wickets in the mid-20s and ready to roll here. 33-year-old, so plenty of experience. We'll see him soon, if not with the new ball.
Now that is a good leave. That was quite close to off stump. So the first over has passed relatively uneventfully. Rory Burns underway with a couple of runs. It's his benefit year this year, Rory Burns. He's got a number of events taking place. There's one, I think, happening on June the 19th. And tickets will no doubt be on sale. We'll find you details of that, let you know. Incredible servant of the club. He's won now 4 county championships as captain, and I have Andrew Sampson alongside me. I'm delighted to say, welcome back to Surrey, Andrew. I'm not sure that it is working, so I may have to just ask you the question, and you may have to use semaphore. But now, the winningest captains in county championship history, we're looking at Stuart Surridge, Brian Close.
You think so? Yeah. I suppose I'll have to look it up, won't I?
I think you will.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Samo.
Good day.
Well, I had to get you tested early, do you know what I mean? I mean, you did send through a truly fantastic stats pack that I did. I do read them.
Do you?
But the thing is, there are so many numbers, they all sort of commingle after a while, yeah. And Dom Sibley's underway with that little trademark tuck off the hip. I can assure you that, by the way, that's not Nick Gubbins bowling. They don't open with Nick Gubbins these days. It's Brad Wheel, which allows me to remind everybody, of course, that he had a radical change of action about 4 or 5 years ago, and he was just struggling a little bit. He changed his action, and he came back stronger, faster, better. One of the very few occasions where it's worth reinventing the wheel. Happy with that, Phil?
It's a long 6 months. Centimetre perfect from Norcross to begin.
Those 4 slips are a glorious angle, you know,
yeah.
which we can see beautifully from our commentary box. Sometimes not so easy to see on the foreshortening effect of TV, but they're producing a lovely, sharp angle.
Fletcher Middleton at first, Toby Albert at second. Can't quite spot who's at third, but Brett Hampton at fourth. No gully, no third slip.
Tom Prest is
third. Tom Prest there.
Third slip. Brett Hampton's one just doing a little warm-up. He'll be called into action fairly soon, you would think. About 40 minutes or so.
I'm happy for Brad Wheel getting this opportunity early in the season. So often surplus to requirements for Hampshire, especially when they had Keith Barker in the side, and indeed James Fuller, who's played an important role in recent seasons, but only played 4 games last year. Then last week against Yorkshire, picked up a forfeit in the second dig, his best red ball figures for Hampshire for 5 years. So it gives you a sense of how he's been able to seize the opportunity right away, with them being limited in recent seasons. Scottish international as well.
Now that pitch on your screen does look really quite green. I can assure you that, again, this is sort of the effect of TV. from our position up here, it's a little bit more straw-coloured than that. It's not. There's grass on it for sure. But
it's an incredibly Surrey pitch, isn't it? We've grown conditioned to rocking up here, morning one, looking green, but it gets brown quite quickly. And yeah, this is the day when most of the action happens with the new Dukes.
Oh, there's the first wicket. Beautifully bowled by Brad Wheel, going across the bows of Rory Burns. A healthy edge and well picked up at second slip. Surrey lose their first, having lost the toss, been sent into bat, and this is what we sometimes see on first day of matches at the Oval. It's a little bit of life at that pitch.
Yeah, giving himself a chance, doing exactly as you should day one here when bowling first. Not trying to do too much, just in the channel. Little bit of nip away. And the slips do the rest. Toby Abbott at second.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay on this. See just how much that moved off the pitch. Yeah, it's done a bit. He would have felt he had to play at that. It would have felt straighter than that. And then it's moved late. And he's just guided it straight into the hands of Albert. That slip. So just the perfect start for Hampshire. Exactly what they wanted. And quite a familiar start to a first day at the Oval, where you see a couple of balls, they don't do a great deal. Nothing much happens for 7 or 8, 9 balls in this case. And then one just hits that seam, goes across the skipper. And he's on his way, which brings Ollie Pope out to the crease. Now, Ollie Pope has got a ridiculous record against Hampshire. And I'm going to come straight to Andrew Sampson for this, because there's something about Ollie Pope and Hampshire, often in Southampton, from memory.
Well, he's played 10 matches altogether against them with 1,182 runs at an average of just 98.5. 600s, 250s, a best of 221 not out.
It was his corresponding fixture a couple of years ago where Pope made a fourth innings 100 to die for, where he hit the ball so well. Yeah. Chasing about 250 odd, he made it look a doddle. Well,
he's out there much earlier than he'd have liked to be. And for the right-handers, just a slight change in field. We've got Hampton's just moving to gully, so 3 slips and a gully instead of 4 slips. We've got a bit of a gift there first up.
How often did Surrey bat first here last year, Sam? I know they were sent in against Worcestershire.
That was torrid, wasn't it?
Yeah, successful over 3 for 1 after a couple. So Hampshire away after winning the toss and fielding first at the toss, but they were 15 for 4 that morning.
Yeah. And
got out of the hole and ended up winning convincingly. But again, there's a reason why teams come here and bowl first.
Yeah, do we want to set him the ultimate challenge? Do we want to get first session, first day figures from Andrew Sampson?
We can have a look at that. Yes.
Oh, he didn't balk at it.
But, well, it's just for the record, 14 times in a row that the team winning the toss in the county championship match here has bowled, and 17 in all first-class games.
Goodness me. There's a bit of nip back there from Abbott. Things are starting to happen as that lacquer comes off the ball as well. Still have a nice, hard, proud seam.
Just the 2 times that Surrey batted first last season.
At the Oval?
At the Oval, yeah. Won both of them, of course.
Yeah. Last time they lost here was, what, middle of 23, Samo?
Yeah.
Lengths?
So.
I remember that was my wedding day, and you, Daniel, were furiously scanning your phone as Surrey were going down.
Oh yeah, that was a tough day. That. Yes.
You made up for it.
I had an absolutely lovely day. We were on the same table as Glenn Maxwell, which is always going to be good value.
Yeah, it tends to be.
That boy knows how to party. Having a slightly difficult time at the IPL at the moment.
I'm doing a Whamageddon with the IPL. I'm yet to see a ball of the IPL either live or on tape, and we're nearly 3 weeks in. I reckon I can go the whole.
And you've managed it. So how do you?
To be honest with you, with complete ease.
Really?
You've
taken Twitter off, or
I seldom mute. I seldom check it these days. So I've and if I'm at any risk of seeing a ball, I avert my eyes.
Well, ask Sam if the same is true of him. Lovely, solid defensive shot from Dom Sibley. Andrew, have you seen a single ball of the IPL?
No, not this year.
Oh,
I think I watched the first 3 overs of the first tournament, just to see if
The
it was
first tournament in 2008.
which I thought, just to confirm my priors, which it duly did.
That's taking it to another extreme. I've not watched it for 17 years. I can't claim that. But you and I can duke it out. And I know it's a 6-month tournament these days or something ridiculous, so we'll...
Ends on the 25th of May. It's nicely worked away by Sibley. It's a very wide, long leg. It's a very big boundary. The corollary of having the short boundary away to the gas holder side, let's call it that for purposes of description, is that we do have a very big boundary. I don't think we're going to see much in the way of sixes hit over deep mid-wicket on the Archbishop Tennyson's side, I tell you. It's good to see Archbishop Tennyson School still got the lettering on there, because the school itself is not what it was.
You'd like to think that no matter what happens to that building into the future, that the sign will remain.
Yeah. It's a kind of integral part of our
Yeah.
visuals, isn't it, when we come here? So, yeah, just a reminder, Ollie Pope does have this ridiculous record against Hampshire, but we have set Andrew Sampson the task of giving us average first day, first session scores. Now, if you would like to torture the best statistician in the world, get in touch. We can find ways of doing this. It is a long season.
We have got a screen over there which should have our email address that we've got. Samo, why don't you read it out? You'll be able to see it better than Daniel. I think it's surreybroadcast@gmail.com from memory. End of the over, by the way, 4-for-1.
That's what it used to be.
I think it's right. It's not on the screen, but it's I think that's right.
Surrey Broadcast
at Gmail.
It's day one. We'll work it out.
So get in touch with us if you have any. Well, get in touch with us about anything. It's
There we go.
we love hearing from you.
It's just appeared on the screen with an exclamation mark, but it is surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Here we go. We're away.
And if you have anything you want to say to us, but particularly if you would like to send any esoteric requests in the way of Andrew Sampson, it's what he's here for. The tougher the better. He's only really once refused me.
Only once?
Yeah, you rolled your eyes at many. I seem to remember that there were two on Test match days gone by. One was when Sam Curran of this very parish was out for 20 on his 20th birthday. And I was musing and said, how many times has somebody been out for their age on their birthday in Test cricket? Thinking this would have been relatively frequent, you know, because I mean people get out between the scores of 19 and 41, you know, and they have birthdays. It's only happened once. Anyways,
Stop it.
Samo gave me Samo gave me a proper eye roll, like, oh, what? And then I think he was up quite a long time for that one. Where he was that couple of hours.
Took a little while.
Who was it?
A little while.
Do you remember?
I do remember. Do you want me to say?
You can say it. It's fine.
Jeff Puller, who was out for 26 on his 26th birthday. The only other man to have achieved that.
We did one a couple of years ago on a Test match day in Australia, where we tried to work out how often someone had made a Test score which was the same as how tall they are by centimetres.
Oh yeah,
And we had
sort of 182 sort of thing. Yeah,
yeah, quite. And we went, and this dragged on as things would do on a quiet
yeah.
Test match day. This went on for about half an hour. And summarising that day was one Ian David Stockley Smith. So Smithy's sitting there, you know, playing along and all the rest of it. And he gets right to the end of his 30 minutes. And he goes, how tall am I? Like, I don't know. We don't know how tall he is. How tall he is.
Let me have a little guess. I would say he's about 1.62 m.
Well, you might find out, in fact, he's 1.73 m, which, of course, is his high score in Test cricket. And he got the headphones, dumped on the desk and ran out the door. It was the great mic drop of that summer.
He's 1.73 m.
And I'm not entirely sure he thought about it till the topic came up. He's like, oh, hang on a minute, I've got one here. I'll hold it to the very end. Ever the pro, Smithy.
Genius.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think Sunil Gavaskar would have a better chance, wouldn't you? Gundappa Vishwana.
So Pope last week was out to Jamie Porter in the first innings and Shane Snater in the second. I think he was bowled by Pope first time around. For 45 he was. He was bowled by Porter and then caught behind the wicket from the bowling of Snater.
Decent ball, that one.
45 and 1 respectively.
I watched most of that game.
As for Sibley, 3 in the first dig, leg before wicket to Cook, as so many often are at Chelmsford. And then second innings, when they were following on, he got to 66.
4 for 1, 4 overs gone.
Audio test.
So, yeah, Sibley was instrumental in Surrey getting out of last week's game with a draw, batted brilliantly with Ben Folkes, of course, who was superb in both innings, left stranded on 92 in the first innings.
It was one of those funny ones where even though Essex did so well to rack up, what was it? It was 582 for 6 declared, batting for nearly 150 overs. They then spent the rest of the match in the field, having made Surrey follow on. So they got a lot of miles in the legs for that draw.
Well, they were out there for, 200, it wasn't 200 overs, that was Worcestershire Somerset, but they were overall, between the two innings, it would have been well over 200.
230 odd.
230 odd overs.
Yeah.
They'll be interested to see, actually, how a couple of sides shape up today, the likes of Somerset, after being in the field for so long. 200 overs, and they still didn't win. Worcestershire 9 down at the end, a terrific effort. And indeed Essex, see how they get on. Are either of those sides in the field today?
Let's have a look.
That's nicely worked away by Pope. He'll get a couple at least here and get him underway. His first runs at the Oval this season. Down to the long boundary, deep square.
So Somerset are away at Sussex, I know that, and they are fielding.
Oh,
Sussex won the toss and batted. As for Essex, they are fielding. They have won the toss and elected to have a trundle.
So they don't mind. They're out there having a bowl.
Yeah, they're having a bowl.
Yes, I was working with Timar Mills the other day on the IPL because I'm not doing what you guys are doing. And interesting enough, we were musing on exactly that game. He said, "Yep, win, toss, bat against against Somerset."
We may as well go around the grounds in other Divi 1 games. Indeed, we'll go to Division 2 as well. Why discriminate?
So if we want to find out what Middlesex are up to, we have to.
At Chester Street, Durham have elected to bat against Warwickshire. They're 9 for 1. They've lost an early wicket. That was Alex Lees. He was dismissed before scoring in the first over of the match.
Interesting to look out for Ben McKinney, I think, is going to be a key name to keep our eye on this summer.
Yorkshire at home, their first home game in Division 1 after promotion, have been sent in by Worcestershire. They're 19 for none. The aforementioned Sussex-Somerset game, Sussex 13 for none. Notts have lost an early wicket. Essex have struck. They're 2 for 1. That was Jamie Porter, the ever-reliable, for Essex getting the first breakthrough there.
That's at Trent Bridge, is it?
That is indeed at Trent Bridge. 2 home games to start their campaign. Nottinghamshire. Then in Division 2, we've got Northants off to a good start. They're 22 for none after Lancashire sent them in at Old Trafford. Gloucestershire have also been sent in by Glamorgan at Bristol. They're 15 for none. And Leicestershire and Derbyshire, they both won last week, which was good to see. This has been played at Grace Road, and Leicester having been sent into a 26 without loss. And last in the sequence, Middlesex have lost an early one. Kent fielding at Canterbury have got Middlesex 11 for 1.
Oh, having a little flirt at that, Ollie Pope at the end of the over. 8 for 1, Surrey. They've lost, if you're just joining us, they lost Rory Burns to a good ball from Brad Wheel, angled across the left-hander, caught at second slip. Now then, Andrew, have you got some news for us?
89 runs and 2.7 wickets is the average over the last 3 seasons for the first session.
89 for 2.7. I mean, if you were bowling, you would take that, wouldn't you?
If I was guessing,
more often than not, you're getting 3 wickets in the first session. You'd be happy with that.
I was going to say, I feel like Surrey have often taken 4 or 5 in the first session as well. So it's a good read there from Samo.
Yeah. Shall we break it down by month? Let's get it to break it down by month.
Well, let me just do it by wickets first. There have been a couple of 6 wickets.
Oh, yes.
A 5 and 3 4s. Plus quite a few 3s as well. So
they went through Hampshire here on morning 1 last year.
Yep.
Superb bowling and catching. That was the game where Ollie Pope was eating them up at second slip. The Worrell Pope combination, was it 8 times in the match, Shamo? I know it was a record.
8, yes.
Yeah, 8 times.
Not content with just scoring runs again.
And Worrell got 8 wickets for the match. But it wasn't just him, it was Clark as well, who was superb on morning one. They got Vince early. And that set up a heavy victory for Surrey by an innings. And it meant that Hampshire were behind the pack. So the fact that they only lost 1 game for the season, they had a couple of games that were affected by rain and the Kookaburra ball, which we don't see this season until
quite late. Is it
middle of the
rounds
year.
9 to 12?
Yeah,
I think.
When we're in that middle bit when the blast is being played concurrently, I think.
That's a lovely shot. Hasn't timed it to perfection, but not looking to go too hard at the ball this early in the day. Pick up another couple of runs.
Gosh, they were a long couple
shot.
of weeks to start the season, weren't they, last year, with heavy run scoring. I think we tallied at the time it was the most number of 150 plus run scores in a round ever.
Well, that's when we found out from Andrew Sampson that April is the most run-drenched month of the year. I mean, I think it's what T.S. Eliot was saying. T.S. Eliot, famous bowler, of course, when he said April is the cruelest month. I remember talking to a slightly drunken English student many years ago, and she got that phrase mixed up with her Chaucer. She's talking. I said, "Oh crikey, do you have to read Chaucer?" She said, "Yeah, April is the cruelest month." And I think if you translated all of T.S. Eliot into Chaucer, it'll probably be just as easy to understand.
I feel more comfortable talking about the shortcomings of the Kookaburra ball personally, but that's all right.
Yeah, Phil Walker will come in and do T.S. Eliot for us.
That's fine.
Oh, now then, false shot. It's going to bring Pope forward, just reaching for a slightly wider ball, thick edge. Not where he intended, for the first boundary of the day. There's still a little bit happening, offering there for the bowlers. So we'll take a look at this again. It was a tempter for Pope. He loves to feel bad on ball. Was out there, and it's not too dissimilar to the ball he got out to in the second innings at Hampshire. He didn't quite get his foot to the pitch of the ball, drove a little bit away from his body, got a thin edge through to the keeper.
So a different configuration for the right-handers. They've got the 3 slips in a gully instead of the 4 slips that they previously had for Burns.
13 for 1.
Just on the cooker, just to finish that thread. So it performed poorly here last year as far as the comparative balance between bat and ball.
Somerset was a big game, wasn't it? Surrey played Somerset, and it actually produced something of a thrilling finish, but more by accident than design in a way.
Exactly
Jamie
right.
Smith nearly getting Surrey to a very unlikely 10 and over target.
Yeah, it was wild, right? And it was the same across the country. But the weird thing is that the Kookaburra ball, since it's been like steel reinforced in Australia in recent years, so there was an extra layer of lacquer, an extra support to the seam before the 21-22 Ashes. So going back 4 seasons now, decent sample size.
Oof, that's a lovely bit of bowling from Abbott. Just a bit of shape away. Drew Sibley into the shot. He felt he had to play it. At the last minute, it just snakes past that outside edge.
Beautiful, as
lovely.
you say. But scores have plummeted in the Sheffield Shield.
Have they?
And senior players saying, yeah, it surfaces to an extent, but it's mostly the ball.
So what is
the newer Kookaburras.
So what's it doing that's different?
They're basically shorthand. They've tried to make it more like the Dukes with the lacquer and the seam. Because there was that perception that the cooker went flat too quickly.
Yeah. Oh, the seam sort of dies, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
They've done something to the seam, and they've provided more support to the
okay, so my next big question. Will we be playing with these new Kookaburras, or have we got a huge, great stack of the old ones?
Well, this is what I was curious about last season, because it didn't quite tally that there were that many runs scored and the balls went that flat last year. Because if it were the newer cookers that have been in production for 4 years, they should have been more akin to what we're watching here. Closer to what it would have been in years gone by when the Kookaburras, as we said before, had a well-earned reputation as not doing as you want after about 4 overs.
Yeah. Just take a little look at this again on the replay. You'll see he's beaten on the outside edge, and then that one's jagged back sharply. And I just want you to, if you're watching, just take a look at the pitch itself. What we can see very clearly, it's not quite as easy to pick up on your monitors, as there's a bit of darkness suggesting, well, there, you can see it here, look at those footholes. And that's just an indication that there's a bit of moisture in this pitch. There's a fair bit of grass. There's a fair bit that could yet happen. Patrick O'Shaughnessy, who is at History Chappie, is watching from Bahrain.
Hello.
You know what how this starts? It starts with Bahrain. We move to Bangkok, and then before you know it, somebody's saying, yes, I'm in Antarctica. I'm on the seabed. He says, which opening pair in living memory do you think are Surrey's greatest? That's a very good question. Opening pairings.
Who was who primarily did the role together when Adam Hollyoak's side were doing so well at the turn of the century?
Well, did Stuart Butcher open for parts of that? Because Butcher opened for a fair bit here and there. Which would be a pretty handy pairing.
You know what? This would be a great question to ask a man who'll be joining us on commentary not too long from now, one Mark Ramprakash. He'll have a view on this.
Yeah, when he sachets into the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Audio test, audio test.
End of the over, 13 for 1. 7 gone.
So Ramps will replace me in about 12 minutes. So you maybe could take that on notice for the great man.
John Edrich +1. I mean, I was brought up with Alan Butcher and Graham Clinton. I remember them getting a magnificent and rapid opening partnership against Glamorgan here many years ago. I think about 1983, something like that. Oh, and a little flirtatious waft. It's worth...
That's a shot there that he'll be frustrated with, because
Yeah.
that is reminiscent of several dismissals when he's been playing Test cricket for England, where he's fished at balls that otherwise should be left. And you can see as well by his body language, he knows he should be leaving that.
It's where a strength becomes a weakness, isn't it? Because he does like to access backward point, deep third. And, you know, much in the style of, say, Kane Williamson or Joe Root, the key to it, to their success, is they play it so late, right under the eyes, almost behind them. You can't go reaching for those. Short. Pulled away, but there is a man down there. Again, because the boundary on that side, the gas holder side, is so short, the long leg is much squarer.
And this block of games in the championship are more important than they ordinarily would be for Ollie Pope, I reckon. I mean, I know he's been the England captain, and of course he's the standing vice captain, but nevertheless, it just feels like he needs to put in a good couple of months of graft here, just to make sure of things.
Tempted there with Sibley. Well, you're absolutely right. Jordan Cox very nearly came into the England side in New Zealand and then suffered that late injury, which brought in Jacob Bethel. Meant that Ollie Pope again, poor fella, had to don the gloves.
But is that realistic for a home summer here against India that Pope would be keeping?
No,
it doesn't feel that way, does
Jamie
it?
Smith will be keeping.
Right, so it would take a big call to change that up. Yeah.
And you know there's going to be Brooke and Stokes.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it seems that there will be Crawley and Duckett. So there's one
Bethel.
spot. And well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So the sort of Bethel, Cox, Pope slot, and Ollie Pope's in that slot at the moment.
And that's good competitive tension, right? Like you don't want to start a new season with every spot locked down. This is good for English cricket, that there are a number of players who are there and thereabouts, and this is the beauty of having championship cricket run for 8 weeks through April and May. It gives them a chance to duke it out, and especially when conditions are as they are today, stunning. And we know that the stats point towards this being a decent time to bat. The perception is that it darts around everywhere in April, but as we've talked about at length, not always so. So a good opportunity more than anything else.
Now, I want to give a shout out to our first very whimsical suggestion of the day. It's come from David Shervington. a theological publisher. I see him on social media a bit.
Yep. Came to cricket late, didn't he? Story.
He says he's allowing himself to be distracted for a moment as Abbott bowls to Pope and the Vicar of Sibley. Very nice.
I think you're out of here, Daniel.
I'm out of here, and not before time.
We haven't quite worked out how to turn the cans off yet, so be careful putting it down before giving it to Phil. We don't want to hear crunching on the stream. That's nicely done, delicate. Phil Walker jumping in to steer the ship for the next half an hour or so. Mark Ramprakash will be replacing me in about 10 minutes' time. The news from here at the Oval, if you're just plugging in, is that Hampshire won the toss. Ben Brown, no hesitation, bowling first here at the Kia Oval. An earlier reward as well, Brad Wheel finding the edge of Burns in the second over of the match.
And runs into the onside, nicely played off the pads, just angled into the pads, probably taken off middle and leg. Pope starting to get into his work here, slightly skittish start, but he's starting to show some rhythm here. It's been a good intense start, Adam Collins, this morning. It's felt like a real event here. Definitely, you sense that in the crowd. There's a nice sort of burble around the place. The pavilion is packed. Not a breath of wind in the sky. And it feels like this is a heavy-duty cricket match between two very good sides. And I think Hampshire, despite having lost James Vince in rather notorious circumstances in recent times, he's chosen to go white ball only. Nonetheless, they look like a very good side, I think, and there's that injection of youth as well with Sonny Baker that we're going to have a look at later on. But it feels like they are a team that is emerging very nicely here, and come the final shakedown of the championship this year, I don't think they're going to be too far away. Kyle Abbott is their spearhead, and he's in again here. Edgy. That may well just run away. No, just pulled in at deep thirds just for a couple, but bottom hand comes off the bat. He wasn't in control of that shot at all. Slightly reminiscent, in fact, of how he went last week at Chelmsford. I saw both of those innings live, and he got a useful 50, a very useful 50 in the context of the game, because they were under the pump, Surrey, in that first innings. But he was a bit uneven initially, was Ollie Pope, as he was just finding his way into the season. And a false shot there. Better this time, playing quietly into the offside, and you just feel with him sometimes, with Pope, that he's looking to force the issue outside off stump to make his mark. But I think on a pitch like this, when you've been inserted, and it's a good new ball attack, good muscular, hard new ball attack, bowl heavy lengths, it's got to sit in a little. Samo.
Well, speaking of the Popes and the Abbotts, in this particular contest, the Pope has definitely got the advantage over Abbott. In county championship matches, he's faced 300, before today's game, 331 balls, and scored 202 runs of him, and Abbott's only got him out twice.
Yeah, he would have got a fair amount here at the Kia Oval as well, of course. This is his perfect backyard, really, Ollie Pope. He loves batting here, and Hampshire, they don't get much from it. Nicked, gone, second slip. There you have it. Abbott now in the wickets column. One for Wheel, one for Abbott. Two catches for Toby Albert at second. And easy as you like. Ollie Pope pushing slightly away from the body. He's furious as well as he drags himself off. Surrey 2 down for 18 inside the first hour.
Won't be chuffed with that. I mean, he telegraphed his dismissal, I'm afraid to say, a couple of times playing at a similar line. We'll see the replay back again. It was most certainly a leave in the first half an hour of play. But to be fair to Abbott, he did bring a number of balls back towards Pope in that spell as well. So credit to the bowler, shaping it both ways, getting his reward. And a big one too, England's vice-captain out early for 14. Surrey in early trouble, 18 for 2 after being put in.
Yeah, as I said, I did sense this was happening at Chelmsford last week, that he was wrestling with himself a touch, especially outside off stump. A couple of deliveries to Sam Cook that missed the outside edge on a flat one, and again it's a similar kind of slightly pokey, skittish approach outside off stump, and tidily caught. A couple of good ones for Toby Albert, who'll be feeling good. Samo has his first of the season as well. 220 odd runs for twice out. Well, you can make that 3 times now. So Kyle Abbott gets his man. 2 down, Surrey for 18.
I was just about to tell you what his record is at the Oval, Ollie Pope, but we'll forget about that now. It's been no place like home for years, but yeah, different story now as Jamie Smith makes his way out to the middle. It was the end of the over as well. So 9 gone. They've made it count here, having won the toss, and you've got to. We've said many times, Phil, in the last 3 years doing this, that when you get an opportunity against Surrey at the Oval, you have to seize it. You have to seize it. We've seen many teams come here and have a good half an hour, or maybe a good session. But at this point here, this might be the most important hour of the match ahead. It sounds ridiculous given how new we are to this match, but it may well be what happens in the next hour dictates the rest of the match. They have to make sure that this isn't 18 for 2 becoming 60 for 2. They have to go and keep the pressure right on here. And they have the bowling attack that can do it as well. Brett Hampton coming on first change from the pavilion end for New Zealand all-rounder.
Short and wide and left alone by Dominic Sibley. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the model, in fact, that Surrey tend to operate with so successfully. Win the toss, have first go, bowl first, get all over the visitors, put them on the back foot, take wickets in that first session, and then you can control the game from there. So Hampshire, they're trying to replicate that model here. It looked like a pretty decent toss to lose. In fact, you know, when you consider not a breath of wind in the sky and so on, but they've been very good with the new ball here. And now it just needs to be followed up by Brett Hampton, who, as you say, is just coming in to, if you like, burnish this pace attack, which is impressive and quite deep as well. Went quite well last week. Rousing win for Hampshire inside 3 days against Yorks, and he equipped himself quite nicely last week. He'll be doing a key containing role, you feel, here behind the more attacking seamers.
Yeah, loads of experience at Northern Districts over the last decade. They won the Plunkett Shield only a few weeks ago, Neil Wagner's last game. Domestic cricket in NZ, but yeah, Hampton getting a chance over here.
Yeah, 33 years young, so he's been round the traps. Not bowled much in England before, but yeah, they'd have done their due diligence, wouldn't they, Hampshire, and they know what they're looking for. They're looking for a containing seamer to back up the spearheads and the rookie as well in Sonny Baker, who is surely imminent. It's better, fuller of length.
That'll be the temptation. As good as Abbott's bowling, whether you get Baker straight on now, extra yard at Smith straight away. With it, foot to the throat stuff here. I mean, it'll be interesting how they shuffle the pack anyway, but when Baker comes on, it'll be all eyes on that, given the way he bowled last week at real pace and the reputation that he carries into only his second first-class fixture.
Yeah, indeed. Intriguing to see how he goes here. He was a bit in and out last week, but when he was good, he was very good. Foolish, but leg side. And Sibley, despite a packed onside field, would have fancied bisecting those two men on the catch through the leg side. So missed out there. But that won't bother him too much. He's becalmed just on 2 from 28 deliveries, but runs are secondary at the moment to survival. 2 down already. And it's not prodigious swing and seam, but there's enough going on and there's good carry here. Over ticks by 10 gone then. 18 for 2. Hampshire's morning so far.
I'm going to hand over to someone that knows a little bit about getting Surrey out of trouble early on morning one, shall we say. Here's Mark Ramprakash.
18 for 2. And Mark Ramprakash joins us. Morning, Mark.
A very good morning, everybody.
It's been an intense first 40 minutes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been very impressive by Hampshire, whose record here is, well, let's be honest, it's abysmal. They haven't won here since 2008. They tend to get to get the butterflies as soon as they walk through the Hobbs gates here, but they've looked very, very on it this morning, and there's a buoyancy around them. 3-day win last week as well. Abbott in again. Leg side-ish off the pad, I fancy. That will run away for 4. And it is leg bias. Jamie Smith just facing his first delivery, so useful runs. Probably the first one that Abbott has just lost down the leg side. He's been ramrod straight. So it's all changed from your time, Mark. Win the toss and bowl.
Yes, absolutely.
And this is the model these days here.
Yeah, well, it's been very successful, and this Surrey side have shown themselves to be very adaptable. But that seems to be to bag away with seamers. The way they like to do it, and they've got a battery of seamers. I mean, looking at the team sheet today, to bring in Roach and Worrell, who didn't play last week. I mean, it's fantastic to have those options, isn't it? Yeah, look, I mean, bright sunshine. I obviously I'm looking from 150 yards away, but it still looked a good pitch to me. It's got that characteristic bounce that you associate with the oval. You expect 1 or 2 to move off the seam, but given some of the pitches around the country, if you were asked about here this morning, you wouldn't be too unhappy.
Foolish, driven 4, beautiful. That's Jamie Smith. So he opens his account. Looked good last week at Chelmsford, did Jamie Smith. But it's a big innings for him. In at 4 here. And while it's a bit premature to say a rebuilding job is required, they do have to be mindful that this opening session can orchestrate so much of the game to come.
Just contrasting that shot there from Smith, that on drive, he looked very still. I always felt like when you watch a batsman and they can on drive well, you have to be well balanced. And I contrast that with Ollie Pope, who he looks a bit on the move all the time, very fidgety, frenetic, especially early in his innings. There was a ball just before he got out that he squirted through third man and poking and prodding at the ball rather than letting it come to him.
It's another good example. Playing within his box, if you like.
And Jamie Smith looks so well balanced, quite still. Yes, he has a little pre-delivery movement, but it all looks a bit calmer, more composed. And I say that as a number 3 who was lucky enough to bat behind a couple of very composed openers in sort of Mark Butcher and Ian Ward, and they always gave you a lot of confidence in the way that they played, even in the way that they left the ball with authority.
Leg side, and that will run away. Again, just lost it for the second time in the over, and that's Byers this time. No chance for Ben Brown behind the stumps, and so a useful over for Surrey. 12 from it, with 8 sundries in there. 30 for 2 then after 11. Samo.
Just 150 in his last 17 county championship innings for Ollie Pope. Averaged 22.4 over that period.
There you go. Do you have any impressions, Mark, on where Ollie's at the moment?
Well, I'm not sure that this McCullum era has been particularly great for Ollie Pope's development as a batsman, because I feel that he was always, as a young man, he was always a big fan of Joe Root, and why wouldn't you be, given how Joe Root goes about his business?
Up a single into the offside, nicely done by it. Oh, in fact, buzzer's time, make that 5. Pretty absent-minded, in truth, by Stoneman. Throwing for no real reason at the non-strikers, and that runs away. So that's useful runs, really, considering that Sibley has been stuck on 2 for much of the morning. He will take that, thank you very much.
Yeah, it dropped into the offside. It looked a fairly comfortable single. So yes, a sort of throw was a bit unnecessary. The bloke backing up wasn't doing too good a job. Perhaps he wasn't expecting a throw at that time, but very welcome runs. Always had a bit of a smile on your face when that happened, that is for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And you're frustrated as a skipper. You're cranky when you see that because the pressure is on, and it's just been slightly Slightly relinquished in the last over and a bit. Smith to face his first delivery from Hampton. Getting in behind it very tidily. It does look, as Mark says, very calm and at ease in himself. Yeah, it feels with Pope under this current regime with England that he's been shunted around a lot, and that perhaps some of his identity has got a bit confused and a bit muddied as a consequence.
I think that's a very fair assessment, really. I think that he, as I say, he's looked frenetic. This thing of what you've got to put the pressure back on the bowler.
That'll be 4 on the hit. Easy pickings. Smith started well.
That's a welcome delivery down the leg side, just using the pace of the ball there on the angle. Smith watching the ball closely into his hip. Yeah, I think this thing of putting the pressure back on the bowlers is that if it's is all about seems to be scoring, and Ollie Pope has a good defence, and sometimes I feel against good bowlers you have to trust that. At times there are periods against good bowlers where you have to trust your defence and work through those periods. England seem to want to feel that they've got to score all the time, no matter what the conditions or the field set. And Ollie Pope often, you'll see him, if he blocks a couple, he'll walk down the wicket or something, and he's trying to get after the bowler and get the scoreboard moving. And to me, at times, when he gets it wrong, it looks frenetic, particularly early in his innings. And of course, we know he can play big innings, but he's had a lot of single-figure scores as well.
Yeah, you make the Joe Root comparison, and Joe would say himself that he had to evolve his own game and even slightly pull it back from, if you like, some of the more extreme elements of the so-called Bazball philosophy, and now he's found, it would seem, a perfect balance between the two. And perhaps Ollie Pope is in a similar kind of evolvement in his own story, in his own technique. He's a class player of that, there's no doubt, and as you say, despite the low scores last year, he did still make 3 Test hundreds last year as well. Fullish, a long half volley, and Smith has just lent on that. Runs across the pitches here, of course, at South London. You get full value. Yeah, very tidy, and the pressure just easing a touch in the last 2 overs. Fruitful for Surrey. And Hampton not found his length or rhythm yet. A bit too full or a bit too short. One off the hip down as well to find leg. And they need him to lock in here, because it was a very impressive new ball start by Abbott and Brad Wheel. But the pressure shifts so quickly here at the Oval. 43 for 2. It's going to be Kyle Abbott bowling through into his 7th. He's been superb. He's got a short leg in now against Sibley. That will be 4. Full enough for Sibley to lean on it. And again, with great economy of movement, which is a mark of how he's played in this second coming, if you like, as a Surrey player. He's much more at ease, I think, technically, Mark, than perhaps he was when we saw him playing for England 2 or 3 years back. He looks much more comfortable, more economical as well, and it's borne out with the scores. He had a very, very good year last year. And he looks in good order.
He does, and you're right what you say about the economy of movement. I think he sort of, his guard is around middle and leg. He has a little shuffle across, but in the last 2 deliveries particularly, he's got his head and weight into the ball. He's made a solid movement onto the front foot. He's a tall guy. He should be using that to his advantage, and to someone like Abbott, who is brilliant at probing the top of off, coming forward to him with confidence, Sibley should be able to do that. I don't think he's going to force him back too much.
He's come back on the angle, but well judged. Still something there for the seamers inside the first hour. It's come back appreciably, but from an angle that Sibley can be comfortable enough to leave.
You're just wide on the crease there, actually, but he does that now and again. I think the nip back ball is one that he uses a lot, and to come wide of the crease, sometimes the batters are not sure whether to play or leave from that slightly wider angle.
pick up another boundary, but that's in control, I would say. It's run down off a thickish edge, played softly as well. So as a batter, you're comfortable with that, aren't you, Mark?
Yeah, I thought he played that really well. I mean, it's a testing line and length, and you know what Abbott's going to bring to the party. You know, he probes around that area. I think Sibley will feel that he had to play at that delivery. It was probably around fourth stump, but if it had nipped back, he could well have been in trouble. So he played a solid 4 defensive shot, bit of a thick outside edge, and they can't all come off the middle. That is for sure.
Oh, just wide of mid-wicket, but timed well. Third boundary 4 from this over, and a flurry of runs now between these two. Airborne from behind the stumps as well at slip. You're looking at that on the angle and thinking mid-wicket might be in the game, but it was past him and comfortably enough in the end. But again, another glimpse into the precariousness, if you like, of Surrey in this morning session. It's on a knife edge here. So 55 for the loss of those 2 early wickets. Rory Burns nicking a good one from Brad Wheel to Toby Albert as second slip, and Kyle Abbott inducing the edge of Ollie Pope, pushing outside off to be taken by the same fieldsman again at second. So 2 chances, 2 good catches. Brett Hampton will continue, 2 overs for 13. Not quite found his rhythm just yet. But he has a key role to play here, you would fancy, across the course of the afternoon. Has the feel of an occasion here, Mark, doesn't it? Good numbers already. Obviously the day is beautiful itself. Leg side-ish again. Can't get anything on it this time, Jamie Smith, but it feels like the season here is really rolling in very nicely indeed, and the numbers coming through the turnstiles. And it's worth pointing out as well, folks, if you are watching on the stream or listening, free after tea. It's just a great option for the cricket fan. Free after tea, you get a good 2.5 hours from 4 o'clock onwards, and it doesn't cost you a penny.
Yes, I came in on the train, so I got off at Vauxhall, and there were plenty of people walking up to the Oval, bright sunny morning, and you know, they're coming in through the gates and they're going to watch some really good first-class cricket, and this is what, you know, people want to see. You know, they want to see a good red ball contest. Surrey have got a stellar lineup. You could think about the players who aren't here.
Yeah,
you know, there are plenty of top players who aren't here.
Yeah, exactly that. It's not that you're supporting a project or supporting history or heritage, you're supporting top quality cricket, and this is intense, and it's not far off international standard when you look at the pedigree of players from top to bottom. Kyle Abbott, you know, he's a test class opening seamer. There aren't too many players for Surrey who haven't at least worn a cap or 2. And this is what you get. Skewed slightly off the outside edge, but that's fine. And got a man back now. Just a sense that Hampshire are sitting in a touch. Smith looked good up until now. Yeah, and I think with Surrey's success in recent years, it ramps up the occasion as well. I think when teams come here, they know that this is the one. This is the one that they circle on the calendar, right? You know that you're coming up against the big boys on a pitch such as this, a ground such as this. And that will run away for 4 more. Buys again. And so Hampton's radar is off here, in truth. And they'll be frustrated, I think, here, really, Hampshire, because when you came on, Mark, no more than about 15 minutes ago, it felt like Hampshire really had control of this session, and Surrey were going nowhere fast. And they've just eased off.
Oh.
Yeah, false shot by Dominic Sibley. No need to be prodding outside off stump there, but nothing doing. And so 60 for 2 now, 14 gone. Wondering about Sonny Baker. I know there's been a lot of noise around him. He's an interesting young rookie with pace and personality, already in the England Lions setup. He had a slightly kind of in and out, uneven game last week, but when he was good, he was bang on it and got rid of Johnny Bairstow in both innings, one with admittedly a bit of a long hop carve to deep third, but beautiful break back in the second innings to take out Johnny's middle stump. So he is imminent, and in fact he might be here right now. Yep, now is the time. So after excellent 7-over opening spell by Kyle Abbott, just showed slight signs of weariness in that final over, and he's now been replaced by in fact they're going to hold him back. It's going to be Brad Wheel to continue, having taken that new ball initially. So they're holding Baker back for now, which is probably no bad move. You imagine they might use him as a bit of a kind of wrecking ball sort of option, you know, 2 or 3 over spells here and there, young kid still making his way. So Brad Wheel it is who returns. He was very good as well in his early spell.
And it's a test for Ben Brown as captain, isn't it? How he rotates his bowlers, when to bring people into the attack. Of course, let's not forget Liam Dawson. I realise it's the first morning and it's perhaps seamer dominated, but he's such a class act. He will think long and hard about when to introduce his lead spinner, and he's one of the few counties actually who have a genuine spinner who can come on and do a holding role perhaps day one, but also if the ball does start to turn can be a real wicket-taking threat as the game progresses. So Liam Dawson is a trump card, one actually that Surrey, you would say, lack, and that's something that's been fascinating to me to watch from afar, the fact that the reliance on pace bowling at the Oval over recent years and the lack of development in the spin department.
Edged through that gap, thickish edge, and it will run away for just a couple in the end for Sibley. Good work by the fieldsman down there. Yeah, it's a model that works very well for them. There's a slight irony, I guess, in that Gareth Batty has made his name as a spinner and yet has recognised that this is the winning model for them. And while spin has played some role, and a fair role last year initially with Lawrence, of course, and Cameron Steele as well, who was very useful in those early few weeks with the Kookaburra ball and so on. Nonetheless, it's a seam-heavy attack. I wonder if come September there might be a deal or two done, you know. You never know. You never know with Surrey. But yeah, this is what's worked for them now for coming up to, well, this is the 4th season, of course. 3 wins on the bounce. But it's been unusually dry, so you may expect to see a bit more purchase for the spinner as this game rolls on. Weather looks set fair again. And Dawson was very useful last week on day one, as you say, Mark. He was very good on day one, took 3 for not many to ensure that Yorkshire got not much more than 120 odd, I think it was, in that first innings, and he did actually get some turn on a dryish track, but even if there's not that much available, you can still set fields, you can still control the game because he's so accurate. He's a joy of a cricketer, is Liam Dawson. Foolish, well bowled, bit of pace as well. Got it through today, it's Brad Wheel, but Sibley is comfortably in behind it. 63 for 2, 15 gone. We have a full box behind us, including Daniel Norcross.
Okie dokie. Well, Runs have suddenly come in a flurry since the loss of that second wicket. Many of them extras, it's got to be said. A few leg byes thrown in there, some byes. Have Hampshire not exactly wasted that start, but there was encouragement for them. The ball was nibbling around a bit just in the last 25 minutes, half an hour. So we've got their way back into this. Lovely shot. Not perfectly timed. Bring him a couple. From the other end, that would have been 4. That's out to the long boundary. So Mark Ramprakash, the last time we did TV together was TNT. Well, BT, I guess it was in those days, wasn't it? Do you remember where we were called in suddenly?
Oh, yes.
At incredibly short notice, about 4 days' notice, to do the Boxing Day test.
Yes.
The reason I mention it is because I don't think I've ever been better produced in my entire life. I'll explain why in a moment. Oh, the thick edge. If you flash hard, it's gone flying over the top of where a third slip would have been. I don't think it was a catchable height. But Smith's counter-attack continues here. Another boundary.
Yeah, a little bit, not quite sure whether that was a square cut or a back foot punch. He just saw a bit of width and thought, right, I'll throw my hands at it. I mean, it's we're talking about Ben Brown's captaincy here, and it's a test for him. He's got a young seamer here who's not quite got it right. He's given him a little bit of protection with a deep cover, but he's kept in a couple of slips importantly, although actually no, he has changed that now. So still 2 slips in a gully, because importantly the ball has done enough off the pitch, so they will still want to keep that wicket taking threat, but as often with young seamers, they can be a little bit inconsistent.
Oh, he's gone again, this time driving, same result, 4 more. These aren't convincing boundaries from Jamie Smith, but look, it's the approach he's going to take. He's done this many, many times before. Comes in and tries to wrest back the initiative. Now, I mention it because, BT, do you remember this on Boxing Day? Because it was all done in such a rush. Not everything was working perfectly on day one. And there was a moment of deep panic in my soul at about 4:15 in the morning, when you couldn't hear me and I couldn't hear you. We were in separate booths, you remember?
Oh yes, it's coming, it's all flooding back. Oh wow, fun times. Yes, early hours in the morning.
We had a wonderful producer who solved everything, I'll tell you. Oh, it's a decent appeal, that, because he's caught slightly on the crease there. No one's come back in at him. Interested in seeing the replay there. Ball, I think, bounces up off the pad, which is sometimes a good indicator. It's around about the knee roll. Look pretty close.
Absolutely. I mean, in county cricket, I see a lot of those given. It's darted back into Smith quite late, and maybe perhaps so much movement that the umpire gave the benefit to the batsman, and rightly so.
Absolutely.
May I add.
Were you done by Ray Julian on occasion?
Oh, more than one occasion.
So what happened was, because it was in COVID, dear listener, Mark was in one booth and I was next to him. There was a window between us. And suddenly, our connections between each other went. And we heard the sound of our producer, Lucy Barber, who's a quite brilliant producer, very calmly at 4:15 in the morning say, "Now Daniel, Ramps can't hear you." I said, "I can't hear Ramps." No, I know that. Oh, that's beautifully clipped away. 2 full. Sibley loves it there on the pads. And he just had to get it past the diving mid-wicket, which he did with ease. The boundaries keep flowing. 16 overs gone. 78 for 2. That's exactly where Dom Sibley loves it, isn't
I mean, he's so good through there. You know, any player who wants to play well off their legs, he's so well balanced, and he lets the ball come to him. In fact, he did clip one a couple of overs ago through mid-wicket, which did go in the air a little bit. That one was as well timed as you're like. You won't see a better shot all day. Effortless, really. But he's a tall man, and when he lets the ball come to him like that, yeah, it's very comprehensive. Minimal effort, but a good reward.
then let's see if Smith continues to attack Brad Wheel. Oh! How's that? What did that carry? Because it's almost identical dismissal to Ollie Pope's here. I need to see that one again. That has just gone through slip down to the boundary. We'll take a look at this on the replay. Let's see if this is carried. It has, I think. Just didn't seem to move to it.
I think the slip fielder has gone off, straight off from first slip. I don't know whether it carried. It's one of those really difficult ones. If he had caught it and claimed it, I don't know whether the umpires would have been forced to confer. But it just looked like it may not have carried and stubbed the fingers into the ground.
Oh, he didn't quite flex those knees, did he, Fletcher Middleton? He started in a sort of standing position. And then was late to get down, almost reacted slowly and too late. And it seems, I think you're right, must have stubbed the finger into the ground. Anyway, to finish the point about the great Lucy Barber, so she comes through to my ear and she says, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, Dan, and then you'll speak, and then I'll say, pause. And then you would speak. And I got to this position where, of course, you were speaking, but I didn't know what you were saying. So I would say, cracking shot, 4 more to whoever. Nicely played, but there's a deep point down there, rather reminiscent of the fields that Australia set to England here in the last Ashes early on. And then you would speak, and then you'd come back to me, and I'd go, great point, Rams. And I genuinely had no idea what you were saying. I was looking at your mouth the whole time, trying to see if I could lip read. But it was moderately panic-inducing for a Boxing Day Test match at 4:30, 4:15 in the morning. Those were weird times. Again, nicely worked for us, England, the onside. Sibley. So there's been quite the counter-attack, Ramsden. Surrey lost their second wicket, 18 for 2. That was around about... Well, it was after I came off at 11:30, so in less than 40 minutes, Surrey have added 66 runs. And there'll be more runs there. An interesting test for the outfield. That's the longest part of the boundary, and it's just going to trickle over the rope. Again, nicely played by Smith on the pads once more.
It's a classy shot. I mean, look, they make it look so easy, but it's really not. Bradwell's bowled well here, actually. He has found movement in the air, bowled a good first spell, and returning at this end of Vauxhall End, he's still found enough movement through the air and off the pitch, but that one just a little too straight. Jamie Smith, again, so well balanced. It's something that is a real hallmark of his batting. And found the gap brilliantly through mid-on, sort of wide mid-on.
Oh, that's a little bit of shape away. Tempt Smith. End of the over, 88 for 2 after 17.
And Smith will just have to be wary here. It's all going so well, isn't it? And he's had a couple of flashes through over the slip cordon area, over gully, and in between he's played some stellar shots. But it's going so well. It's all happening so quickly. But there's still 1 or 2 good balls in there. And actually that last delivery was a good length. It was swinging away. And it was a little bit loose from Smith. And once you get a start and you're up to 33, you'd like to think as a batter that on a sunny day at the Oval, you've done the hard work, and you'd like to, as long as you concentrate well, that you can book yourself in.
Is it a problem for the prodigiously gifted? I mean, of all the players that have come through?
Yes, it can be. Absolutely, to find the balance. Because a lot of the modern day players are used to scoring quickly. They want to dominate, but equally, they have got time if they want it. First morning of a 4-day game. We've seen Smith throw the bat at width and sort of get away with it. But yeah, finding that tempo in first-class cricket can be a tricky thing, especially if you've got so many shots and you are so gifted and you see the ball early.
I mean, he's had an extraordinary year, really. This time last year, we were all still wondering whether Ben Foakes was going to be keeping wicket for England. And then would it be Ollie Robinson if it wasn't? Because Ollie Robinson, I suppose, felt like he was next in line as a specialist keeper. Jamie Smith wasn't keeping at Surrey. And then he was plonked in the side at Lords. Did really well. I didn't concede a bye. I think he was one of the only wicket keepers not to concede a bye in a Lords test. Apart from Johnny Bairstow, which was a weird factoid we got. But then, because he's batting probably in an unfamiliar position, because England were putting him down at 7, weren't they, just below Stokes often, and he's used to batting at 4 here and playing as a specialist batter. We were seeing sort of great flashes of what he could do. Then he was put into that one-day side, which did not have a great time in the Champions Trophy. He's not played a lot of 50-over cricket, coming in at 3, taking a kind of T20 approach. It's been a while probably since he's had a long time at the crease.
Yes, that's a good line and length from Baker, who's introduced to the attack. I agree. But such is the modern day player that they have to just adapt so quickly, don't they, to different formats, tempos, different positions. Jamie Smith has all the attributes, and you feel that he can adapt because his basics are so good. And temperamentally, he seems, certainly outwardly, very calm and composed, whether he's batting in the last 5 overs of a T20 or whether he's batting at 3 in a 50-over game or Test cricket. So you feel that he can adapt, but equally this is a great opportunity to have some time at the crease and just go at your own pace.
It's also interesting here watching Sonny Baker. This is a guy playing just his 2nd county championship game, which seems ridiculous because I've read quite a lot about Sonny Baker, almost as if people have been talking about him for quite a while. He didn't really get a look in Somerset. Born in Torbay, I was informed by the BBC Hampshire crew next door.
But he was originally at Somerset. Yeah. That's right. He's come through the Somerset ranks. So
didn't play a county championship game for them.
But it's very fascinating, isn't it? What coaches can see. It's very subjective. It's short outside the off stump or left. What coaches see in different players, and clearly Somerset will have seen some pace, but they didn't see enough to want to retain his services, and yet England management have spoken so highly of him. So he clearly does have some attributes. He needs some experience. He needs some matches. Well, he's on the big stage here. The thing about the Oval, it will reward pace and bounce if you have that in your armoury, but equally, if you're up against good players, if you miss, you will get punished.
He's getting prodigious movement away, but it's just starting a little bit too wide. So he kicks off with a maiden, 88 for 2 after 18. Now, another change in Jamie Smith's life, of course, he's become a father over the course of the winter. So life's coming in him quite fast, you'd have to say. England's #1 wicket keeper, suddenly, and a father, and being put in a number of unfamiliar positions. And he's key here. Oh, Andrew Sampson, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No,
interrupting
don't
you about Jamie Smith. I was just going to say Sonny Baker.
Yeah.
2nd county championship match, but he made his first class debut actually earlier this year for England Lions in a game against Australia.
And did he not impress, I believe?
Yeah, he did. He got 3 for 60. Yeah. So yeah, it is an interesting.
Is that a first to make your debut in an England Lions game in a first class?
Good question.
Game?
Yeah, seems weird.
Not your county.
Yes, that is an unusual one, isn't it? I mean, we've had a few occasions very long time ago when I imagine we've had test match debuts at first class debuts.
Well, there's some recent ones as well of those.
Oh yes,
the Irish guys, Afghanistanis, and one or two others. But let me just have a look on first class for England. I mean, there's also guys who would have made first class debuts for other countries' A teams, but I don't know about England. I'm going to have a look.
There's a great big gap here, which is, I suppose, in part tempting the batter to play the ball outside the off stump. But if you bowl a little bit too straight, then there's just a single every time, isn't there? The gaps between like cover and down to deep backward point.
One of the big differences, I think, playing county cricket away from the oval, we found people bowled a lot straighter, often because the bounce was a bit lower. At the oval, you know, I go back to Martin Bicknell, he got height, you know, decent pace and bounce. We tend to bowl one side of the wicket. And so he had great control, he could do that. But very often, you would not see that gully area on a first morning with a bit of nip and a bit of bounce and the ball's hard. Balls go through that area, and we've seen already today balls go through that area. So, you know, Will's got a deep square leg and a mid-wicket, and yet he's actually moved the ball away from the right-hander quite well, at a reasonable lick. So, yeah, it's a little bit of surprise, and that adapting to different surfaces is a fascinating one for cricket as you travel around the country.
Oh, that's just caught maybe a bit of glove or forearm, but there's still plenty in there. And you can sort of see from the, I mentioned this before, you can see from the slightly dark patches on the pitch that there's a bit of moisture in the pitch. Still, you'd expect it in April. That's turned Jamie Smith around. And we've had a couple of catches to slip. We've had one we think might have been put down. Fletcher Middleton shelling one at slip. But on the subject of keeping your point and your square leg out, Australia did this to England in 2023 and at this very ground, when one of my favourite records was broken, an extraordinary record, which is that, you have to bear with me, okay, in the first 10 overs of a match, right, scoring runs off consecutive balls in the first 10 overs of a test match. That's going to squirt away. Should pick up just a single. Think of a second. These two had a bit of a mix-up against Essex last week when Surrey were trying to save the game. So they won't want a repeat of that. 91 for 2 after 19. So let me get this right. I believe the record was, and I was watching in this very box. I was thinking, hang on, this is extraordinary. They seem to score a run off every ball for about 10 minutes. So I ran in to try and check the stat. Mercifully, the score was on it. And in the entire history of Test cricket, in the first 10 overs, only about 4 overs have seen a run off every ball. England scored off 14 consecutive balls. Now, part of this is because, as we know, Ben Duckett never leaves the ball, right? So if he never leaves it, and you've got a deep backward point and a deep square leg, then chances are he's either out or he's getting a run. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's flashed away again. Again, I'm not convinced that's where he was intending to send the ball. It's come off a thick outside edge from Smith. He'll get a couple down to deep third or deep backward point. So, as it turned out, that it's only happened very rarely. Once was off a 4-ball over. Once was in the ICC versus Australia, the rest of the world versus Australia test match. Remember that one? Steve Harmison playing in it.
Oh, right, yes.
That 2004,
Okay.
5, was it 5? And then this was over 2 consecutive overs, a run off every ball. Oh, that's got a bit finer this time. Played, I think, more deliberately and more watchfully, and most importantly, much later for a single. And this was really a sort of corollary of Australia's defensive fields, and this is something you do see at the Oval, as you just said. I mean, balls go through backward point. I kind of feel you're giving away a run.
Well, I'm not sure they should be out both sides of the wicket. I don't think that's a really good look. I'm not sure what the plan is there. Are you setting the field for bad bowling? So he's kept his catches in, Ben Brown. And as I did say, you know, if you've got some young seamers at the Oval up against 2 international class batters, you are wanting to give them some protection, no question about it. But equally, you're setting a field that's going to be hit both sides of the wicket. And I mentioned that Wheel in particular has got the ball to go away from the right hander, therefore you'd have thought it'd be an offside field, offside heavy. So yes, we've got something from Samo.
First class debuts for England A. Debuts for England A. Well, there were 2 last year, believe it or not.
2. Are they guessable?
No, I don't think so. It was an England Lions, well, the team was called England Lions, played against Sri Lanka, and Hamza Sheikh and Farhan Ahmed both made their first class debuts, although how authentic the England A team was when there were so many guys playing the blast and whatever at the time.
Yes, of course.
So, well, the one authentic case, the other one apart from Sonny Baker now, is Chris Reed, the former England wicketkeeper. He made his first class debut for England A against Kenya in 1998 before he played for Notts.
That's a great question. Get a great answer. Now, I'm conscious you'll take a break in a minute.
Yes.
So I need to ask. I'll just bring the signal because there is protection out there at deep extra cover. Have you been asked about the opening pairing that was at Surrey when you were here predominantly? Because we're trying to come up with Surrey's best opening pair.
Well, I was lucky enough to bat behind Ward and Butcher, who...
That's not bad, is it?
I was very happy, delighted to bat behind those two. I could certainly have a cup of tea and a biscuit and relax whilst those two went out, that is for sure. Yeah.
Well, there, we'll put them in the mix.
Perhaps we'll continue that conversation at some other point. I'm going to just hand over.
We've got plenty of time today to do that as Sonny Baker comes in to complete the over. With Surrey rebuilding well here, they lost 2 early wickets. Burns caught it slip, Pope caught it slip. They were 18 for 2. The ball was moving around after Hampshire won the toss, elected to bowl. But since then, 78 runs have been scored. Andrew, what over did the second wicket fall in?
It was the last ball of the 9th over, so it's 78 and 11. Although they have slowed down in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, so going about 7 and over. Katya Witney's with us. Hello. Well, we're getting the band back together. This is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Summer's properly started.
Yeah,
now.
It feels like it, although I can't get the temperature right. I've either been freezing cold today or boiling hot.
Tell me about it. I wake up under a thick duvet and 2 blankets, then I'm sunbathing at 2, and then I've got central heating on at 7.
Okay, that feels quite extreme, but...
It is a bit. Oh my word. I think that's been taken. That's an extraordinary bit of cricket.
What a catch.
Smith going after a wide one. Got plenty of it, send it down a deep backward point, and a marvellous catch high above his head. Just see who took that. It's Brad Wheel with the catch, I think, with the wicket. I think it's Sonny Baker down there, and he's had to juggle it. It's a short boundary. It has gone straight to him, but above his head. And Jamie Smith is just not quite having much luck so far this season. Oh, that's really tight, but I think he's just done that perfectly. It is Sonny Baker. That is an amazing piece of work down at deep backward point. A truly magnificent catch. There's no boundary sponge. There is a rope there, and he had to time that to perfection because it went to him really quickly. Take a look at this again. Catch it. Talk me through what you got to do to pull this catch off.
Yeah, so timing, like you've just said, he's got the ball, caught it, realised his momentum's carrying him back, and thrown the ball up just before putting his back foot back behind the boundary rope, and then come back in and caught it. That's extraordinary.
Well, it is, and it ends a partnership that's rather delighted this crowd. 78 coming from 11.1 overs, 67 balls. And there's something about Jamie Smith's fortune at the moment. He was going really, really well at Chelmsford last Monday, or this Monday we've just had, and he was involved in a mix-up with Dom Sibley, and there he's the victim of a wonderful catch. I suppose you could argue, he's gone aerial. He might have thought again about hitting that into the ground, but he's playing so well at the moment, and he's enjoying himself so much. You can see why he's done it, and he was an exceptionally good catch away from picking up 6 and taking Surrey over the 100 mark.
He was having a good couple of weeks, isn't he, Sonny Baker? Gets Bairstow twice at Utilita last weekend. Now pulls off that, which I'm sure will be clipped up and shared on social media as well.
Well, you don't see it as much, obviously, in 4-day cricket, do you? Because
No.
it's a kind of a staple catch of white ball cricket. We see it quite a bit down at long on, long off, deep mid-wicket. You don't see it too often in a 4-day game before lunch on the first day at deep backward point.
No. But also, I'm kind of guessing as well, without a boundary sponge with just a rope, it must make it even harder to have the awareness of where your feet are as well, because you don't pick up a boundary rope quite as well as you would a sponging. We're getting really technical here, rope versus sponging.
Well,
but
his feet were basically in the perfect position, weren't they? You see his back heel, he's as far back as he can be. It's above his head, and he's got rid of it at just the right time. That's just fantastic work. Brings Ben Folkes to the wicket. Now, Ben Folkes had a great game at Chelmsford. 92 not out in the first innings, a half century in the second. He was instrumental in Surrey being able to hold on to draw the game. So he's in decent nick. He had a very lengthy partnership with Dom Sibley on Monday, which I listened to and saw plenty of, before he was undone by an absolute beauty with a new ball. It was an amazing round of county championship matches, actually, wasn't it?
yeah, it really
to kick
was.
off the season.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the Surrey game firstly. As you said, like Ben Folkes. With that Surrey batting performance, it kind of, like with the Jamie Smith stuff you were just saying, it felt a bit like fits and starts for most people, but that was really, really gritty stuff from Ben Folkes. And you could argue that that was a kind of faltering batting performance from Surrey, but to have that kind of grit and be able to secure that draw on the final day, to come away from Chelmsford in that, having been in that situation with some points and without having conceded too many points, I think that's actually quite a positive point for Surrey at the first game of the season.
Very much so. And a testament to Folkes' fitness, because when you're keeping wicket and the oppo score 580 odd, you're out there for quite a long time. 92 not out, rear guard in the first innings takes up quite a long time, and then a half century in the second innings. So he was out on the field for the vast majority of that game, and keeping wicket does take it out of you.
Yeah, at a lesser level I used to keep wicket in club cricket, and I used to have to walk down the stairs backwards the next day because it hurt so much.
Yes, I've only done it twice and vowed never to do it again. It's all those squats, basically. You'll do 540 odd squats a day, isn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely not.
It's not on. Not on. Have you wintered well?
I have actually. It's been quite busy. Lot of cricket going on in the world. A lot of different time zones.
Have you not won an award?
Wisden have won an award for the Wisden Cricket Weekly Podcast and the Wisden Women's Cricket Weekly Podcast,
which you feature on.
Yes.
So I think you can take credit for that. It's a sharp single, but he's going to get home. So Surrey looking to stay positive despite having lost the wicket in that over. A brilliant catch from Sonny Baker. We will no doubt be showing that a few times today. As Katya Witney says, that's going to be clipped up and shown over many social networks. So busy.
Very busy, yeah. I mean, lots of different time zones of cricket.
That's right, yes.
Lots of England men's action in Pakistan and New Zealand, plus the Border Gavaskar Trophy, which feels like a million years ago now.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Obviously the Women's Ashes, which was deeply depressing to keep getting up at silly o'clock in the morning.
It was quite difficult. It was quite difficult to keep watching that, wasn't it?
Lots of domestic news in the off-season as well. It's felt like a really, really busy off-season.
But you wouldn't have it any other way, would you?
No. It always just gets to the point in the off-season where you're thinking, I can't do much more of this, and then suddenly the sun comes out and you're watching Championship cricket again. You're like, actually, no, this is brilliant.
Well, this is just the best of all possible worlds, isn't it? When you get to the first day of the season and you realise you've got 9 live streams and radio commentaries, and you know that the weather's not going to intervene, and you can flick from game to game. I mean, I don't think I finished my watching on Monday until nearly 7 o'clock, wasn't it, Lords?
Yeah, no.
was engrossed by Worcestershire's rear guard. That was one of the more amazing to start.
Yeah, well,
That's another one I'm going to ask Andrew Sampson. Starting the last day, 5 wickets down, and managing to hold on for a draw. Were England 5 down in the great Russell Atherton?
4 down in with them.
4 down, yeah.
They were 5 down in the one where they almost saved at Leeds in the 2014 at Surrey.
James
And
Anderson.
then James Anderson out with a ball to spare.
Yeah. But it can't be that often.
Not often, no.
No. And obviously deeply frustrating for Somerset, but one couldn't help feel there was some sort of karmic retribution for what they did to Surrey in September last year.
Well, I was going to say I was running a live blog for the County Championship games on Monday, and I had all the, like you were saying, I had all the streams open and I was flicking between them, and I started with the Somerset game because I thought, well, they're going to clean up Worcestershire, and I found myself watching it less and less as the day went on because they looked so solid. And it only got towards the end of the day when I flicked it back on again and watched Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach toiling away.
Yeah.
It's great contrasting innings though. You had Tom Banton's ridiculous innings, and then Brett D'Oliveira, I think he scored 50 runs across 2.5 sessions or something like that on the final day.
That's proper, isn't it? Now that's going to run away for forwards. Is it going to be more extras, or is he get a bit of bat on that? No, leg buys. 100 comes up for Surrey in the 22nd over. Now, I've got an issue with Sonny Baker's action because he's reminded me of someone, and I can't quite work out who it is. In the load-up, is it Dermot Reeve? There's something about the way the hand comes close to his shoulder and then round. Or Martin Snedden. I don't know. Something's screaming at me. Phil Walker will know. I want Phil to have a look at Sonny Baker's action and tell me in the load-up, which 80s, 90s cricketer is this reminding you of? It's defended into the offside. I'm feeling maybe Ian Austin. Do you know what I mean? There's something about Mark Elam. That's who it is. I've nailed it. I've gone around the houses there, haven't I? Martin Snedden, Dermot Reeve, Ian Austin. I finally alighted upon Mark Elam. He's a bit quicker than Mark Elam.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. But there's something, every bowler has their idiosyncrasy. If you just take a look, as he runs in here, it's a little stuttery, but as he comes in with his load up, look at his right hand, comes close to his shoulder.
Good shout.
Right, end of the over. Time for me to take a break and ponder who else is bowled like that. 103 for 3, folks, with one. Sibley 27, more from Katya. And then to take you through to lunch, it's going to be Phil the Power Walker.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'm the right person to be asking about 80s bowling actions. But I can appreciate Sonny Baker must look quite like Mark Elam.
Yeah, a man gets to a certain point in life where he just reels off names of people and thinks that that's sufficient. Yeah, started well here though, as young Sonny. A lot of hype around him, and with good reason. He's gone well for England Lions. Andrew Flintoff, Lions coach.
Did you see the press release?
Yeah, slightly peculiar. It's going to be wheel this time. Beauty, gone up for it, but stifled appeal from the bowler. Squared Dom Sibley up there. It's a beauty. He's bowled very well this morning, with a bit of pace as well. Comes over that front leg, very stiff, braced front leg, and gets a lot of pace. And that is a beauty. Real leg cutter. You can see the fingers ripping down the left-hand side of that ball and getting good purchase. Maybe just flick the pocket of Dom Sibley's right leg. Nothing doing. 3 down, 103. Good game. Lets that one slide away.
Just died a bit, that one, as it came through to the keeper.
Yeah, first time we've seen that, I think, really. The pace and carry's been good up until now. Been a gripping first hour and a half, Katya.
Yeah, interruling. Slow at the start. I didn't actually see Burns' wicket. I was recording something, but heard the shout go up.
Yeah, it was a good one from Wheel. Probably pitched on middle and leg and then went quickly across the bows of Rory Burns. Caught second slip by Toby Albert, and he picked up his second one as well. Ollie Pope, the man to go, and suddenly Surrey were 15 for 2. A flurry, a very quick partnership. 51 came up in 38 balls, and they moved that partnership on to 78. Before Smith went deep third. Brilliant catch by the boy of the moment, Sonny Baker.
That's what Dan was saying. It's continuation for Jamie Smith from last weekend. He's looked so good.
Mm.
Looked so fluent this morning. Aggressive, down the ground. Just unfortunate with a catch like that.
Yeah, he does have a tendency to play a lot with his hands outside off stump, but then
He's making good connections
this
morning.
is it. It's a fine way to go. You've got to count yourself slightly unlucky to get caught with the one man on the boundary as well. Still, this game is moving along. Hampshire will be pleased to have picked up 3, and they've still got another best part of 22, 23 minutes up to lunch. One more would really nail it for them. This has been their session on balance up until now. Another good over by the very impressive Brad Wheel. South African Scot, if you like. Born in Durban, played for Scotland at international level. They're doing a very, very good job here. He looked good last week in that impressive 3-day win against Yorkshire, and he's looked excellent again this morning.
Helter-skelter cricket, that 3-day win, that first game. Probably the least enthralling game of the first round, but it was a good round to pick from.
Yeah, it was a statement win, I felt, really, for Hampshire, having lost James Vince on the eve, if you like, of the season, changing captaincy, losing their figurehead, really, and coming out against, a buoyant Yorkshire side as well, and seeing them off for 116 on that first afternoon. It's good again by Baker, fullish and probing on off stump.
They look to me like a really good side, Hampshire.
Yeah, yeah. There aren't too many weak points, and there's a couple of players as well who I think could have breakout years. It's the kiss of death as well whenever you say that about a young player, but I'm looking at Fletcher Middleton, who opens the batting, and I'm looking at Tom Press in the middle order. I think they're both very good young players. They've both got real class. Middleton looked excellent last week in that game against Yorks, made 49 on the first evening, and looked like a very, as he often does, very well ordered player with a bit of time, very strong through mid-wicket.
But it's the bowling attack it's built on, right? I mean, you've got John Turner, who's had to go off on loan now for Lancashire, is it?
He's gone up to Lancs. Yeah, it's an interesting one. He's only played, I think, 5 first-class games, although he has a very good record in them. But I guess they're looking at it, Hampshire, and thinking, well, he doesn't make our first 11. He's a white ball predominant bowler at the moment. Get some mileage in the legs and get him playing. It's one of these useful short-term loans that benefits everybody. But again, if they can get him going for the second half of the season, good again from Baker, but they do pick up a single into the offside, played very quietly with soft hands by Ben Folkes. If they do get John Turner back in, then they have real depth here, don't they, for the second half of the 4-day campaign. And if you're looking for teams to give Surrey a run for their money, then I would say Hampshire are certainly one of them. Toby Albert as well, big year for him, coming in at 4 in the James Vince slot. Played tidily last last week and made 100 against Surrey last year. As an opener, I think that was a slowish 100. So he shows that he can mix it up.
As you say, losing Vince on pretty much the eve of the season, if they do manage to build some kind of a challenging campaign, even to finish, you know, top half of the table after losing someone who scored that many runs for them over the last few years, that would be an incredible achievement.
Absolutely. So, 4 deliveries into his 4th over, and he's not given much here as Sonny Baker. He's showing good control of length. Shortish and dabbed into the onside by Ben Folkes, who will be content to play relatively passive cricket just for now. He's the perfect foil, you feel, for this side at 5. Looked in good order last week. He's probably the key man for Surrey to ensure that they got out of that nasty game at Chelmsford with a draw, having given up 580 on first innings against Essex. And Folkes was, as you come to expect, a solid and dependable option.
You were at Chelmsford last week, weren't you?
I was, yeah. I was there for the weekend. Flat one, and then a bit flatter than that. Kemar Roach said after day 3, I think it was one of the flattest tracks he's ever seen in county cricket. I don't know if it was necessarily planned by Essex that it should be that flat, but I sense there was some method in the madness, in that I can imagine that Surrey may encounter this quite a few times when they hit the road, that captains and groundsmen will be conspiring to try and nullify Surrey's astonishing seam attack and try and do what Essex did, which is to win the toss and to make good use of a flat one for the first day or two, and then see what can happen on days 3 and 4. Because you feel like an attack led by Worrell and Clark and so on a green one, you're asking for trouble.
Well, Worrell wasn't in the side, was he? And it wasn't exactly clear why that was.
Indeed. Change of bowler from the Vauxhall end, as it used to be known. Kyle Abbott back into the attack. Nicked and just shy on the half volley. It's just died there. And Ben Folkes lives on. He pushed relatively hard at that, Katya. He's just died.
Yeah, just slightly uncertain looking as well, a bit of a poke. It's just in front of that first slip.
Right, Abbott was impressive across his first 7. Runs this time though into the onside. Pick up a couple, I think, comfortably enough. Yeah, they've had a couple that have died on that first slip. We saw one that died on Tom Press, and he had to get off the field to have his fingers inspected as it flicked what looked like the index finger on the half volley, and another one there.
That one's come through nicely. That's carried well.
Yeah, and this is it. It's a good track to score runs on, because the carry and the pace will reward good play. It's another cracking pitch, really, you come to expect here, but with the lack of wind as well, it's very calm conditions out there. You're not going to get too much conventional swing, really. So it's, as Mark Ramprakash said earlier, not a bad pitch to bat on if you can get in, as Jamie Smith showed, and he'll be cranky to have given it away at 39.
Yeah, but can also see why Hampshire would want to bowl on it as well. You know, their bowling attack is their star asset, getting in amongst Surrey early, as they did. You can see why that would be a good game plan for them, especially on a wicket that's doing a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely that. And look, they'll be scarred from previous experiences here in South London. It's become a bogey ground for this team. That will be 4, very short boundary. Nicely played. Good transference of weight into the drive. Folks looks in good order. Yeah, as Andrew Sampson marked earlier, 2008 was the last time that Hampshire won here in a championship game. And the defeats that they've suffered in recent years have been quite heavy, especially this time last year. Inside edge pass, perhaps leg stump. Touch of fortune. And so, back-to-back boundaries of very different styles. Fortunate for Ben Folkes, just reaching for that drive. Wasn't really in position for it. Stroke of luck. Still, he remains 116 for 3, 25 gone. Last quarter of an hour up to lunch. Key passage you feel for Hampshire. They'll be desperate just for one more. It's going to be, I think, Sonny Baker to continue. He's been impressive up until now. 4 overs. No wicket for 8. He's been probing and insistent. Got a few through as well with a bit of pace. 2 slips. Backward point. Deep third. 2 men on the onside boundary as well. Sibley to face up. Stuttering start for Sonny Baker, and then he's into his work. And he hits him hard, he's gone up, but more as an acknowledgement that he's beaten the batter than anything serious. But yeah, again, just getting that ball just to arc back off the seam, as we saw last week, with a couple of very notable clip-uppable deliveries, especially that one that got rid of Johnny Bairstow, cleaned out his middle stump. He does seem to have that break-back delivery that just comes in into the batter, the right-handed batter. It's good stuff, this.
Yeah, both of those boundaries from Ben Folkes, the last over, just playing away from his body. It seems a little bit jitterish at the minute, this passage of play. As you said, feels very important. Surrey going into lunch 3 down. Not ideal, but not disastrous. Going into lunch 4 down. You'd feel that's pretty difficult.
Yeah. Surrey bat deep, of course. Dan Lawrence carded to come in next. Quick one, but too short, and Sibley is easily ducking underneath that. So yeah, Dan Lawrence carded to come in next, and then bowling all-rounders, if you like, led by Jordan Clark. Yeah, just referring back to that fixture, around this time last year, in fact it was the last week of April, and Hampshire came here with great hopes and were blown away. Quick again, leg side-ish, and Sibley's able to get the hands out of the line, but definite nip and pace. Yeah, Hampshire forced to bat first, which again may have affected their thinking with the toss today. 151 bundled out. Worrell, Clark and Atkinson 3 apiece. Nobody made 50. Burns then made 100. Jordan Clark made an unbeaten quick 100, and an innings defeat was on the cards. Brilliant. They've gone up for it. Sibley's turned his back on the umpire, and with good reason. It's good again though, Katya.
Is that past his inside edge or his outside edge? I couldn't quite make that out there.
Yeah, it's just gone past his outside edge and squared him up.
There you go.
That's a beauty.
Yeah.
Looks to me like the corner of his bat just clipped his front pad, hence the noise. No complaints from the fieldsman, but a Jaffa, the break back to kick off this over, and then the conventional leg cutter at pace. And then bang on the money. This is good stuff. Excellent over. Maiden for Sonny Baker, 116 for 3, 26 gone.
On that Hampshire game last year, I remember that game. It was really grey, dreary match, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
It was for Hampshire,
yeah,
for sure.
Well.
It was a tough morning, really tough morning to bat on that first morning, and Dan Worrell was unplayable. Nick Gubbins played nicely for 40 odd, 45 I think, but Tom Press, who's a very good young player, played an inauspicious shot to bag a first baller, and it rather went south from there. And that has been their story, in truth, coming here in recent years. But then there was also their extraordinary innings win against Surrey at home in May, I think it was, last year. So they're a mercurial side against Surrey.
Best of both worlds for me, growing up either side of the Surrey-Hampshire border.
So that you can wear whichever cap you fancy that week.
Exactly.
Good by Folks this time. Playing under the eyes, not pushing out in front of him. Yeah, Southampton, final week of May last year. Extraordinary game. Hampshire won by an innings and 278. That aforementioned 100 by Toby Albert. Gubbins made 100. Brown made a big 100, 165, not out. Single into the offside, and one or two pundits were talking about whether Surrey could maybe go unbeaten across that summer, home and away. Well, they got turned over spectacularly in that game. Just shows the dizzying unpredictability of this circus that we love so much. And there's thousands in. Expected crowd of about 5,000 today. Plenty more to come after tea. I say it every time, folks. All together now. Free after tea. It's hard to find value for money these days anywhere, especially in London town, but there you go. 2.5 hours after tea of free top-class Championship cricket. So get yourself along on a Friday night.
I've managed to convince some of my non-cricket friends to come along because it's free after tea.
You've played the drinks card there, haven't you?
I have.
Abbott, couple of deliveries left of his 9th. He'll probably get one more in, I reckon, before lunch. Squared up again, but no fourth slip. Sibley jackrabbiting behind himself, but sees the ball go to ground. But again, more concerns against Kyle Abbott. Lucky he got something on that, because that was ramrod straight as well. That would have been cannoning into middle and leg. Fascinating, undulating morning here. Hampshire starting with great potency and control and discipline. Lost their way in that partnership for the third wicket between Smith and Sibley. They raced to a very quick 78-run partnership in the end before Smith gave it away, caught a deep third, one of those unfortunate dismissals, but he'll be cranky and kicking himself. And since then, these two have rebuilt again. Feels like there's a whole innings just in this one session of ebb and flow. And you say probably with 6 minutes to go, if Surrey keep it just to 3, then it'll be evens, I would say, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Hampshire's bowlers being on top all morning, but there's still 118 runs on the board in a session. Very healthy run rate. And mainly that's down to that partnership between Smith and Sibley, but that scoreboard has kept ticking over as it goes to 120.
Can Sonny Baker back up his good work by getting one in the wickets column? Just 2 slips. Quite a tight mini cordon as well. Driven tidily with ease into the offside, but with that sweeper it's just a single. Yeah, so with the sun beating down as it has done all week here in London, Liam Dawson will be certainly looking forward to getting some good work through the afternoon. And when Surrey come to bat for a second time as well, I think this pitch will take a bit of turn, more so than equivalents at this time of year in the past. Too short, easily ducked. Good idea with 2 men on the hook, but misdirected.
You can see the effort that Baker's putting into generating this kind of speed and this kind of bounce. Some look effortless when he comes in, but you can really see how hard he's working when he comes in. He's a bit of a unit as well.
He is. He's got strong upper body, you can see that. Not too much height, so he will need to utilise this pace as he moves through his career. Bit wayward here. Couple of key deliveries left.
Yeah, just searching for it before lunch.
Yeah,
just maybe going a little bit too hard.
Yeah, this will be his final couple of deliveries before the lunch break. We've got time for one more from Kyle Abbott from the JM Fin stand end. But so there's a couple of key deliveries here for Sonny Baker. Can he leave his mark here?
I've not seen too much of Sonny Baker before today, but that stutter he does in his run-up is actually quite off-putting.
It looked like he was about to abort mission there, didn't it?
Yeah.
That was more pronounced than others. Yeah. But he really does tear in. Got elements of Mark Wood in the propulsiveness of the run-up.
It's interesting, different people, different bowlers with different quirks in their run-up. If you look at that stutter, it's like, how does he keep momentum going after that? And he'll be a bit disappointed with himself that it's just lost his radar in that final over. Still, good spell, 6 overs, couple of maidens in there, just 11 runs conceded. So with an over to go, a couple of minutes up until lunch. Reminder just to stay with us through the lunch break if you can. I believe our man Daniel Norcross will be perhaps down on the outfield, interviewing a couple of Surrey Women's players as well. Bryony Smith among them. Huge year really in the context of what county cricket looks like. It's how its complexion will shift and change now with the introduction of these Tier 1 women's teams, closely aligned now to the men's teams, all part of a coherent approach, a more joined up strategy. Can only be good for the game in my view. Well, now just at the Oval we've got 2 fully professional sides that this ground is home to now. You know, you've had the pictures of Nat Siver Brunt and Sophia Dunkley around the ground as Southeast Stars, but now wearing the 3 feathers, though, that feels more impactful.
Yeah, it does feel different, doesn't it?
It's a huge year, but I think some of the preview to the year has been a bit too much expectation. And while it's very exciting, there has to be room for teething and getting used to it as well, because it's such a huge change to have fully professional county sides as opposed to regional sides. That's never been done before. I mean, somewhere like Surrey is quite lucky because they've been a hub for the South East Stars. But if you look at up and down the country at places like Durham have never had a fully professional women's side before, or never hosted a women's side before, and now they've managed to establish a county tier 1 side, and they've done it very well with recruiting from the winter, but you feel like there's going to be more learning for others than there are for some.
Bowled him off the inside edge. Cannons into leg stump, just dislodges that bail, and he has got to go in the final throws of this morning session, and that does confirm it. Hampshire session 4 down Surrey for 122, and Ben Folkes, who'd looked solid as you can, has to drag himself off. What a blow, and richly deserved for Kyle Abbott, who's been exceptional this morning. 2 wickets for him, 2 wickets for Brad Wheel as well. And Hampshire, having won the toss and chosen to field first, will be delighted with their morning's work, Katya.
Yeah, he should be fuming with that, Ben Folkes. He's come out and been tested outside that off stump and was playing away from his body a few overs ago, and he's just inside edged that onto the stumps for a ball that drew him outside his off stump. But definitely Hampshire's morning now.
Yeah, absolutely that, and if anything, he was trying to cover too much of it, trying to play ultra solid, trying to play from the inside half of the bat, which is a sound move against a bowler with that outswinger that Abbott has. Abbott had almost induced the catch in the previous over to Ben Folkes, just falling on the half volley to first slip. And Folkes, mindful of that, just slightly overcompensated and ricocheted into his leg stump. So Hampshire will be very pleased indeed, you would say. 2 each for the openers. Brett Hampton was a little bit expensive and slightly awry, 4 overs for 28. And Sonny Baker, 6 overs, a couple of maidens in there for just 11 runs. Looked good on his debut here at the Kia Oval. Never bowled here before, but he looked at ease in his surroundings, the young rookie, and he picked up a very good catch to get rid as well of Jamie Smith, who played the most eye-catching shots, I would say, across this morning session. Dom Sibley remains not out. He's looked pretty solid throughout the day. 33 from 82 with just 4 boundaries, but technically watertight. 122 for 4 then. It's rattled along this session. Rory Burns the first to go for a couple, caught by Toby Albert, second slip from Brad Wheel. Ollie Pope 14 from 21, and he went second catch for Toby Albert, second slip, that was from Kyle Abbott. Brad Wheel then picked up that wicket off Jamie Smith. That was the key moment really. Jamie Smith had looked flighty and breezy and brilliant, 39 from 35 with 7 fours. He looked entirely imperious and in control out there. Sonny Baker picked up a screamer really at deep third, palming it back in from the rope, split second before his foot landed outside the perimeter. So that was 3 down for 96 inside 20 overs as well. And Ben Folkes, just on the stroke of lunch, bowled off the inside edge to give Kyle Abbott his second. He went for 14. Surrey 122 for 4. So as the crowd floods onto the outer here at the Oval, it's a gorgeous scene. And I believe we have our roving reporter, Daniel Norcross. Are you out there, Daniel?
Hey. Come again. Let's try this again. I think we've got our technical glitches out of the way. I'm down on the outfield. For the first time this season, County Championship Day, and we can see all around us. There's just tiny games of cricket taking place. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of people out here on the outfield. It's a particular pleasure that we get here at the Oval to be able to take people and allow them to walk this hallowed turf that's been here for nearly 200 years, 180th year of Surrey County Cricket Club's existence, and the first year that Surrey have a professional women's team. As a result of the restructuring, the Tier 1 side has come to the Oval. Of course it has. It would have to, wouldn't it? And we have with us England Under-19 star Charlotte Lambert, fresh from the Under-19 World Cup. I say fresh, it's like carrying a side injury at the moment. Kira Chatley, who is a veteran of these parts, and their skipper, Bryony Smith. I'm going to start with you, Bryony. We've got a whole new way of doing women's cricket, domestic women's cricket happening. I know I'm really excited. Tell us about it. Tell us what's going on.
There's a lot going on. It's been a busy winter for us. We've been lucky enough to be based here all winter since October. So we're super excited to get out there. Obviously all our T20s here at the Oval, which is, we're biased, but it's the best ground in the country, we think. And then a lot of 50 over games at Beckenham, which is our old home, the South East Stars. So we're super excited to get going, and it's definitely cricket weather.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? That first game at Beckenham, next Wednesday, the 23rd, not next Wednesday, the Wednesday after. Don't want to panic you. You've still got time. You've still got time. 23rd at Beckenham. I'll be there. Surrey live stream will be there. We're covering every ball of every game of the women's home matches for the Surrey CCC. Kira, tell us, how excited are you for this? I mean, I know that I'm really excited because Grace Harris is coming. Danny Wyatt Hodge is coming. It's a star-studded lineup Surrey have got.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get going. I think we've all had quite a long winter. We've actually just got back from pre-season in Abu Dhabi, so we've got some good time on grass, and I think we're all sort of raring to go. Yeah.
Now, Lambo, I've heard, is your nickname. Yeah. Do you want to talk us through this boot?
Yeah, I just picked up a bit of an injury off the back of the World Cup, so fortunately out for the first few months of the season, but working really hard to get back out there, but just got to be a bit patient with it.
Now then, talk us, Bryony, through the scheduling of this so that everybody's aware, because one of the great things now about being a Surrey member is you're a member that you get to watch all the men's stuff, you get to watch now all the women's stuff. So let us, mark it for the diary for us. How does it work? Because there's a lot of cricket taking place, a lot more domestic women's cricket than there has been in the past at a higher level. So how does it run?
That's a good question. I know the answer to that, I think. So we start off, I think we got 7 Metro Bank 50 over games. Home and away, I think we're up to Southport and some nice bus journeys going on. And then we move into the Vitality Blast, which is a mixture of double headers with the men here and away as well. And then we've got a random another 50 over, then we finish off the Blast with final stay here. So hopefully we can lift the trophy on home turf. And then, off to the 100, and then we're back with the final 50 over games. So it's going to be busy.
I mean, this is quite a culture change in a way for women's domestic cricket, because now everything's coming under one roof. It's going to be, you would imagine, more high profile, but the result of it is there's a lot more workloads for you, Kira.
Yeah, definitely. Can I just say I'm very impressed with Bryony? I only know that I'm playing against Somerset in 2 weeks' time. That's about all I know. Yeah, it's going to be, a lot more than we're used to, but we're so excited for the Blast, especially the double headers with the men. A few of us have been privileged enough to be in the 100, but for those who haven't, it's going to be a really new and exciting experience for them.
Is it different being based at the Oval now? I know there's new changing rooms are being built and that sort of thing. Does it feel like a sort of start of a new era, Charlotte?
Yeah, definitely is. It's definitely really exciting. Like, the facilities are here, just amazing. Like, being able to come here every week has just been fantastic. It's been really welcoming as well. And coming in with the men has just been really great. So yeah, it definitely feels like we're moving in the right direction, and feels like we've definitely integrated into a new Surrey family. Now,
there's going to be a lot of eyes on women's cricket this summer, because, as always happens, when things don't go quite right for the senior team, everybody. Actually, they don't run away from the game. They do more than that. They put it right under the microscope. And Bryony, you've had a taste of international action. What do you think we're going to see changing? We've got Charlotte Edwards coming in as coach. That's going to be a kind of different sort of vibe. How do you see this summer panning out for the England women's team?
It's hard to say, but I think obviously Charlotte coming in, she's going to make some changes from what's happened, and I think she's going to sort of give the team a new lease of life, I think. I've worked a little bit with Lottie, and she does bring a lot of energy to the group. So, I think they're going to have an exciting summer. I think there's a couple of series and then obviously straight into a 50-over World Cup. So she's sort of thrown in at the deep end a little bit, but I'm sure she's going to make the right changes and, give them some energy they need and hopefully get their hands on some trophies.
Does it make everybody kind of excited? Because, after a 16-0 drubbing, lots of people will be calling for change, or we want to see new players in. That inevitably means that there'll be a lot more journalists watching domestic cricket, looking for new talent that's coming through and hoping to see signs. Let's say, for example, Mahika Gore might be taking wickets early on in the season, might move us off the top of the list. Are you conscious of that sort of extra scrutiny, Kira?
Potentially a little bit. I mean, some really good advice has been sort of, if you're willing to look at sort of the good and the bad stuff, that's fine, but if you're not, then just don't really look at it. So I think for a lot of us we'll just be kind of focusing on our cricket and using our support network around us, and speaking to the staff and players who have been through that already.
Now, Charlotte, you've had a taste of England action with the under-19s out in Malaysia, made it to semi-finals up against India. I saw that game. They're a slightly preposterous team. You can't really kind of measure yourself against them. It's almost like India's under-19s are the sort of Australian senior women's team of under-19s, if you know what I mean. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely our best opposition. It was definitely our hardest game, and we lost to the better team on the day, but it was such an amazing experience to be able to play such a side, and such a fantastic tournament, but definitely lost to the better team on the day.
How about Kuala Lumpur, though? Because it's not a place you normally associate necessarily with top-level cricket. It must have been great fun to get out to Malaysia.
Oh, 100%, yeah. It was a fantastic country, fantastic experience. Like, the pitches out there definitely surprised us. Like, they were a lot better than maybe we would have expected. I mean, the rain definitely didn't help and made the outfields very sort of damp and hard to navigate, but definitely a great experience.
Well, you mentioned pitches there, and I'm going to bring Bryony in on this, because you're going to get to play at the Oval. Yeah. Now, the Oval's got a pretty darn good pitch. What do you look for in women's cricket? I ask this question because Charles Dagnall, who's watched a lot of women's cricket in his time, can never see beyond the Perth Test wicket of 2013, was it? Pace, bounce, carry. Of all the places you could hope to play that kind of cricket in England, the Oval's got to be up there, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. They've always produced good pitches for us in the past. We want something that gives our bowlers some pace and bounce. We've obviously got a few quicks in our lineup, and obviously as a batter, it's lovely to bat out here. We obviously, over the years, we've played on some pretty terrible pitches around the country, so it's going to be nice to have a proper pitch to play on. Not that we haven't here previously, sorry Lee, but it's going to be nice to be looked after really well and get rid of those sort of second team club pitches that we've played on before.
Now, talk us through some of the members of the team. I've mentioned a few. There's way too many double-barreled names for a commentator to be able to keep their head round. So a lot of you are going to be sort of turned into your initials. I believe you're already called Casey, so that'll be easy. So we'll have ADR, we'll have TCC, we'll have DWH, Daddy White Hodge. Yep. Yes. So talk us through who we've got in this side. I know that my colleague on TMS, Tash Farrant, otherwise known to TMS listeners as Shatters, she is going to be around as well, so you've got a fair few bowling options. So talk us through the big names we can expect to see here.
I mean, you've kind of mentioned quite a few, but we're so lucky to be able to say we've got 5 or 6 girls representing England, and others sort of pushing that England A sort of side. I reckon there will only be sort of 2 or 3 who haven't represented the country playing, so it's a super exciting time. Sophia Dunkley, she's sort of been in and around the stars when the England sort of schedule has allowed her, but I think for the first 6 or 7 games we should have most of our girls back, so it'll be great to sort of see her do her thing on the pitch.
I can't wait. I think it's going to be absolutely thrilling. Be about rivalries as well, though, because one of the things that happens a lot in sport is we love to have rivalries. Yorkshire, Lancashire, Surrey, Middlesex, this, that and the other. Because women's professional cricket has been the blaze and the stars and this, that and the other, left for lightning at various points. Now we're all branded. Who are our biggest enemies, Lambo? We've got to work out who, not hate's too strong, this is only sport, but who do we need to beat? I mean, no, we need to beat everyone, but who do we really want to beat?
I mean, like, we want to beat everyone. I don't think there's necessarily that really strong rivalry yet. I think the Tier 2 structure is obviously only going to get better, but it's difficult having no Middlesex, no Kent in our sort of Tier 1 structure, but yeah, I think we definitely have sort of a competitiveness against every single side we come up against, and that won't really change game on game.
Well, look, I'm going to propose one. Who's Nat Silverbrunt playing for this season?
I don't know, is that a trick question?
No. What I'm trying to work out is, you see, because Nat is from this parish.
Yes.
So we've got to find somebody who's left. And whichever team they're playing for, they have to be defeated. Hampshire is another one as well, of course. I mean, Hampshire have got to go down because they've got such a lot of, past with not Hampshire being Southern Brave and whatnot.
Yeah, I think Hampshire's probably our biggest rival, I'd say. Obviously had the Stars Vipers rival. So we actually played them yesterday in a pre-season game, so it's always good fun going down there, but we know that we both want to beat each other quite badly. But yeah, I think Nats with the Blaze, so they're going to be up there. They obviously beat us in the T20 final last year, so we're looking to get our own back.
The Blaze, if she's with the Blaze, that has to be the team we're going to take down, because why aren't they called Nottinghamshire or whatever it is? I mean, that's just wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd take them down just for their name alone, to be honest. So, I think obviously, Nat used to play for us, and that was great. And the Blaze are a really strong team, like Bryony said. They beat us in the T20 final last year, so I'll definitely be looking to take them down this year.
This is good fighting talk. This is exactly what we needed. Now, it's not just women's cricket, of course, that you'll get with your membership. You'll be getting to see the men's cricket, and Surrey famously pulled off the three-peat last season. They're looking to do something that only Surrey have done since 1958, which is win 4 titles in a row. How much do you guys get involved in that? I mean, you're here today watching the game. Do you feel that the county is now integrated? That is part of the point, isn't it, of creating these Tier 1 counties?
Yeah, definitely. I remember when they were putting their bid in for Tier 1, talking to Steve Elworthy, and he had this really clear idea of sort of 1 club, 2 teams, and I feel like we've definitely done that so far. We've been involved in a lot of stuff going on in the club. We've been invited to stuff that the men always go to, so they've definitely lived up to that, and like little things like they've rebuilt the changing rooms so we have a permanent place to leave all our rubbish. But yeah, it's definitely felt like we've been welcomed in with open arms, and the men have been really good as well. Obviously they haven't been used to sharing their facilities, but they've been brilliant, so we're looking forward to watching them this summer, and hopefully we'll see them at a few of our games as well.
So the new changing room, that's now the away dressing room, is that right?
Yes, yeah. I'm so excited. I've got my own, my name on my locker. Yeah, I've never had that before, so yeah, it's really exciting.
How about the merch? Because this is all presumably, this is all new?
Yeah, I love it, honestly. We got to wear the same as the men, like, get that 1 club, 2 team stuff. But yeah, I love it. I love merch days. They're my favourite days of the year. So.
It's a sort of marbling effect. Like, I think it's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah,
is it the same for T20 and for 50 over, or do you have separate kits for that?
We have different match kits, but training kit stays the same. I think it's quite cool. I quite like it.
And where does training take place? Is it integrated with the men's here, or do you have training days in Beckenham? I mean, you need to get to know that Beckenham service, which incidentally, if you want a place to score runs, go to Beckenham.
Yeah, we'll be around. We'll do a little bit here, especially in the T20 block, and then we'll be mainly at Beckenham for our 50 over games. But we're used to it at Beckenham, so it'd be nice to get outside in the nets here. We've been in the marquee for a lot of the winter, but it'd be nice to get out in the sun here.
Which is a ground, obviously apart from the Oval, which is the second best ground in England that you're looking forward to visiting?
Oh no, what question? Don't know. Are we playing it? We're not playing at Headingley, are we? Oh, okay. Well, I would have said Headingley.
Yorkshire don't have a team. Durham's the North team.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I mean there's a few good grounds, around the country. Like Trent Bridge is great, yeah, home of the Rockets. But yeah, the Oval is definitely the most one I'm looking forward to playing at.
Now the 100 will come around as well, and I always get a little bit confused with the 100 because I'm a Surrey man through and through. Women's, men's, fine. Then the Oval Invincibles come along, and I'm Oval Invincibles till I die as well. But I don't like it when my Surrey players go and play for different franchises in the 100. Have you been snapped up for the 100 yet, or is that sort of pending whether you're fit?
Yeah, well, pending fitness. Obviously, the boots are a bit annoying at the moment, but yeah, we'll just see what happens come July with the next wildcard draft. But something I'd love to be involved in, but I've got a load of time left, so not trying to rush things too quickly.
I mean, it's a slightly weird thing, I always think, for players to commit so much to this jersey for, well, pre-season. You'll have been training since February. You said you've just been Abu Dhabi, and then for 1 month you go off and play for somebody else. Who are you lined up for, Kira?
I'm actually not this year. I've been struggling with injury, similar to Lambo the last year. So again, just waiting on the wildcard draft. But yeah, no, it's really exciting. I think obviously Surrey is our home, and it's great to be based here. But to experience like different coaches and staff and things, sort of just for a month, is quite an interesting experience as well.
And for you, Bryony?
I'm back up to Trent Bridge with the Rockets. I use it as a little break to get away from this lot, but some of them have been following me around the last few years. But no, as Kira said, it's nice to work with different people, but that always enjoy the Over the Invincible game, because obviously a lot of staff and players here, it's a little bit of a rivalry, but yeah.
So that must feel a little bit strange, because you're up against your teammates when you play, a lot of your teammates when you play that game.
Yeah, I think I quite enjoy it. I'm sure you know a lot about them, and you can sort of help. You don't want to give away too much information, but you obviously have a little bit of inside info. But yeah, it's always good fun. Always a few words flying around, but yeah, it's good fun.
Now, one of the many great things that the Oval does here is that it has a picture of the men's captain, Rory Burns, and the women's captain right outside, right on the pavilion. Do you find that a little bit spooky? When you're sort of like, I don't know if you ever wander around Oval or nip to the pub or something and you go, oh my God, there's my Fizzog on the front of the Oval.
It was strange the first day. I didn't realise it's going to be that big. But it was actually taken near my house in Croydon, so they've edited out the Croydon skyline and put the Oval in, which I thought was a bit disappointing. But no, it is quite weird, but it's something they've done for a few years now, so it's really special to get my mug up there, and hopefully it can stay there for a little bit longer.
Well, so say all of us. You three have been absolutely magnificent. Have a great season. Just to remind everybody, the 23rd of April is when we kick off at Beckenham. I'll be there. Cam Ponsonby will be there. I think we have some other commentators. We're covering every ball of Surrey women's cricket on our live stream with loads of cameras, and we've got double headers, T20 double headers. There's one I've earmarked, is Surrey v Hampshire. Here, double header on the 4th of June, because that is when my favourite Australian player, Grace Harris, comes up against my producer's favourite Australian player, Elise Perry. I'm looking forward to that. If you're playing in that game, this is why this game has to be a needle match, and I need you to win it for me.
I mean, we'll give it our best shot.
Well, that's gratifying to know. Guys, thanks ever so much for joining us. Have a really good season. Really looking forward to seeing you in about 10 days' time. But until then, what with the score, Surrey 122 for 4. They lost a wicket right on the stroke of lunch. Ben Folkes just playing on to Carl Abbott. They lost a couple of early wickets, and there was that explosive partnership between Jamie Smith and Dom Sibley. And Smith was out to an astounding catch at deep backward point. A really good one by Sonny Baker. And with Ben Folkes going just before lunch, Surrey slightly precariously paced, 122 for 4. But we will be back, I think, in about 11 minutes to bring you live action of the second session. For now, down here on this glorious turf, it's goodbye for now.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London. A most eventful first session of this second round match between Surrey and Hampshire. The visitors won the toss, elected to field, and picked up 4 wickets between the start of play and lunch. Rory Burns was caught in the cordon in the second over of play for 2. Ollie Pope also caught behind the wicket at second slip from the bowling of Abbott for 14. At that stage, Surrey for 18 for 2. A 78-run stand through the middle portion of the stanza between Jamie Smith and Dom Sibley, but at that point Jamie Smith was caught on the third man rope. An excellent piece of modern fielding from Sonny Baker, getting Brad Will a second wicket. And on the stroke of lunch, Abbott got his second as well, knocking over Ben Folkes via an inside edge for 14, which leaves Surrey 122 for 4. Sibley still there on 33. He'll be joined in a moment by Dan Lawrence at number 6. Adam Collins with you, and Mark Ramprakash with me to take you through the first half an hour or so of this middle session. Hello, Mark.
Hey, good afternoon.
What a busy old first couple of hours that was.
It was really good cricket, actually, because obviously Surrey's much vaunted batting lineup. It's always good to watch them and enjoy the entertainment and the differences in the way that the players go about their business. I thought Hampshire were very, very good. And at one point, Ben Brown, the Hampshire captain, he did have to be pretty adaptable because he's had some tried and tested performers like Abbott, who you know exactly what you're going to get, and equally he's got some young tearaway seamers who are a little inconsistent, but certainly they have a wicket-taking threat about them. So yeah, a fascinating session.
And having Abbott at their disposal, the ever-reliable 55 wickets at 20 last year. He's been with the club for so long, the kind of bowler who can start a session, finish a session and do everything else in between.
Yeah, he's that seasoned pro that everyone really wants to set the tone. They often get the first over of each session to set that tone. They're reliable. They hover around the top of off. Obviously, Abbott's got a brilliant record for Hampshire, both home and away. But in particular, some of the surfaces down at Hampshire, would really favour seam bowling. The oval is slightly different. But it was apparent from his first over that he's settled in to a line and length. He'll get more bounce here, which will threaten the edge more, but possibly less LBWs and bowls.
New session begins. Already a successful over for Abbott, who picked up a wicket with the final ball of it. So in here at Lawrence, who missed out both times last week, out to spin in both innings, Lawrence. So that might be something for Ben Brown to think about. Not now, of course, with the surface so amenable to seam bowling, which has been a feature of this ground over the last couple of years. Get plenty on morning 1. Catching mid-wicket, there's straight away for Lawrence as well, of note. That's the direction which he's pushing, bisecting the men in that direction. Off the mark with a couple, so 124 for 6. At 124 for 4, my apologies, at the end of the first over after lunch. We said earlier that it's an important 8-week block for Ollie Pope. So it is for Dan Lawrence, who, along with probably 5 or 6 batters around the country who've played Test cricket in the last 12 months, will be thinking, well, this Test team is far from locked. 2 solid months, or better than solid months, and you can vault yourself back into that selection conversation again.
And he can definitely do it. He's got the talent. He's got the runs behind him. He knows he's a good player. He'll have had that disappointment to digest through being dropped, from the international team. This is a perfect situation. You come out after lunch, the sun is shining, the ball is more or less 30 overs old, and he knows that he'll have to get through an initial spell, but he's got to back himself to do that and play in innings, and he's done that. And I was watching Ollie Pope, who looked a little bit frenetic earlier. Jamie Smith, I think, started really well, looked well balanced and composed, and then went after a bit of width and chanced his arm a little bit. Surrey needs someone to play in innings, not just Sibley. So from the team's point of view, what do they need from Dan Lawrence? They need him to go out and play in innings, and to me, that's get yourself in up against some decent bowlers here. I thought Wheel had a very good session actually, and did plenty, and he had spells at either end of the pitch. So look, he knows he's going to be tested here, but he's got to back his defence for a little bit, get himself in, and then he can make hay.
Just the 2 slips. bowled at a decent clip as well, Will, before lunch. Unfortunately, we haven't got the speed gun. Oh, we do now after lunch. Only just 78 mile an hour there, working back into it. But hurried up. A number of Surrey batters picked up those 2 wickets. Burns early on, bit of seam away to the cordon. Then Jamie Smith, an unorthodox dismissal, caught it deep backward point or squarish third man with a little juggle from Sonny Baker. But still, hurried them up when it mattered.
Yeah, and the fact that he's got caught third man would suggest that Will got the ball through. That it says a bit about the bounce of this pitch. Jamie Smith may consider himself unlucky. I, being the old gnarly pro that I am, I personally think that was loose from Smith.
Yep.
You've got to go one or the other. You've got to either hit it down, or you've got to go up and over point or gully. But knowing that there is a third man down there, you do know that as a batsman. You are aware of the field. He'd had a couple of, I wouldn't say escapes, but had latched on to width in some of the previous overs and flown the ball over the slip area, over the gully area. So they were slightly uncontrolled shots, really, and it almost looked like he got a bit carried away. He was flowing beautifully, played a couple of on drives and shot through mid-wicket. And I think I was saying on air that sometimes it's going along so well that actually you still need to take due care and attention and settle down. And yeah, unfortunately from Surrey's perspective, a spectacular catch was taken.
So Lawrence last year in excess of 600 runs after making the move from Essex. Couple of centuries, high score of 175 in that win over Worcestershire away from home. But didn't end the season particularly well after he was in and out of the England team and last week missed out both times as well. So really after a performance to get himself into the season here in what should be entering the best years of his career.
Yeah, obviously last week he was playing against his former county. And then sometimes that can be a tricky thing to play against a former team, and you can sometimes put a bit of expectation on yourself, which you wouldn't necessarily normally do. He's chopped and changed with his technique over the years. Dan Lawrence, used to go. I think I saw him here as a 17. He got a brilliant 100 actually, and marked himself out as someone with real talent.
Down a leg side to finish, 125 for 4. Yeah, it feels like one of those players, to use the modern jargon. He's got a very high ceiling. Dan Lawrence, when he's at his best, he's very difficult to bowl to. The way he moves in the crease, plays that 360-degree game and all the rest.
We were talking earlier actually about gifted players and actually the fact that they've got so many shots. Can they put it all together in an innings? And do they need to play all those shots in an innings? And, look, Dan Lawrence has scored enough runs at first-class level to know that he doesn't have to play all the shots. He can adapt to the different surfaces. But his technique's going to be tested in the next half an hour because none better in first-class cricket than Abbott.
Such an interesting journey, Kyle Abbott, isn't it? Having played so superbly for South Africa in a series win in Australia in 2016. That was the end of his Test career, as it was, because he chose to go Kolpak, as a lot of players did when that was available to them from South Africa. And since, of course, the world turning and changing as it related to Brexit, now being a long-term overseas player at Hampshire. But if not for the way that it broke and the timing and so on, it's entirely possible that Abbott would have played sort of 70 or 80 Test matches. Instead, was only in that side for a couple of years before he had to make the decision to be a full-time pro in England.
And I would imagine a pretty tough decision, actually, because international cricket has got all the glitz and glamour that you would expect, and to represent your country, there's no higher honour. I mean, what are the attributes that you need at the highest level? Height, pace, but also being super accurate as he is. There are plenty of those who've done very well.
I love that he's always got, well, I don't really love it, it looks a bit untidy, but always bowls with his shirt untucked, no matter the circumstance. I saw it this morning when he was walking out to the field. He immediately untucked it before getting to his mark.
Yeah, well, I suppose you've got to do whatever's comfortable for you, haven't you, really?
I can't imagine you ever played a minute of your long career with your shirt untucked, Ramps, as Habit makes his way in again.
Well, you're right. And I think that was partly brought about by my first ever coach at 10 years old. You know, he was very keen. We didn't stand in the field with our hands in our pockets. There was none of that. We had the correct jumper on. And he used to turn up immaculate in his whites as well. And of course, when I played at Middlesex, I often tell people about my first day of pre-season training, where we went over to the nursery ground at Lords, and of course we had to practice in our whites in those days, which seems unthinkable now.
It's a funny thing about the indoor school there as well. Only in the last few seasons you were allowed to not wear whites in the nets, in the indoor nets. I was netting there recently, and I did just double check. I'm like, we don't have to wear whites here anymore, do we? Because for a long time it was a quirk of training at Lords.
Yeah.
Bit different here at the Ken Barrington Centre, which has been largely out of action during the winter, hasn't it? Because they've been doing the renovations to the Bedser stand, and the dressing rooms have been renovated, of course, and part of that work's involved what's going on beneath the Bedser.
Right.
Always feel like in those nets downstairs there at the Oval, everyone looks like they're Joe Angel, you know, rising up off a length. You would have had some fearsome tussles in there, I'm sure. 125 for 4.
Yeah, it's a quick surface down there. You had to have your wits about you. That is for sure. You say they've been renovating the dressing rooms. Well, they've got a jacuzzi in there and a massage room.
Yeah, what would be the what would as a long-term former pro here? What would be the ideal? Not knowing the dressing rooms as anywhere near as well as you would. What would have been the lick of paint you would have called for? What would be the best thing you could put in there?
Well, I mean, a pool table, perhaps, at some point.
Card table, pool table, table tennis table, futsal table, table football, I should say, and a jacuzzi. Yeah. One that's big enough for the whole playing staff and coaching staff to get in together after play. Like the old bars you'd see in football dressing rooms.
That's it, yes.
Good leave there from Lawrence. Beautiful day here. You can sense the crowd swelling at lunch. Spectators on the field, as is the custom here in South London. Feels like now, from a spectator perspective, it's the newest of the stands here, the SSE stand as it's now known. Is where patrons tend to want to sit. That's the close boundary this week as well.
Yeah, I had a little walk around the ground at lunchtime actually, and you know, here we are in April. It's the start of the season. Of course, everyone's enthusiastic, but you've got real hardened supporters here. This is what they've come out to see: first-class cricket, really good first-class cricket. To see the battle, and an even battle between bat and ball. And to me, that's what I always thought cricket was about, is watching an even battle between bat and ball, and that way you can see who the best players are. And when that balance swings too far one way or the other, then it's not necessarily such a good product.
Good bit of bowling there from Wheel up at 85 mile an hour as well, so up a yard since his previous over, and I think that's where the track here has been terrific in the last few seasons that we've been doing this stream. That batters have gotten in and made big runs, so no one can say that this has been a nightmare to bat on, but it's very rare that you don't see a team take their 20 wickets and win the game. Isn't that what we want in 4-day cricket? Ideally, you're looking for sufficient time to win the game, but batters who are good enough to get through the interrogation and raise the bat.
Absolutely. I think that that way you can judge who the best players are. I mean, this pitch has had the characteristic bounce you'd expect of the Oval. It's been consistent. Good players will make that box where the ball lands quite small for the bowlers. In other words, if they're slightly over pitched, they're onto the front foot into their driving, but equally if it's slightly short, they know that they can go for the pull shot, the cut shot with confidence that the bounce is consistent.
As you say right there, over pitching, Lawrence across the squares, long side of the ground, doesn't matter, his first boundary.
Really good shot this from Dan Lawrence. Early in his innings, he's got his front foot out to off stump. Decent stride, head and weight into the ball. Nicely timed through the covers. Didn't try and hit that too hard, I think, importantly at the start of his innings. Really just a push, and he knows he's got good enough timing. It's going to race away across the square. Confidence building boundary.
So much time to get himself in as well. Still 64 overs after this. To give oneself a chance to bat all day. Do the hard yards early on. Just the boundary from the over. 129 for Surrey. Adding 7 runs since the luncheon interval. Yes, that new stand over to the left, it's not new anymore. It's been there 4 or 5 seasons, I suppose. The next one to go will be, in the fullness of time, the Bedser, piece by piece, and that'll be another beautiful part of the ground, I'm sure. Although historically it's been the part with the fewest seats, hasn't it? It's been corporate facilities and offices and a handful of seats on the second level above where the players change, but that'll add to what's been a ground that in the time you've been playing here has changed dramatically. To think what this side of the ground would have looked like when you first rocked up.
Absolutely, there was no stand this side. The boundary was probably at least 15 yards deeper. I mean, the way that they've upgraded, continued to upgrade the facilities has been excellent. I remember first changing in the old pavilion, the original pavilion, changing in facilities up there. Since then, the Beds has become iconic with those steps going up and down, and the players coming out from there. And I've always loved the Oval because you're in the heart of London. You know, I've always had that feeling and enjoyed the fact that we were in the capital. You know, from the pavilion you can look across and see the London Eye. And I just felt an excitement. And of course I think the pitch conditions produce good, exciting cricket.
Wayward to start from Hampton. New spell from our JM Fin stand end, the Vauxhall end. Yeah, it feels like when new people come to this ground, they're actually surprised at how central it is. Often here with touring media packs and whatnot, they've never been to the Oval, but it's just there. Oh, yeah. Right, okay, that's where the river is relative to the ground. Yeah. Real selling point here at the Kia Oval. But at the same time, nestled in with plenty of housing, the apartments both sides of the ground, community housing as well, over back towards the gasometer, which is being renovated itself, which will be very much not community housing with those apartments in there. But still, it's the Archbishop Tennyson School, which is no longer, but the sign remains, and hopefully it always will. It'll hopefully always be visible here. An hour into the ground, the JM Fin stand, which has been here since the early 2000s. And one that goes a long way up, great view the other way, back towards the south of London. Was it the case at this end, a lot of fives were run, weren't there, when the rope was all the way back, that you could, it would take a long time to retrieve the ball if you were after it?
Yeah, well, especially the way I threw. I didn't throw it very far, but so it was a long way when I chased down here. But and you got nowhere near the number of boundaries sort of hit. A bit more running between the wickets. And the outfield, actually, interestingly enough, was very wavy. They spent a lot of money on the outfield, but I remember, in hot summers, the outfield used to get very brown and very wavy. I remember one time playing here, Angus Fraser was bowling to David Ward, who was a particularly hard-hitting batsman. I used to field square cover, and he kept hitting the ball so hard on top of the bounce, and it was a bit wavy out there in the covers because the square's been elongated across the ground, so it's changed in nature. But I called for shin pads on one occasion because it was just bouncing around all over the place. The ground has changed dramatically. I first played in '87 here in a practice game. Alex Stewart was wicket keeping. I faced Sylvester Clarke, who was bowling in some trainers. It was a pre-season game. Teddy Thomas was there at the other end, left armour, and Keith Medlicott. Bumped into him, or certainly heard him, I think, first before I saw him. He certainly had a few words to say to me.
Prodigious movement from Hampton to finish, but well wide of the off stump. Maiden bowled, 129 for 4. Was Medlicott bowling off the longer approach then, or was it just the coil and release?
It was the longer approach, yes.
Approach.
He hadn't quite hit the sort of difficulties that he hit a few years later. But, yeah, I mean, he was, played against him, and there was a rivalry between the North and South London, Middlesex versus Surrey, and the matches were always fairly noisy and brash as Londoners can be. But actually, later on, of course, when I moved to Surrey, he was the manager, and he was excellent as coach manager. He worked very close with Adam Hollyoake, very successful, and one of the best man managers I certainly ever played under.
Still takes care of, is it the Reed School where Medlicott? Are you still involved in the school cricket around the place as well?
I am, yes. And Keith Medlicott built up a reputation of, I mean, he's almost a Barbadian citizen. That's how many times he's been there. And he tends to organise annual school tours to Barbados. Well, who wouldn't if you can get it done and do it? And yeah, he's certainly spent plenty of time over there in the Caribbean. But Reeds has got a lovely indoor cricket hall, and Meadows leads the cricket there.
Flashed, gone. Not a good dismissal. Playing wide of his body, thick edge and pouched at first slip. Wheel gets a third. Surrey lose their fifth. Not long after lunch, 129 for 5.
Well, it's a shot that Dan Lawrence will regret. Unquestionably, rash shot. Lack of concentration there. Thinking that the ball was a bit fuller than it was. And perhaps when you haven't spent long at the crease in match conditions, it's a sort of delivery that you perhaps go after, trying to hit on the up, away from his body. So it was width, certainly plenty of width, but the ball did move away, and it was nowhere near a half volley. He went after it in an uncontrolled fashion, flew to first slip, quite smartly taken, and off you go. It only takes one misjudgment. As a batsman, it can be a harsh world to live in.
Albert there with his third catch of the innings, now moved from second to first slip, safe back there. And Wheel in the book again, as you say, looking to drive on the up. And the outswing that we've seen pretty consistently from Wheel as well throughout the innings, both spells that he bowled before lunch. His natural shape away, and we saw that again here, and that's what was the undoing of Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, and look, Hampshire, who won the toss and decided to bowl, they will feel absolutely vindicated at lunch to have Surrey 4 wickets down, and of course to get this one after lunch. We were talking about the importance of the batsmen getting through this initial period, that they would be tested by Abbott and Wheel, but could they get their way through and build a partnership for the team? And of course they've lost this early wicket, and you just feel that perhaps there's a little bit of a early season rustiness in terms of the decision making of the batsmen, but equally the decision making, the mentality of what is there to hit and what I must respect, because there is still some lateral movement in the air and off the pitch. And so Surrey find themselves in a spot of bother, and actually walking to the wicket is one of their more consistent players. Perhaps it's because there is less expectation on Ryan Patel, but he doesn't seem to bat with ego. When I've watched him play, he does an excellent job wherever he's asked to bat, and he's been in quite a few different positions.
Had a great season last year, Ryan Patel. Instrumental to Surrey completing their three-peat in here, in behind it straight away. But yeah, Patel, that century he made here against Essex in the second dig was the definition of match winning. A season scattered with 70. He's got an important 40 odd here against Hampshire when they were absolutely on a roll on evening one in this corresponding fixture last season. I think there's an argument that he was actually Surrey's player of the year last year. From limited opportunities, you look at the sample size, he's seldom picked when all the England players are about. Although, in here this week, quite a few blokes above him who play for England on a consistent basis. Flashing pass backward point. Might have just been dragged in by Dawson. Hard to tell. No, he's happy with it. Being signalled a boundary, so he's off the mark. Wasn't in complete control, but only had one man to beat.
Yeah, touch short here from Will. Just going across the left-hander. Back foot punch, but just away from the body. but he gets reward. Small boundary on that side of the ground, so he's off and running. 3 slips in though.
His other 100 last year was against Durham here, which proved to be the game that wrapped up the title for Surrey as well. So he can be really proud of the season he put together, having had such limited opportunities the previous year. You go back 1 year before that, he played every single game in 2022. Just kind of got shuffled out when Dom Sibley rocked up. Not unreasonably, I understand why Sibley was higher up the pecking order, but yeah, great to see a guy go back to the twos and then really earn a spot back in the first team. Successful over for the visitors, 133 for 5. Andrew Sampson with us as well. G'day, Samo.
Well, g'day again. Dan Lawrence, yeah, he got 175 against Worcestershire last year in June. He's had 13 first-class innings since then. I see, I see your face there. It's not good. 196 runs at 15.07 with a best of 35. It's including the 3 test matches he played against Sri Lanka.
That's a rut. And for a player as talented as him, he's going to have to find a way out of it. But the good news is that we're at the very start of a new season. So much cricket back-to-back for Lawrence coming up. Has the chance to find his way out the other end. Don't think we've mentioned Dom Sibley in the 25 minutes since lunch, Ramps. So often the case that just plugging away, doing his thing, 98 balls, absorbing plenty of pressure. Another guy who arguably went under the radar last year. 850 odd runs, few hundreds, as important as anyone to what Surrey achieved in 2024.
Well, he provides stability, doesn't he? He does a good job, and he is under the radar, and he's perhaps unappreciated to some degree. But this is what he's good at. Yep. He's calm, he's composed. If you're batting first in a 4-day game, he will give Surrey's innings some composure and a calmer rhythm to it. And I suppose some of the shot players will say, yes, we can bat around him, but I still think that some of the shot players that we've seen today, you know, they've got their decision making wrong. As Hampton comes back in, straying down the leg side there. Not sure whether Sibley got a bat on that. We'll have to wait and see. Could be led by.
Looking for that signal, yeah. Just 100 balls now, Sibley.
I often talked, because what Dom Sibley also made strides forward in white ball cricket last year for Surrey. So, look, the modern day player has to be able to switch, and quite quickly, to different formats. I always talk to players about, well, what are your key basics for T20 cricket and what are your key basics for 4-day cricket? It would strike me that 4-day cricket, you're looking to play the ball late. Another forward defensive shot, solid forward defensive shot from Dom Sibley. Yeah, be really clear on what your basics are. So when you play well, often players who play well in 4-day cricket, they play the ball quite late. They have a calm, composed rhythm to their batting and therefore to their decision making. And I think like Ollie Pope has lacked that quite a lot. He's looked frenetic at the start of his innings. I think Jamie Smith started well today, but got a bit carried away, and to get caught third man I think is careless. And Dan Lawrence, well, again, I think a perfect opportunity here for just to play the ball on its merit for a while, and not to worry about this phrase about putting the pressure back on the bowler. If you're at the crease, you are putting pressure on the bowlers, and you sort of earn the right in your first half an hour of your innings to grow into your innings, to get yourself in, and things will get easier as you go along.
Leaves alone happily out there, 135 for 30. 135 for 5. Interesting that point you make about putting pressure back on. That's very much in vogue, isn't it? About the idea of if you are there, part of your job is applying pressure, but you don't hear quite so much about absorbing pressure. No. Whether there's sometimes a better balance to be struck in those two things.
Well, I get the feeling that the national side seem to, come what may, regardless of the conditions of the pitch, the bowling, the field, come what may, it seems to be that putting pressure back on the bowler is scoring runs. And we saw that with Ben Duckett going after the hook shot in the Ashes Test match at Lords.
Yep.
There's been numerous other examples. But actually, putting a partnership together as 2 batsmen after lunch for half an hour puts a lot of pressure on Hampshire. And now, as it is, this is one of the few teams that actually possess a very good spin bowler in Liam Dawson, but a lot of teams don't. So when the ball gets older and stops moving around, they don't really have a go-to spinner. And so therefore, you in terms of what the team requires, that partnership will grow, and for the batters who get in, things will get easier. So yeah, I think Dan Lawrence will feel a real opportunity missed for him personally.
And the frenetic nature of Pope's brief innings this morning. And of course, you're judging it on him having not gotten set. Always got to be mindful that it's never easy getting set on morning one when you've been sent in against high quality bowling on a track that's giving something. But still, this the disposition out there is in keeping with other innings we've seen of Pope lately. It's just, again, it's a period in his career where it's not to say he hasn't made meaningful contributions, of course he has, but his ceiling is so high, again, to come back to that jargon, that there's an expectation this would be the most productive time, when he'd be the most consistent, when just trying to find his way on that front. Yeah, and I don't know whether it is the different formats in Ollie Pope's. I've got a lot of sympathy for Dan Lawrence in his circumstances, being moved around. He's playing T10 tournaments here and there. He's playing Test cricket. It's been very disjointed, so I've got a lot of sympathy for him. Ollie Pope, I don't think it's quite the same thing. Today he pushed really hard at a ball that was on a good length. And as a top order player, and as a classy player as he is, he just doesn't seem to quite back his defence. And that's an important element. When you look at a player, you often look at the attacking shots, but actually I look at a lot of the defensive shots as well. Can you look secure at the wicket? Can you leave the ball in a way that's you're watching the ball closely and you've got everything covered? And at the moment, Ollie Pope, I don't see that. If he blocks a couple, he's running down the wicket the next ball, and it just looks a bit frenetic, particularly early on in his innings. And against this type of attack in first-class cricket, surely on a good pitch, yes, there'll be a little bit of seam movement, but you can trust your defence, you can play in innings. It's good for you as an individual, but also it's what the team requires. Could be the last ball or wheels spell. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sonny Baker get another crack here, Ramps. It's impressive, wasn't he? Yeah. Believe the hype, I reckon. Ooh, played off middle stump, but worked fine and worked well by Sibley. That's where he's so strong. The bowler takes a tumble wheel in his follow through, helped up by Sibley after dispatching it to the rope. 7 runs from the over, 142 for 5. None better in the game of putting this type of delivery away. Sibley sort of backing across his stumps, just going with the angle and using the pace of the delivery very nicely. On to 39 for him. Andrew Sampson is still with us. What doing?
I am still with you. Sibley, talking about him just hanging around and other guys batting around him and stuff. He's 39 out of 142, 25% of the runs. So I decided I'd have a look at his career record and what percentage of runs he scores while he's batting. And of players who've scored 5,000 or more first-class runs since Sibley made his debut, his percentage of team runs, which is 41.25, just over 40%, is the second lowest of anyone in the world in that percentage. A chap called Madua Wanapura is slightly lower at 40.89.
Okay.
Are there some conclusions that we can draw from that?
Well, you can probably see it from watching him bat that he doesn't score as quickly as the other guys around him, but he sticks around, doesn't he?
Yes, and that is, it's a fascinating point, because we're going to judge the importance of his contributions by runs and not necessarily the periods that he gets through, the difficult periods that he may get through as an opening batsman when the ball's moving around.
Yep.
I think for the first time today, unless I missed something before lunch, Ramps, we're going to have a look at the ball box. Yeah. The umps have called for that. Got here this week Graham Lloyd and Martin Saggers, two very experienced men. It's gone through the rings, or not, as it were. And out comes the box of dukes. So we've only played 36 overs. Long way to go today. Not a great sign that it's already out of shape.
Just coming back to Dom Sibley's contribution to the team, it just reminds me of so many conversations around dressing rooms that I was in, where we really wanted to recognise people who did absorb pressure and had periods or passages of play where the opposition were on top, but we managed to withstand what they could throw at us, and then someone else, it may not be Dom Sibley, or it may not be that person who's got a really tough, gritty 25, but someone else might cash in because of the hard work that they've put in. And I think Dom Sibley does that sort of job for Surrey.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, there are enough stroke players around in this 11 anyway, so.
So not far from the resumption here.
I'm not quite sure whether they've actually changed that ball. I would imagine they have, having gone to the box, that they were intent on changing that.
I always wonder which balls end up in there. I come back to the well-advanced theory about that box of 2018 balls that everybody loved so much, which ended up in the box in 2019. Well, no, it didn't end up in the box. It was Broad and Anderson said we want them for the Ashes in 19. The ones that were doing bits in 18. And whether any of them are still floating around. Are any of those 2018 Dukes still in the box? They're the ones you want.
I tell you what I found in my bag the other day was a ball that we used in the West Indies series back in about 2018, and that was just hard as nails. I must have thrown about 400 overs with it. It's still rock hard. It's still got the gold writing on. So there was a period in the West Indies where they used the Dukes, but I think they had a harder lacquer to last longer in those sort of dry, abrasive conditions.
So Hampton following the sun. Just finished his season in New Zealand. Over here doing his thing for a couple of months at Hampshire. Doing exactly what's asked of him there. Making Patel make a good decision every ball so far.
Yeah, he spread it around actually pre-lunch. Often bowlers miss one side of the wicket, but he had it going both sides, and that could be a bit unnerving for a bowler and for the wicketkeeper and the slips. Having had a change of end there, looks like he's round the wicket here to Patel and looking to just sort of angle it in, maybe take it away to the slip cordon. So far it's been a sort of more controlled effort from this end.
Only lost one game last year, Hampshire, to finish second. So last 5 years they've gone second, third, fourth, third, which gives a sense of a team that's been right there in contention, a bit like Somerset really, right there without getting over the line. It's been a long time since the last time that Hampshire won it. Going back to 1973, won Division 2 in 14, but the top flight last championship was 1973. So desperate, along with Somerset, of course, who've never won it, to start the season well. Daniel, read your text, Daniel, read your text. Quickish shingle, but through. Keeps the strike. Patel is 7, 143 for 5. So we've had 8 overs, 8.1 overs to be precise, since 8.2 even, my apologies, since we came back. Surrey lost Dan Lawrence not long after that for 6. Caught at first slip from the bowling of Wheel. 129 for 5 in this period, put on 14 since then. Adam Collins and Mark Ramprakash with you. The Surrey Ultras up there, Peter May boys up on screen. They're every single day up at in that Peter May Terrace part of the SSE stand. Very strident supporters of the club in every possible way. So Wheel does continue. One more burst for the skipper, 86 mile an hour. And our gut feel, Ramps, is that what you see on these speed guns might be a mile or 2 slower, or 3 or 4 slower than you might see on the telly.
Yes, I totally go along with that. Yeah, it does raise an eyebrow now and again when I see some of the speeds.
Especially in the 100.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But Hampshire, of course, what do you think about the James Vince situation and of course the ripple effect it will have on the club?
Well wide there and signalled accordingly. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because there's the added complication of what happened to his house last year, and I don't think anyone really understands the full story there, nor should we. It's not our business, but how that's fed into the decision to move country altogether. White ball deal, of course, available for England in white ball formats. I mean, it wasn't the craziest, I don't think, anyway, the craziest thought in the world to consider him for the white ball captaincy or at least the one-day component of that. They've gone the logical route there with Harry Brook, given he performed that role last year against Australia. But still, Vince has been such a supremely capable player at this level. Hampshire's leading run scorer again last season. It's going to mean an awful lot, him missing, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like at the end of an era, to be honest.
Yeah,
and I know that people like Liam Dawson and Abbott are still there, but such was Vince's influence over the club through this, successful period. Yeah, I think it's quite significant. And just looking at the batting lineup, if they had to bat today first, Hampshire, that would have been a tough ask. They've got some young players in there. Mark Stoneman, of course, probably in his very much in his twilight years. So there's a different complexion about the Hampshire that you read out, have performed so creditably in recent years.
Ramps jumping out. Catch him later on. Great to have the Surrey legend with us on the stream this year, Mark Ramprakash. And Wisden.com, young gun journo Katya Witney joining us for the first time, or at least with me. I know she was on earlier today. Hello, Katya. How you doing?
Hello. Second time in a row I've been replacing Ramps, and I feel like that's thoroughly stitched up.
Yes, we were amending the rotor on the go there, but with you for a moment crossing over, then Daniel will replace me in a sec. So we'll be a little bit ships in the night here. As Ryan Patel works his way into it. An important partnership here. If Hampshire find a way to get their claws into this session, that would probably constitute with Surrey's batting lineup 2 or 3 in this first hour after the long break. Then they get a nice big look on day one, which would mean an awful lot to a visiting team. You seldom see it. Team stitching together 2 or 3 good sessions against Surrey at home.
Especially not last year either with this fixture.
Yeah.
A year ago.
Playing straight to finish. So Daniel Norcross in for me with Surrey at 144 for 5. So
yeah, Hampshire come out strong again after the lunch break. Got the wicket of Dan Lawrence, although Dan Lawrence had a lot to play in that dismissal as well. Dom Sibley still there on 39, not out, 105 balls.
Well, it's a precarious position Surrey find themselves in, but there's been plenty in the pitch. It's not a bad pitch by any means. There's just something in it if you bowl in the right place. It's a classic April pitch with some grass on. Every side tries to make conditions that suit themselves. This is a perfectly normal thing to do. And for Surrey, with the plethora of fast bowlers, they'd love to win the toss, but they just need to guts it out here. get up as close to 300 as they can. That may seem a bit of a way away, but in this reverse fixture last year, Surrey were 44 for 4 at one stage, and Jordan Clark struck an unbeaten 100. Rory Burns got 100. So Surrey will be hoping that Patel, Sibley and Jordan Clark to come can provide similar, and actually they'll be very encouraged by the way Matt Fisher batted last week in Chelmsford. I mean, it shouldn't have surprised me, particularly Katya. I was watching quite a lot of it because he's got a decent first class record, averages 18 with the bat, got a couple of half centuries, but he looked very correct, good working order. So I think we ran a stat some years ago. I think you may have helped out with this one, Andrew. What a surprise. Concerning, I'll come to it after this ball because it's again complicated. He's got hold of that, not perfectly timed, but it'll dribble onto the rope for 4. Good attacking intent from Ryan Patel. He'd love to feel a couple come out of the middle of that bat, and it takes him up to double figures. He goes to 11 with that. It was a no ball as well, so the Surrey 150 comes up. 2 runs for a no ball in County Championship cricket. Yeah, the stat involved the highest average per wicket after the loss of your 5th wicket. And the reason why this is important to me is that, and I hope that Andrew Sampson's going to bear out what I say here, that good batting sides tend to negate each other in a way, don't they? Because you're looking at people averaging 40, 41, 42, so maybe against 37, 38, 39. When you times that by 5, you've not got very many runs. The difference between sides who can win the championship and the ones that don't is often how many runs they score after their 5th wicket falls. And I forget the precise stat. I thought it was something like 8 out of 10 years. And when we did this stat, I do not know. So let's get Andrew Sampson to crunch the numbers again. The sides with the best average after the loss of the 5th wicket won the championship. And you know, we always look for what makes a good championship winning team. Bowling, obviously, the ability to take wickets, but also the ability to dig in, because new balls will take wickets. Bowlers are allowed to bowl well. And we've seen today that when that ball was new, Brad Wheel and Abbott, to a degree Baker, were getting the ball to do a fair bit, to move around a bit and take in the edge. There have not been many, you know, sort of bad balls that have taken wickets. Oh, it's a start of a new term feel here. It's lovely. Familiar faces popping into boxes.
Yeah, I mean, you feel the pitch might come into play as well. There was a few that died on the carry through this morning. There was one that fell just short of first slip. A few that died on their way to the keeper. So there's enough to keep both sides interested.
Oh, most definitely. 152 for 5. Have we been round the grounds recently, Katya? Because, do you know, I have no idea what is going on in the County Championship today, which is very unlike me. Normally, I'm just scanning my phone.
Don't think we have.
Because Sussex are batting first against a Somerset side who've basically been in the field for a week. Obviously not literally, but
Sussex are 146 for 5 at the minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had that great century from John Simpson last week, and he's out there on 5 not out.
What a signing he's proved to be, eh?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Is it 700s for Sussex now?
Something like that. Well, he was the driving force behind their promotion campaign last year. He's really turned that, not turned the side around, because I feel like they were already on their way up when he got there, but he's really provided that kind of extra guidance, if you like, that they needed. And to go down to Hove as well at the stage of career he's in, it's almost like a new lease of life.
Yep, it's worked out very well for him. His very good friend Stephen Finn, of course, did the same, but for him, it didn't work out quite as well. Injuries putting paid to his career. the Middlesex to Sussex pipeline. I didn't see that one suddenly appearing.
No, but I guess a new challenge I interviewed him actually just before the start of the season last year, and then again at the end, and he was full of the new challenges at the end of the career lines.
Yep. Well, he was very, very unlucky not to play Test cricket for England. He did eventually get his chance, didn't he, in the one day the COVID year, yeah.
When they had to pick an entirely new squad with 2 days' notice or something like that.
That's right. And he did rather well. I think to remember him pulling off a terrific stumping. But I thought it was scandalous. He was overlooked when poor James Bracey, was given the nod, batting out of position, suddenly elevated at Lords to keep for England, when there was a ready-made, obvious alternative. Somebody who has kept all his life at Lords in John Simpson, it seemed. There are very few selection decisions that look completely bonkers, but that felt pretty bonkers.
Yeah, I was at that game at Edgbaston. It was Bracey's second game as a 19-year-old fan, and never seen a crowd quite so almost apologetic watching a batter come out.
Well, the thing is, he's much better than that, and it was just sometimes you feel the duty of care is not quite there. It's a bit like Darren Pattinson. Wasn't a bad selection, but found out at the very, very last minute, didn't he? Josh Hull, for example, here at the Oval, the end of last season.
But I guess when you're what was Hull, like still a teenager, 19, 20, there's a slightly different feel to it than a selection of someone like Bracey years ago now.
Bouncer, I've not seen too many of those today. 83 miles an hour nearly from Sonny Baker, but Patel's not going to have anything to do with that. There are two men out for that shot. If he were to take it on and not quite get it, there's a long leg, and then there's a deep square leg, but because the boundary is so vast out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School side, that fielder is in, I want to say 25 yards maybe from the boundary for the top edge. He's got that fine. That'll be 4. He's got a little tickle on that as well. So it's runs for Patel. Very nicely glanced. Gave the keeper no chance. Plays it nice and late and takes it with the angle, with Baker coming round the wicket to him. It's an authentic shot. There are two men behind square on the leg side. Fletcher Middleton down here. Good to see that whatever happened to his finger when he didn't quite take that catching opportunity before lunch is not serious enough to keep him off the field. That's a good angry response from a bowler, isn't it? I like that.
Yeah.
Banging another bouncer.
If you're looking around the counties, did you see who opened for Leicestershire this morning?
I did not see who opened for Leicestershire this morning.
Rahan Ahmed.
He opened the batting.
Opened the batting for Leicestershire, scored 13.
I mean, he's quite a pugnacious batter. It's an interesting place to bat him. You would think I could see him as a 5 or 6. Opening seems quite ambitious.
Yeah, bowled by Zach Chappell, 20 balls, 13.
Well, we better get more of these scores at the end of this over. We've just got 1 ball to go in the over. Pulls that. It'll just be the single, though, on this occasion. It's Middleton. Can field down in front of us. End of the over. Surrey 159 for 5. Just trying to rebuild the regular loss of wickets to date. So let's go round the grounds, Katya Witney. Tell me more.
So Notts are currently 5 wickets down against Essex. They were 2 for 4. 4 for 2 at one point.
We're not in Australia just because Colo's been on.
I'm still working on Australia time from the winter.
Right.
4 for 2 early on, then 27 for 3, but have recovered to 122 for 5 with Carl Verena.
He's made it. He's here.
Yes, he is
missed
here.
the first round of championship matches, but
And he's currently 20 not out with Lyndon James, who scored a century last week.
he did, didn't he? Yeah. He's a very handy cricketer, Lyndon James.
Then you've got Durham, who are 148 for 2 against Warwickshire.
I'm on McKinney watch.
Are you?
Yes. Any news?
61 not out.
Oh, I heard somebody from very much inside the game, by which I mean an ex-player now coach, say absolutely sincerely that he's the nearest thing.
That's what Graham Swan said over the winter.
Wasn't Graham Swan I was thinking of, but this guy said to me he's the nearest thing I've seen to Joe Root. Joe Root levels of touch and time and whatnot.
Well, he's 61 not out at the minute, batting with David Beddingham.
Oh, there could be runs there.
He was 44 not out of 76 balls.
Durham were my early season tip, but I did that last year as well to try and jinx them. It worked.
Durham were also my early season tip.
Oh, good. Maybe we both jinxed them. Not because I have anything against Durham, but of course I am, and I'm allowed to be on this broadcast, fiercely partisan. Is that all of the first division? We've got one more.
Last match in Division 1 is Yorkshire, Worcestershire. Yorkshire 154 for 2 in Leeds. Johnny Bairstow's the next man in.
Who are we looking at there in that Yorkshire side? Wharton?
Yep. Adam Lyde still batting.
He's had a good start to the season. Batted well last week, didn't he, in a losing cause?
Yep, and he's got a half century. Darren Milan is in the middle at the minute.
It's quite a powerful top order, isn't it?
It is. I was thinking if they get Root and Brook in together as well, that's quite the side.
Harry Brook did say he wanted to play a couple of games, didn't he, before the start of the Test match summer. You'd think Joe Root will as well. When do they play Surrey?
Not sure.
Oh, actually, I think we'll be okay, folks, because I believe that England will probably have a training camp before the Zimbabwe Test, and I think the Surrey-Yorkshire game is the middle of May, 16th or so of May. So
no strategic.
I mean, it was silly. It would be wonderful to see Joe Root and Harry Brook here as well.
With Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith as well.
Yep. Ollie Pope scored a great 100 against Yorkshire when it contained all those players here at the Oval some years back. Andrew Sampson has got something for us. It's the end of the over, 161 for 5. Drum roll.
Drum roll? I'm sure it needs a drum roll. Your last 5 wicket stat.
Yeah.
I've just had a look, just at the last 3 seasons.
Last 3, okay.
The ones that Surrey have won. So it was very much the case in 2022, where Surrey's last 5 wickets averaged 39.67 per wicket.
Per wicket? I mean, that's basically 200 runs after the loss of the 5th wicket.
Yep. I mean, nobody else averaged more than 28.2.
QED, KW.
That was in 2022. 2023, when Surrey won, they were the 3rd highest runs per wicket for the last 5 wickets, 29.02. So last 5 wickets, 145. Last season, they were the 6th highest. They were actually in the bottom half of the table on that stat at 26.7.
39 is amazing, though.
It is, yeah. Hampshire, actually, who came second, obviously, last year, averaged 33.13 for their last
with Liam Dawson
5 wickets. Liam Dawson, no doubt, yeah. A lot of Dawson and a few others, yeah.
Ben Brown. Dawson Brown. They probably had quite a lot of 6th wicket partnerships, I should think.
I can have a look. Although I believe we have a special guest coming in to have a chat with you.
We do have a special guest. I'm very, very delighted to say.
So there we go.
A man I got to know in Florida about 10 months ago. A very soggy Florida at the time. That's nicely played by Sibley. Straight back past the bowler. Not sure it's going to reach the boundary. It's just a gentle push, but he'll come back easily for 3. Surrey continue to rebuild after the loss of Dan Lawrence. Another man caught in the cord, and the slips have been kept busy today. Ryan Patel is with him, a man who's not unfamiliar with batting high up the order. Of course, he's opened for Surrey many times. He's batted at 3. Scored some very important centuries over the years for Surrey, and well, It's a very important time for him to be batting here. So let me introduce our new guest. Well, I say that I don't know your surname. I didn't know you was Nate. But he's a man with perhaps not the most obvious cricketing accent, but one that we should be getting more used to since there was a World Cup in the USA last year. And I bumped into you in Florida. Were you stadium announcer?
Yes, I was the ground announcer at the Florida venue. Unfortunately, with all that rain that we had.
It wasn't ideal, was it?
No, I was announcing the weather more than anything.
We were a little bit unlucky. That is a big booming wide. We were a little bit unlucky to arrive in Florida at a time when a state of emergency was called. Some of the most amazing floods that had been seen in quite some time. And it wiped out. There was a game that might have been consequential. I think the first of the three there was important, wasn't it?
I think all of them had some weight, except for the very last one, which was the one that we actually got to see.
Was that Pakistan Island?
That was the one we actually got to see. The first was Sri Lanka versus Nepal.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to that.
Me too, yeah.
And actually quite a lot of Nepalese fans turned up. That is gloriously clipped away. Well fielded on the boundary. That is such a familiar shot from Dom Sibley. He loves it on the pads. Frequently you'll see captains place a sort of catching mid-wicket for that shot, but there is a gap out towards the man on the boundary, and he edges ever closer to a half-century. After the first innings failure at Chelmsford, he bounced back with a really good second innings. It's a mainstay of Surrey's resistance on the last day, and he's been going pretty well today. So Nate, we brought you in because you're here, but also because you have some profile on social media. You're an American who loves cricket, but most significantly for me, this is your first time outside North America.
Yes.
It's your first time at an English cricket ground.
Yeah, I had to see some first-class cricket at the probably the most beautiful venue I can imagine.
Correct. Well done. Honestly, we haven't got a gun to his head. We can prove this by putting the cameras on. And well, it's the oldest test ground outside Australia.
Yeah, it's
older than Lord's.
It is. It maybe the home, or it might be the real home.
Well, Colo likes to call it the people's home of cricket. I consider it the most obvious home of cricket. 168 for 5, 42 overs gone. Surrey going in exactly 4 and over here. So what have you made of it? Seeing, because this is a different kind of cricket from that you'd be used to. You would never have seen a red ball game, I'm guessing.
I've never seen a red ball game, no, not in person. But red ball was the first cricket I watched, while it was happening. The first clip I ever saw was from the 2015 World Cup. But after that, I paid attention. I wanted to learn about it, and so I started watching England. And an Eastern time zone in the USA, it starts at 6 a.m., which means I could put it on and have it on during the day.
Because you're American, 6 o'clock in the morning is like when you get up. Because in England, that's like, I've still got 4 hours to go.
Well, the time I was working from home on Friday and Monday, so it was perfect.
Oh, that is lovely, isn't it?
Don't tell my boss, of course.
No. Well, he or she may be glued to the Surrey live stream. You never know. But
might be.
Yeah.
Maybe after today.
So you would then, how did you, so I'm always interested in this when people are a bit older, how they teach themselves a game, because it's so hard for me to remember what that was like, because I'd have been watching it since I was like 5 years old, sat in front of my dad. So I don't remember being baffled or trying to piece things together.
Well, it was a lot of scorecard watching. Once I figured out the scorecard, and once I figured out the score bug on the TV and what all that meant, it was a little bit easier to follow. Before I could even really find regular cricket to watch, I was very curious about it, and I would just watch the ball by ball online, because trying to get, at the time in 2015, trying to get little streams to watch came with viruses often. So
oh, right, okay. Yeah.
So it was just watching highlight packages that I could find.
Did you have friends who liked cricket as well, or were you figuring this all out by yourself?
I actually was introduced by some coworkers. So I work in tech, and therefore there's a lot of people from South Asia that I work with, and they were talking about cricket one time around the water cooler, and I was like, let me find out about this sport. I know it has a good history, and I know it crosses paths with baseball. My dad was a big baseball history buff, and so I heard about it a little bit. But yeah, just being curious about what others enjoy.
People often talk about baseball and football and sort of compare them. I've always found that the thing that I think baffles both sets of supporters of the game, baffles or at least is one of the things that's the hardest barrier to overcome, is that of course in baseball you don't get a bat all day.
Yeah.
And similarly, I guess if you're a baseballer, you're thinking, surely this guy can't be allowed to leave the ball all day. And
I think the biggest thing is that people try to make it apples to apples, but it's not. They're very different sports, and I think when you strip away the baseball, like coming from a baseball background, I played baseball in college. So initially, when I first saw cricket, I was trying to do that. I was trying to, what's the equivalent of a strike? What's a ball? What's an out? All these things. Only some things are apples to apples, but if you strip that away, it's a very easy sport to understand, I believe.
I'm glad you said that, because I think baseball's easy to understand. I think cricket's easy to understand. End of the over, 168 for 5, maiden on this occasion. I guess that one of the other differences is that cricket comes in these different guises, 20 overs, 50, and many days, and so it's hard to imagine an equivalent baseball version of that,
That excited me. Well, in baseball there is an equivalent. In high school you typically have 7-inning games instead of a 9-inning game. In college, when I was in college, we would play double headers sometimes, and those would be 2 7-inning games out of conference.
But I guess you're not all that's happening there is you're limiting the amount of time over which you judge, whereas
it doesn't change the rules very much. You don't have
the jeopardy's different, isn't it? For the batter in 20 overs,
yes,
he's got to go harder.
Yes, and that's I was very drawn to the various formats, how different they were. Ooh, look at that.
Now, the American cricket scene, a lot of people will be ignorant of it for obvious reasons. I was stunned by the amount of interest. I did the opening game in Dallas. It was a wonderful atmosphere. Oh,
amazing game.
Unbelievable game of cricket with Aaron Jones, who the great American writer Peter Della Penna was adamant shouldn't have been in the team, kept saying it on air with us on Test Match Special. It was very, very funny. Oh, now it's got hold of that really well. That's racing away.
Well, you just summoned Aaron Jones there with that shot.
Well, it was very Aaron Jonesian, wasn't it? A beautiful pivot, swivel, and pull, and that is a long old boundary out to the Archbishop Tillotson School side. But just take a look at this again. That might be, for me, the shot of the day. Lovely whip of the wrists over that.
Yeah, overtake some of those shots from Jamie Smith earlier. It's good to have a left-hander in after all those right-handers in Surrey's middle order.
It is, isn't it? There aren't too many left-handers in the Surrey squads. Ollie Sykes, who performed well for the second 11 in the last few days. That's nicely pulled round the corner. Won't be 4 though. There's a couple of fielders out there for the short ball, which Ryan Patel seems happy to take on. And anyway, to get back to that World Cup, that day was amazing in Dallas. It had been so soggy, but Aaron Jones had that brilliant performance. And then we went to New York, in inverted commas. We were on Long Island. I mean, it is to New York what Guildford is to London, really, isn't it? I mean, it's not exactly central New York. But they created this pop-up stadium, literally just out of nowhere. And it was seething. It was full for Pakistan, India. I think Bangladesh played there, didn't they?
Yeah, and USA, India.
Yeah.
It was anybody's game. I think USA actually benefited from that. The associate nations always play on the more difficult pitches, and so they understand, or they're more used to. Not that a full member nation can't do this. Of course they can, But they're in a T20 game, they're even used to adapting and trying to play out the full 20 occasionally because the wickets need some work.
Yeah, they were tough wickets on Long Island. It was, as I remember, that the first game, the pitch was actually perilous. South Africa were playing against Sri Lanka from memory, and Anrich Norcross was not somebody you wanted to face on a pitch that was very much going, I was going to say up and down, it was basically up. And it was no picnic, and we thought, uh-oh.
Pitch was up, batter was down,
Yeah. And it had been brought, the pitch had been brought from Australia, hadn't it? I think
Yeah.
Adelaide, was it Adelaide groundsman?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe you're correct, yeah.
And they solved this by putting a truly astounding amount of water on the pitch.
And I think you mentioned earlier the Dallas venue.
Yeah.
And how if you look at every game in that Dallas venue was phenomenal. All of those were tremendous. So we're on the rise.
Well, it struck me, because I was at Dallas and Fort Lauderdale, that these felt like two venues that were cricket grounds. The difference with the Long Island business was that they'd sort of built, it was a big park that they'd put together, and it was an incredible spectacle because there were 30,000 people coming in to watch at 10:45 in the morning, so it had to be early in order to be perfect for Indian time, didn't it?
Yeah.
And so, there were people who were making their way out to this place. It's not the easiest place to get to. And the place was filling up really, really early. The atmosphere was incredible. But those other two venues, they felt like cricket grounds to me.
Yeah, they did. It's a real shame we only got one of the four at the Florida venue, obviously. And as you said, it was a record for Miami rain at that point in time, which is saying a lot because it rains there a lot.
Are you from that neck of the woods?
No, I'm originally from D.C., but I live in North Carolina now, which is close enough.
And North Carolina, they will nick a single here. North Carolina that's got a bit of a cricket scene going.
It does, and I am lucky to be a part of that. I get to do commentary for the Morrisville Raptors of the minor league cricket team there, and we have just a beautiful venue with lights, and it's a proper cricket ground with four pitch square, and it was put in by the same. The guy who put the wicket in was the same fella who did David Agnew, who did the Dallas venue.
Aye, yeah.
So it's a great pitch.
Agnew, what an auspicious name.
Australian.
I don't think our Aggers would be happy to discover that, Katya. There's the lead commentator on Tasman Special.
Okay.
Who has been around since 1990. That was his first game. 1991. Might have been 1991. I beg his pardon. So
Wow.
34 years at the helm.
Wow.
Agnew.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The Dallas venue, that's MLC or used for MLC, right?
Yes, that's Major League Cricket. Yep.
How much has the Major League Cricket kind of broken through into consciousness in America?
It's got a ways to go. I think it's got a ways to go, but I think it's doing a good job right now. Right now, the plan initially is, as a startup, you want to capture the low-hanging fruit, which would be people who are already cricket fans. They haven't really gotten fully into the phase of let's get new people to watch the game. It's we need to legitimize the league for the fans that already exist in the USA, and there are a lot of them. And I think this year they're traveling to 3 venues to play games instead of just the 2 last season.
So is it mostly at the moment that the South Asian diaspora is getting involved and driving cricket in America?
Yes, we couldn't do this without that diaspora. That's for certain. That's definitely the 90+% of the cricket viewing in the USA, which is not that unusual, really, when you look at international cricket. I believe 95+% of all cricket viewers are from South Asia.
Absolutely.
A good percentage of the others seem to be here.
Well, I mean, America is a melting pot, so it makes sense.
It is
to make the most out of.
It is definitely
diaspora.
It's definitely one of our strengths is the diversity there, and there's something for everybody, and that's what I love about the ground that we have in Morrisville. Is the town served the people. We have 20,000 South Asians in the town of Morrisville, North Carolina. So they decided the town actually built this cricket ground, and it's got lights, and we have games there that have upwards of 2,000 people show up for games under the lights on a Friday night. It's amazing.
Oh, he's gone after that. He's lucky not to get a little tickle. Through to the keeper. Baker still can't quite. Nah, his first wicket. 176 for 5, 45 overs gone. We're approaching halfway through the day. The over rate is just a tiny bit dilatory, but wickets have fallen today. Now there are some fine players in the MLC. Some that eschewed the 100. I mean, Pat Cummins, did he not play
Yes, last
MLC?
season. Yeah, Pat Cummins was in there last season.
So just see a little replay of this from around the wicket. Oh, that's close to taking the edge. Kyle Abbott.
Patel's ready to score. It looks like right now, the last couple of overs.
So Sonny Baker, can he capitalise on just a little bit of jitters perhaps appearing? Tom Sibley on the brink of his second half century in this year's county championship.
I cannot stop myself getting distracted by that stutter he has in his run-up. It's really
Weird,
off-putting.
isn't it?
It's so weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it clearly works for him, but it's very odd to look at. And
Throws off the broadcasting timing. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
It really does.
Well, I mean, if you want stutters in a bowling action, look no further than Nathan Ellis. There's a fair bit happens there until he gets fully into his stride. Gone quite full to Dominic Sibley, gone shorter to Ryan Patel. It's a general rule. So, what's the kind of do you hope to see happen after that World Cup? Because to me, it felt like an unqualified success, the rain notwithstanding, in terms of engagement and seeing the crowds. And the one sadness to me was, and my colleague Atif Nawaz is at the back of the box, so I've got to be careful how I phrase this. I'll come to it in a moment. I watched, I wasn't at the ground for this, but I watched the USA beat Pakistan. And I was watching that with Alex Hartley and Henry Moran in a restaurant in Manhattan with Alison Mitchell. And we were glued, we were so excited. This was just superb. And then we walked the skyline thing, and it was like it hadn't happened. It's like, guys, you just had the greatest victory in your career. Ooh, now there is a short ball. Like I said, he's not trying to bounce there against Dominic Sibley, but he's got one through there at 83 miles an hour.
Call that chin music in baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, chin music.
You're not allowed to do that, are you?
Yeah, well, you can throw at them, you just can't hit them. And if you do, they just get a base. It's not a big deal.
They get a bit annoyed though, don't
they?
They
do.
They do
That's
that
how you start fights.
Punchy thing, yeah.
Yeah, you get hurt, and that's how you start fights. But yeah, I understand what you said about. It didn't make as many ripples as you would have thought. I think it did in meme culture because the whole of course we're already good at it. You know, that's what a lot of people were saying. And then the whole thing with Saurabh Netravalkar being an engineer for Oracle, like that was
a great
funny.
Story, that wasn't it?
It was great. It was excellent. It's he deserves a lot of credit for he's a phenomenal cricketer. He really is a great cricketer, and he works very hard. And he has an incredible calmness to him. He's just got the right makeup. But yeah, I would have loved to see it make more waves. I think it's difficult though. I think some sustained success will be helpful. But yeah, that you talked about Atif. We did a pod about that, and we actually kind of said if they were going to make an upset, it was going to be Pakistan.
Yes, he took a lot of credit for that. End of the over, 46 goal, 176 for 5, 50 overs remaining of the day. Yes, I seem to remember he even predicted that. We did a preview TMS podcast for the T20 World Cup, and he was all over that prediction. So the USA were going to beat Pakistan. I just think he does it though to cover himself because he knew how monumentally disappointed he was going to be if it happened.
I'll tell you what though, you got to give him credit. He also predicted that Aaron Jones was going to go off in that World Cup.
Oh, did he?
He did. He predicted it before the World Cup. He predicted it. So he was the opposite of Peter Della Penna.
Yeah.
But I also...
That's no bad thing, incidentally.
I also have to... I'm going to blow the cover on you, Atif. He's been my host. I hate to do this to him.
No,
but I'll tell you why he picked Aaron Jones.
Okay.
He had just met him a few months before.
Oh, was that just the warehousey cricket stuff?
Yeah, this was the John Boy stuff for
John Boy.
Media.
Yeah. For those as you don't know, John Boy he does some absolutely brilliant explainers of cricket, and he did one of my favourites was the one he did for Shamar Joseph.
Yeah.
At where was it? Was it Brisbane? They won that. Brisbane. They won that
was
incredible
huge.
test.
That was amazing. Yeah.
And he does this wonderful analysis of like the last 10 minutes. And it's brilliant, actually. It's done in a way that's very accessible, whether you're English or American. But I could see how it would be very helpful if you were American.
You know, it's funny. Before John Boy even got into cricket, the cricket world knew who he was. I would talk to guys, Tim Cutlers or Dan Beswick down in Australia, and they were like, "Oh, we got to get this John Boy guy to do cricket stuff because he breaks things down so well." And then when he did jump into it, a lot of people got excited.
And he's another lover of baseball, isn't he? There's absolutely no reason why you can't be a lover of both.
No,
Andrew Sampson, who's next to you, obsessively watches the baseball.
Oh, I love both of the sports. They're different enough and similar enough you can appreciate them. I mean, who can't appreciate a diving catch in either of these sports? Yeah. Or a great throw, a throw from the 30-yard circle, aiming at one stumping, nailing it. That's amazing.
I suppose it's impossible to do, isn't it, in baseball? It's just the aesthetic that cricket has as an advantage over baseball is that when you throw a strike, you're relying on the umpire calling it, and nothing really happens if you get it through the little boxy thing rather than they just swing and miss.
Sure.
Whereas we have 3 very convenient sticks in the ground with 2 bails on top that they have a habit of doing spectacular things when they're hit.
That's true. It ends a lot of arguments too, I bet.
Well, it does. I mean, even when the ball hits it and the bails don't come off, because the bails are going to come off.
Right.
Simple as.
They still have to come off. That's the rule. It's cut and dry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's been funny. You were talking about John Boy. I helped him make the rules for a hybrid sport of baseball and cricket, which is what
I think I heard about this. Now we're going to keep you on. I've got to go off in about 1 ball's time.
Sure.
So I'm not going to let you go because I wanted you to talk about this. Leaves the last ball of the over. We've had a couple of maiden overs back to back here. Sibley will be on strike, seeking that 50th run. But first, Nate, tell us about this hybrid sport.
Oh, happily. Well, yeah, so John Boy has a lot of warehouse sports. He has a special warehouse where he plays a lot of kind of a wiffle ball style of a baseball game. And he wanted something that had a little more action. And so he was looking at hybridizing baseball and cricket to kind of create more ball-by-ball action. So he wanted to make something. He calls it the Ball and Play League. I helped him come up with the rules for that, and we've now filmed 3 seasons of that with some great commentary teams. Chris Rose, an American commentator who does a lot of NFL and Major League Baseball. We had Darren Sammy, and we had Melinda Farrell the last couple. And but yeah, it's been a lot of fun. That's where I met Atif. And we became friends.
Atif was out there commentating as well.
He was there actually playing in the game. He was playing in the game. So we have cricketers and baseball players playing in these games.
You know what that reminds me of? The iconic 2001 film, Basketball.
Oh, amazing. Yeah.
That's my first thought when I hear that.
You know, when
you seen that, Katya? You see was that part of your sporting education growing up?
Not quite.
Maybe we should have a Surrey Stream film night. Liam Dawson as I live and breathe. Be still my beating heart. It took until the 105th over of Surrey's first innings here 12 months ago for Dawson to get a bowl, and he's going to get one today in over number 48, and I'm thrilled to see it. Spin from the pavilion end.
There we go. Maybe they're really trying to get Sibley that 50, you know?
He'll be competitive. Dawson was near enough top of the Pops in Division 1 last year.
Oh, wow.
Outstanding in his mid-30s. Last 2 years, Katya with Dawson with ball and bat. Second highest run scorer for Hampshire last year. The better part of 1,000 with the bat. 50 plus with the ball. He's got a slip and a short leg. Sibley on 49, the partnership 47. In behind it right away, keeping him honest.
Yeah, Dawson, the standout spinner in the country at the minute.
Really?
Yeah, the standout all-rounder as well, you'd have to say.
Excellent.
There was this quirky bit last year when they were picking a touring squad for, it might have been the winter before, for India. And Dawson's perspective at the time, having had a great season with ball and bat, was kind of like between the lines. If I'm going to wear the fluorescent bib and I'm not going to play, then I may as well remain in the T20 leagues. Like being a sub on the bench for the test squad versus like playing and I get that at this stage of his career.
But the bit in that was he also had contracts signed
Yes.
already at that point, didn't he?
That's
So
a
he
good
would have
point,
lost money, having not been a centrally contracted England player either. Also took 3 for 8 in the first innings last week against Yorkshire.
Do you see a lot of left-arm orthodoxy in county cricket?
Yeah.
You see a lot of it in the USA.
Yeah.
It's the most popular spin option in the USA.
The reason historically left-arm orthodox spin's been popular is that it achieves two things at the same time. As a finger spinner, it's more consistent than the more volatile wrist spin, and it also turns the ball away from the right-hander, so it keeps both edges in play, and ideally the stumps as well when operating around the wicket. Beautifully played. Sibley, a sea of calm throughout. Advances to a half century with his best shot yet and on drive for 4. Partnership goes beyond 50 as well. Well played. 180 for 5.
Yeah, second consecutive half century for Dom Sibley after he scored 66 in the second innings against Essex last week. Scoring a good few runs.
Well received by the Surrey faithful, most of whom are congregated on that side of the ground. Over bowled, 180 for 5. Sorry, I feel like I derailed you there from your basketball game. You would say your baseball cricket combo game in a warehouse or something like that.
Yeah.
Did I get it right?
You got it right,
Okay.
Basically. It's called Ball and Play League, and it's just it's a lot of fun. It's half competitive, half entertainment. It's all about entertainment, but everyone has to want to win. You know, it's a great balance. But John Boy does a great job with things like that. Now, people who watch that sport they're watching it because they're fans of his and his products.
Yeah.
But as they watch it, it's played like cricket. It's we have overs and wickets and boundaries and things like that. And so it's a way to teach his fan base the game of cricket unknowingly, really. They don't even really kind of realize that that's what they're learning.
Kyle Abbott away from us, Vauxhall end. Because there have been all sorts of different versions of cricket where they've tried to, I suppose, take from baseball. There was a form of the game, and Andrew Sampson will nod or shake his head, but the Martin Crowe, was it called Cricket Max? Cricket Max. And there was a reward for hitting the ball straight.
Sure.
There was a game called Super 8s as well, which did a similar thing where you got like double runs for hitting straight. Something like that. It's a very 90s energy to both of those.
Sure.
Pre-T20 era.
Or even stick cricket if it was a bit like baseball.
Yeah.
Well, the 90s were an experimental time for sports, that's for sure, especially with all these ESPN channels that were emerging at the time.
I was going to say cable television, how that affected Indian cricket, the economy being liberalised at the same time, and more was more.
Yeah.
And of course, we've gone the other way now to mass saturation, which is why days like today are lovely. 7.5 hours in front of a first-class game. Nice point of difference. Upish, doesn't quite reach gully or backward point, spits away for a single. So how do you, as an American, having picked up the game later in life, and apologies if Daniel's touched on this already, but we'll go here regardless, do you find moving from the shorter forms to the longer form an easy transition, or have you found that, because obviously there's no such thing as a 4 or 5 day game in American sports, have you found that difficult and jarring?
Well, for me, the test was the first one I really learned.
Okay.
And that was because I liked, what I loved about it was you had to get everybody out. You have to get, there's no, it's unlimited. I found a lot of appeal in also, this is very un-American as far as the cliches go, and probably true. I found a lot of interest in the fact that you could draw a game out, for example. You could be up by 200 runs and lose the game because you didn't finish the job. You didn't get the other team out 20 times.
Yep.
And I think that's really a unique thing about the sport. I think so. My favorite is the red ball game. I don't get to see it too much in the USA, and if I do, it's on TV.
This is something I've argued before, that there's a procedural fairness, I think, to providing both associate members of the ICC and in some cases women full stop access to red ball cricket, where often we will we will go on, we will bang on about endlessly about this being the best form of the game and the purest form of the game and the most satisfying form of the game, and then we say to countries who are developing through their cricket journey, okay, all good, you can love it, but you can only play 20 over stuff.
Yeah.
If you're really well behaved, you might play a couple of 50 over games. Bit wider on the crease there from Abbott. Ends the over, 1 run from it, 181 for 5. Still 47 remaining on this first day after Hampshire sent Surrey in. 1 wicket since lunch. That was Dan Lawrence, caught in the cordon for 6. And this pair have batted very nicely too, going beyond a 50-run stand. But the same applies often with women, where we're happy to, well, I say where, like the game is happy to increase the volume of cricket played, wages, professionalism, etc. But we stop short at saying that red ball cricket, multi-day cricket can be part of that offering. I think over time that is an area where the conversation deserves to mature.
Yeah, well, if you look at in the case of women's test cricket, in the next few years there have been a few more tests scheduled in. The West Indies are going to play their first test in a really long time. I don't have stats in front of me. But if you look at individual boards when it still comes to hosting it, we won't have had any test cricket in England for 3 years by the time India come next year to play their first test at Lord's.
Oh my.
So there's also an emphasis on individual boards taking up that mantle as well. And if you look at the restructure that's happened of women's domestic cricket in England, that focus is not on longer format cricket, that focuses on maximising the shorter format cricket. We've now got 2 women's domestic T20 competitions, but no plans to establish a women's red ball competition. So one breeds into the other in terms of the ICC making it a priority and individual boards making it a priority.
And you often see players when taking the field in a one-off test match say, we wish we played more.
Every time.
So that we were, every time, right? Well, you and I have both covered tons of women's cricket and tons of women's test matches by now as well. Why isn't there that layer? And it doesn't need to be a competition that runs through the whole year. I think that as Dawson gets a crack round the wicket to Patel, he'll set up with a couple of catches close in. There was going to be a short leg, but he'll shuffle around the leg slip. And a slip as well. 2 men back on the leg side, a long on and a deep mid wicket. That's the big side of the ground. Oh, first ball hits him on the pad, but it's pitched outside leg. They bail out of the appeal. So the idea of, is there provision, is there room, and there should be, for a north, south, east, west, or a super fours that used to exist in England. That might mean 3 multi-day games at domestic level per year. That would be a darn sight better than 0.
Yeah, but you can also take it beyond multi-day cricket. So I was talking this morning about the case of Thailand, who are playing in the Women's World Cup qualifier at the minute, and how there was a ridiculous situation in the last World Cup qualifier that meant that they didn't qualify for the Women's ODI Championship because they didn't have an ODI ranking at the time, and because the competition was called off for COVID, the qualifiers for both the Women's Championship and the Women's World Cup that year were done on ODI ranking. How can you make that decision to base it on ODI ranking when one of the sides in contention don't even have an ODI ranking?
It's very true. I feel like this is an emerging cricket podcast right now. Yeah. I think with this is a point that we make a lot.
Well, it was true of Vanuatu, wasn't it, who had one-day status, and they lost their qualifier a year ago now, and their ranking is so low in one-day cricket, the ability to get it back again, it's inconceivable how they do it from where they are at the moment, because their ranking is so far down. It doesn't seem right.
But even in Thailand's case, Zimbabwe were added to the Women's Championship for the next cycle.
Yep. Hasn't quite gotten it right yet.
Zimbabwe's ranked quite low.
Zimbabwe women are ranked 14th currently in the ICC ODI rankings, whereas Thailand women are ranked 9th. But Zimbabwe women are the ones who have been added to the Women's Championship for the next cycle.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough on Thailand. They've done so much work too. They're a very good side.
Maiden complete from Dawson, 181 for 5. And it's interesting when you hear people in associate land talk about what their ambition is. I interviewed the Spanish coach during the week, and part of the conversation was, right, so Italy are doing this. This is men's cricket rather than women's, but to use it as a bit of a filter. Italy are doing this thing. They're trying to race to a World Cup. They're recruiting players from full member nations, and if they get there, great. But Spain's perspective is, yeah, that would be good, but it's so difficult to get there through the European qualification pool, given that Scotland and Ireland and Netherlands are almost always in those qualifiers. What we're better served doing is trying to get into the 50 over qualifier. That could be almost like a sudden death thing. And then if you get eligible to be at that level, you might get 20 or 30 one-day internationals played across the next 4 years, and that would do far more for the development than making one World Cup like Uganda did last year.
Spain might understand the ranking, climbing the rankings better than anybody else does, really. It's they're quite good at being ahead of that.
Yeah.
It's you have to think that way, though, as an associate. You have to. And we were talking about women's cricket. I think this is where women's cricket and associate cricket are very, very similar. It's both of them are, have a long way to go compared to the men's full member cricket. I'm curious how Charlotte Edwards, having her as the head coach now of England, hopefully that brings more visibility, because I know she's very passionate about growing the women's game.
Now this will be fun. Sonny Baker bowling with a leg slipper, short leg and 2 catching mid-wickets. Get ready to rumble. Sibley facing round the wicket, and immediately comes the bumper, telegraphed. But still, this is what you see a lot in Test cricket, where if things have slowed down, go round the wicket or try and bump for as long as you can with whatever you got and set the fielders accordingly.
I was saying it earlier with Baker, he really looks like he puts a lot of effort into when he runs in. There's no effortlessness about it. He really bowls it with it all in. He's not got that natural height. That means he has to really bang it into the pitch.
This is something I really love about cricket, the creativity in the fields.
So 2 good bumpers to start. Sibley had to make decisions early on. Mid-80s miles an hour. So not rapid, but fast enough.
You really can't overstate how beautiful this day is.
In here again. Bit of movement too when after the ball's pitching, sort of shaping away even when banging it in short. So if he does attempt to go at something, the top edge down to third man could be in play. They won't mind that to start. New strategy. So protection in front of the SSE stand at deep third, fine leg. Just 3 on the offside. Well bowled, well bowled. That's not far off the hip, is it?
That's more the area.
Yeah.
Got that one right. We saw this morning towards the end of lunch that he was just straining too hard. Just putting too much into it and didn't get it quite right in that over he bowled before lunch. But that's much more like it. Not too far away on that man, and the leg side will be in play.
Do you know that little hop skip reminds me of at the start of the run-up? Nathan Ellis.
Someone said that earlier. Was it Dan Norcross who said that?
It was Dan, I believe, yeah.
Right, yeah. It's he jumps off, he stops, he props it, he goes again, like he's competing in the triple jump, and it works for me. Of course, Nathan Ellis, who won the Blast for Hampshire a couple of seasons ago. So a maiden, back-to-back maidens, 181 for 5. Katya making away. We'll catch you after tea. Thank you. Mark Ramprakash jumping back in. He'll take us through to the tea break. We've got 13 overs until that shorter interval. So a reminder that in Championship cricket, tea is taken with 32 overs to go regardless of the time. This session started with Surrey at 122 for 4. They lost Dan Lawrence within 10 minutes of the resumption or thereabouts. Caught at first slip by Albert, his 3rd catch from the bowling of Wheel, his 3rd wicket for 6. And 129 for 3 has turned into 129 for 5, my apologies, has turned into 181 for 5 thanks to some excellent batting from Sibley and Patel. Just what Surrey required, Ramps.
Yes, most definitely a partnership. And it sort of coincided really with the sun out, the ball a little bit older, and Ryan Patel's presence at the crease. He's been a consistent performer. We were talking earlier about how well he's grown as a cricketer for Surrey. And often when we talk Surrey, we talk about their international stars, but actually it's county cricketers, really good, skillful county cricketers as well, that contribute to this outfit, and Ryan Patel often goes under the radar.
We were saying downstairs in the press box, Ramps, that in a different world, Patel's probably the kind of player, because of the way he plays, but he might have found himself getting opportunities at the top level as an opener. Just that nuggety, dependable, gets behind the ball, not too lavish. It used to be qualities that could get you fast-tracked into test calculations, but such a competitive team here at Surrey that even playing consistently has been tough for him, but makes it count when he does.
He really does. What I love about him is he's clearly adaptable. It must mean that his temperament is really good, and his mentality. He's prepared to accept being moved around the batting order. He's had to face the new ball. Here he's coming at 7 and he's playing a different role. And I love that. I love that you have to be quite smart and adaptable as a cricketer to be successful at the highest level, and he's definitely shown all those qualities for Surrey in recent seasons. Just going back a bit, it reminds me of players like perhaps John Batty, Jason Ratcliffe, Nadeem Shahid, that I played with, that were really, they didn't play international cricket, but they were so useful and often performed just as well as the supposed stars of the team.
That old adage about how many, not how, right?
Absolutely, it rings true, and in this circumstances, this partnership, Sibley and Ryan Patel, is hugely important for Surrey, making use of this pitch. First up,
couple from the over, 183 for 5. Nate, we bid you farewell. We've enjoyed your company. Thank you for briefing us on all things American cricket, associate cricket, baseball, cricket, hybrid games, and so on. We'll do it again.
Thank you very much.
So we've got 12 overs until tea. We saw Sonny Baker have a crack at round the wicket, bump him out just before. Ramps, your thoughts on turning to that stage for the visitors?
Well, I think Hampshire, and I mean Brent Bowen as captain has rotated his bowlers well. I can see why the England management have spoken highly of young Baker here. He's got a quick arm, doesn't have a big bound. He sort of runs, skips through the crease, but the ball carries through to the keeper. No question about that. He's charging in again round the wicket here.
Dropped it short leg. Dropped it short leg in and out. Exactly what Hampshire were looking for. Albert's taken 3 catches in the cordon today. I reckon that's hit him in the shin pads, Ramps.
Well, it went quite quick. Sibley struggling to get on top of this, and it almost hit high up on the bat. Went quite quickly to short leg, who just started to come up. And it's really difficult in that situation, and I've been there, believe me, and it's not pleasant. Short leg, you're not quite sure how hard the batsman's hit it at you. Very little time to react in those circumstances, but it went straight to short leg, probably around just above the knees.
See if we can get another angle of it as well between balls here, because he was off balance when the ball arrived, wasn't he, Ramps? He was on his heels, almost certainly, because of what you're describing, and not knowing how quickly it was coming. So we'll see from the reverse angle.
You'd say that's quite a big moment in the game. Sibley is not, he's a sort of guy, he doesn't really give his wicket away. And whilst Hampshire have done pretty well to keep him quiet, he does take some, his concentration is good. We know that, his track record would say that. And Hampshire searching to try and break this partnership. Baker's working up ahead of steam here, round the wicket, bowling into the ribs. And Sibley, a big man, he's got a decision whether to try and get up on top of the ball and play it defensively, or to try and get underneath the ball, duck and get low.
Just when this partnership has seen them revert to, I guess, plan B, plan C, plan D, even going short up to 54, they've absorbed that pressure, the conversation we were having earlier. and that's the type of chance that you need to embrace and harness. And yeah, it's I suspect going to be a moment that we come back to. So from Baker's perspective, as we see it once more, banged it in, really reared up, both feet off the ground as he played it, and off the shin pad into the turf. False stroke again from Sibley, and as far as not being able to make contact with the ball, that probably went under the bat, trying to pull away.
He is. I'm not sure that the pull shot is a natural shot for Dom Sibley, really. And in particular, given this field with the mid-on, mid-wicket, mid-square leg, a short leg and a fine leg and a leg gully as well. The leg gully is the one that, as a batsman, I think can often get in your head a little bit, because he will want to, I think, naturally get on top of it and ride it out and play it defensively, tuck it round the corner, but the leg gully stops that shot, really.
Catches everywhere on the leg side. Bumper again to finish. Balloons through to the gloves of Brown. So a maiden, it's a wide. That's must be on account of the number of balls he's bowled above shoulder height in the over. So signalled by umpire Saggers there. So still one to come. But that frustration for the young man Baker here, giving his absolute all, commitment to the bit. Takes a lot out of it quick as well, doesn't it, this?
Oh yeah, every ball's an effort ball, isn't it? Wanging it in there, the ball over 50 overs old.
Better from Sibley, getting right out the way.
What it has done is stem the tide of runs, so it's given Hampshire some control, and at the other end, of course, the introduction of Liam Dawson bowling to a leg side field, which you might say is pretty defensive, but the fact is that to Ryan Patel particularly, he's bowled to the leg side field, lots of balls on the stumps, Ryan Patel trying to tuck the ball into the leg side, but there's lots of fielders there, so Hampshire have got control from both ends at the moment.
Slightly out of shot there with that last replay, but you can kind of see the final time we'll see it here, that in slow-mo.
He's off balance, isn't he?
Yeah.
The short leg, he's being pushed back. He's almost like, you feel like his legs could have been a little bit wider and his weight a little bit lower.
Reasonable to say that it's a position to quicks that's gone a bit out of fashion too, Ramps, that you just don't see it as often as you used to. Certainly through the middle part of your career in the 1990s, it was always a short leg in seemingly.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, as I say, that if a man is fielding near you as a batsman, you're aware of it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Where did you spend, which part of your career were you mostly in under the lid at short leg?
Well, I did it for England for a bit, so bowlers like Andrew Caddick, Darren Gough, yeah, there were times where it was not a bad place to be, actually. There were other times where you definitely didn't want to be there. I can remember in Barbados, we were playing England v Barbados, first class game, and second ball of the game, Phil Wallace pulled it past my eardrums at a short leg, and it landed somewhere on top of the stand in Barbados. The second ball of the game, that sort of made me think, perhaps I should be somewhere else.
I think short leg catches more than many others are remembered by the fielders. Is there one that leaps out at you as like, yeah, that was a beauty?
I mean, I didn't take anything spectacular, to be honest. The ones I'm thinking of, Andrew Caddick, you know, they just sort of popped up to me, and I was delighted that I still had my eyes open and I could take it.
Don't worry, I won't get you to give us a 20-minute unstitching of that catch at Melbourne in '98. I was there with my binoculars on you at the time, I hasten to add.
That wasn't at short leg,
That was at point, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that was at square leg.
Square leg, sorry. Square leg.
And of course, that was my old mate, Justin Langer. So I don't remind him of that too often when I see him.
Turned the test match, a famous England win. Undoubtedly. Dawson finishes here and he's unable to sneak it through. So he's bowled 4 overs, 6 runs conceded, 184 for 5. We've got 10 until tea. Was that the best of your career?
Catch-wise, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I remember, you know, Australia was sort of getting their way to a target, a fairly low target, in fairly sort of, you know, calm, comfortable fashion. And the frustration was building in me that, you know, we had a good side and we were close to beating them, but we just couldn't nail it home. And I was having a chat with the umpire, I think, and suddenly Justin pulled that ball to me. The emotions I showed afterwards were kind of the frustrations that had been building up in me about the team situation, the fact that another Test match seemed to be slipping away.
Round the corner, not far away from leg gully that time. It was on the trajectory in terms of the height, but just not quite the angle. Oh, yes. Phil notes as well that brilliant Headingley catch in 91. Another famous England victory. Phil Walker just reminding us of that as well. It's got to be. They've both got to be on the podium.
Well, look, I'll tell you now. When we played against Australia, we felt happy if we bowled them out once, let alone twice. So winning a match was a big deal, and that it doesn't come any bigger than that. Actually, the Boxing Day Test, MCG. So to actually win that in front of 200 very noisy Barmy Army supporters would definitely be a high.
When they jumped the fence, when Goffey took that last wicket and sprinted across the ground, it was what a moment. A Test match that ended at about 7:30 in the evening as well, because of the extra time being taken. Formative memories. Oh, beautiful. Thought he'd feathered it for a moment. That was the movement after it pitched. It was a lovely change-up, considering he's not gone the short pitch stuff to Patel as yet.
It's a terrific delivery, that, which makes me think that actually, are they right to be setting such... Well, we're seeing now a slip go in, and rightly so, because if you're pitching the ball around there and you're still finding some movement, you do want to have some catches. And that's why I've always thought that when you go completely leg side, short ball, that you're taking out so many dismissals, really bowls in LBW. So second slip goes in.
Another player miss from a much fuller delivery, but playing away from his body. Just needs to reset here. Patel, they've done so well to add 56 so far.
It's really good bowling, isn't it? Bustling bowler. Strikes me that he's got a quick arm, strong lad. And when he has pitched the ball up, he has found some movement.
You seen him live before?
No, first time. So, I've been very impressed. He's sustained his pace pretty well, and he's into his 13th over now.
Couple of slips. Good response from Patel, getting on the front foot, letting the ball come to him for an easy single. All right, one more about 98. So Boxing Day rained out without a ball being bowled. And it looked like you were going to get on about 5 times, but the rain just persisted. That must have been for you in that dressing room, desperate to get out there. That must have been a tough day, waiting and waiting.
All that sort of tension and, we wanted to... nervous sort of energy that you go through, and of course you need to be ready, so ready whenever the cricket starts, and it's a real challenge for a lot of cricketers. When we have rain, especially in the UK.
Back to the short stuff for Sibley, gets out the way.
And actually, some individuals are a lot better than others. When I moved to Surrey, actually, I often felt that one of our big weaknesses was if we were off the field for rain, that we really let our concentration go, and when we went back out, it would often take some time for the team to sort of get back into the rhythm of the game. And when you're up against Australia there, such was the quality of their side, that you had to really be on it from ball one. So, but to be kept waiting for so long, was very difficult to sort of switch off and relax.
End of the over, going well here, Baker. 186 for 5. When you get on day 2, I think one of the most underrated hundreds of the 1990s, Stewie's 105 opening up. By that stage, the gloves are with Warren Hegg, but Stewart taking on those Australians and getting the better of them that day.
Played really well that day because there was some movement as well in Melbourne, particularly with the new ball. Whatever Australian attack they put out back then in the 90s, they had so many options, didn't they? Such a varied attack. The metronome McGrath, the pace of Lee or Gillespie, and swing of Fleming, and of course Shane Warne or Stuart McGill, whichever one they decided to or was around, who was available. So it was always such a magnificent challenge. But I have to say that the tracks, the pitches were brilliant.
Operating round the wicket, Dawson, to the left-handed Patel. Still got a ring of catches, a couple of mid-wickets, short leg, man just behind square, that's Abbott.
Yeah, the best cricket wickets I felt were Australia. I mean, it's the pinnacle for an England cricketer to go on an Ashes tour to Australia. The grounds are just so iconic, the facilities. But the pitches, I really enjoyed playing on the pitches. I thought they were very fair. They were even bounce, and they produced really good cricket. A bit like the Oval, really.
I used to say, didn't they, the Aussies, when they played here, it felt like home more than any other ground in
Is
England.
that right?
Back in earlier eras, when you'd get to here in the end of August, final, or maybe even September. Straw-coloured pitch, burnt outfield. Not quite so much these days.
Yeah.
Sliding across him, outside part of the bat, well bowled. Nice variation from Dawson. Just 50 mile an hour, so not trying to push it through necessarily. Giving himself a bit of a chance. They turned to him way too late last year here. 104th over before Dawson got in the attack here last year.
Strange. Very surprising. And I did mention that you know, because he's such a good bowler, the holding role he can do on day one, and the fact that, you know, the batters, you know, have to adapt to his left arm spin. Slightly different for the right-hander, who can just push that through the covers, Dom Sibley. But for the left-hander, he's got a bit of a conundrum with the packed leg side field. How does he rotate the strike? Does he take a risk or two?
Just sneaks it through to finish. Patel keeping a strike. He's 31. Takes Surrey to 189 for 5. This partnership advancing to 60 after a few further words from Mark Ramprakash, who'll take you through to tea. Daniel Norcross will do the same.
Well, it was nice to play the last ball of the over there from Ryan Patel. I just wondered how long he would allow Liam Dawson to operate in this fashion without taking a risk. But actually he didn't need to on that occasion. Lovely push down between bowler and short mid-wicket, finding the gap, rotating the strike, and I think Surrey were pretty pleased with the way that they've gone about their business with the loss of Lawrence so early after lunch. They've sort of consolidated here with this partnership and are building themselves back into, I would say, a more solid position. Hampshire, still having taken 5 wickets again, will be reasonably happy, but I think with this partnership they will want these two to continue. You know, only sort of half the job is done, Dan.
Well, traditionally, generally it feels like pitches get a little bit better after the initial moisture has burned off. On a day like this as well, where there's a lot of sun beating down, ball hasn't done quite as much after tea, so Surrey will really want to be batting at the end of the day if they can. It's a tall order, but they've got 2 well set batters. They've got this, probably half an hour coming up to tea. And they've been patient, they've been watchful. I mean, it's what the really good teams do, isn't it? You have a bit of misfortune, or you get yourself in a bit of a pickle. The loss of Folks of the last ball before lunch was a big blow, 122 for 4 at lunch. Then there's a little bit of life injected, and just in the last 3/4 of an hour, these two have just settled into a sedate rhythm, trying to put some miles in the Hampshire bowlers' legs as well, because 4-day cricket, it's a long game, Mark, isn't it? You've got to be thinking, you want to keep these guys out here, you want your bowlers to be fresh. You know, in a strange kind of perfect world, you'd probably like to be 9 down at the close, force your oppo to come out, take the 9th wicket, and then rush off, get the pads on, and have sort of an hour and a half in the morning to bowl at them, wouldn't you, with a new ball?
Well, of course, in the old days, when we used to play 3-day cricket, often if you batted pretty well, you'd lob the opposition in for the last 40 minutes of the day and let your fast bowlers loose. That was always a very unpleasant session for the opening batters. They used to, not particularly enjoy that. You mentioned about time in the game. It's not something that we hear about, certainly at international level, that McCullum and Stokes don't seem to value keeping the opposition out in the field for a length of time, given the two huge losses that we suffered in 2024, losing 2 games by over 400 runs, I think it was. Yeah, but there is an element of that, and it was always talked about in the Surrey dressing room that I played in, that we wanted to have a solid start, and we didn't mind if we were 40 runs off 20 overs. We wanted to have those wickets in hand, and Ian Ward and Mark Butcherwood, although they were fluent players, if the bowlers bowled well, we would soak that up, knowing that we could dominate later when there was more in our favour. And then, of course, batting big, batting once, batting big in 4-day cricket was a huge element of the game, that you could bat yourself into a position of dominance where you were dictating terms for the rest of the game, really, and batting big, batting once was a really important element to being a really good team.
So they negotiate another parsimonious over from Sonny Baker. 14 overs now, it's going about 2.5 an over. As we see the crowd basking in this glorious sunshine. See quite a few shirtless men. And just a reminder that it is free to come into the Oval after tea. It's amazing value, that. Free after tea. Get down here. It's a Friday. If any of you are in the office on a Friday, your bosses aren't going to notice. Slip out. You can get down here in the next 25 minutes and you can walk in. You can have 32 overs in beautiful sunshine. Send an email. Make it look like you're somewhere. Leave the computer on. If you've taken a jacket to work you don't need over the weekend, my advice is just sling it over the chair with a spreadsheet open. Disappear. No, I did this throughout the 2005 Ashes when I had a proper job. I would invent a meeting, stick it in the calendar, leave a spreadsheet open, leave my jacket, take the tube to Soho and sit in the pub 3 miles away and just watch the cricket in the afternoon. Come back, look exhausted, whip the jacket off. Usually come in about 6:30, so it looked like I'd had a really long day. And I wondered why I was made redundant 3 times. But coming back to your point about batting big, I wonder if one of the things that's changed that, especially from a Surrey perspective, is bearing in mind that you played in a side with Sacklane and Salisbury, lack of spinners. So this kind of desperate need to protect your bowlers often results in, if you're going to take that option of bat once and bat big, which Surrey have done in the past, but the way they've gone about doing that of recent times is to put the oppo in, and the Oval kind of supports that. You put your oppo in when the pitch is at its most moist, try and bowl a side out relatively cheaply, then do your bat big, and then you're fine. But if you bat big in the first innings, there then becomes a problem that your captain might have to contemplate the follow-on, as Essex had to do last week against Surrey, and ended up being in the field for 2 and a bit days, didn't they? Because they got that 587 and then never batted again. And Surrey kept them out there till, into the last hour of the final day. Now it's a bit easier for Essex to do that because they've got Critchley and Harmer. But for Surrey, there isn't the twin spin threat that you'd have. If you had the spinners and they were coming into play more at the back end, then you can keep the workloads, I guess, off the fast bowlers, which perhaps makes a difference to your overall, how you're approaching the game. I don't know. Will that make a difference?
I think it's a great point, and it's obviously what Surrey are doing is working, and so I don't think anyone is sort of suggesting in any way of being critical of that. You're right to point out the nature of the pitches. They start with a green tinge here. That wasn't the case really when I played here.
They tend to deteriorate more than
they would have been started. They started drier and would have deteriorated, spun more. But it's a choice, isn't it? If you want spinners to nurture spinners and bring spinners through, young spinners, but equally sign spinners or of a stature. I think you're one-dimensional, personally, my own view, and I'm talking about the county championships, who've won it 3 times in a row, and they are very, very good at what they do. But I do think there is a slight chink. If you do not have a spinner of a stature in your team, you are a little bit one-dimensional.
Oh, now, well, that's definitely not one-dimensional from Dom Sibley, as if on cue. He has to show us that he can play the ramp shot against the red ball, welcoming Hampton, starting a new spell. That is a very dinky, in control little ramp. This.
It just made it look so easy, didn't he? Yeah. I mean, perhaps he wasn't contemplating the pull shot, and just the ball seemed to hang up there for him, and it was like he was giving slip practice, but over the top of the slips. Yeah, just
fly slip practice.
Yeah, just ran it off the face, easy as you like. Almost went for 6. Great shot.
And then he plays one through deep backward square, just to show. Back to that point. I'm with you entirely. And when we think back to the dominant Surrey teams around the turn of the century and in the 50s, you've got Salisbury, Sack Lane, you've got Laker Lock, and those really good teams frequently did have spinners. The bigger element of the problem seems to me that when Surrey go away, teams know precisely what kind of pitch they want to produce, provided they've got spinners themselves. I mean, there aren't a load of spinners around the county championship, and weirdly Somerset have hoarded so many of them that England's Shoaib Bashir ends up playing for Glamorgan. So the best spinner in the country might well be Simon Harmer, would you reckon? Probably the most effective.
Well, he's certainly up there. Liam Dawson is excellent. For sure. I mean, there are, as you say, there aren't really many around, but the Division 1 tends to be pretty good pitches, and so when Surrey travel to Taunton or Chelmsford, or where Hampshire play, they will face dry surfaces. And you'd be foolish not to do that, given the battery of seam bowling and pace bowling that Surrey have. You'd be really foolish to try and take them on at their own game. So, look, it works for Surrey brilliantly. And when they play at home at the Oval, yes, they're going to leave a tinge in there, and they want a bit of pace and bounce for the home attack, and perhaps that does affect the batsman's mentality that actually, look, quick game's a good game, we're going to be aggressive with the bat, we're not going to look to play necessarily the long innings. So people like Lawrence and Jamie Smith, will come out. Obviously Ollie Pope is looking to be very busy as well. They want to be very proactive and trying to get the scoreboard rattling along at 4 and over, and I can understand that. There's some merit in that. When the ball is moving off the seam and in the air, you may want to try and punch back sometimes and not let the bowler settle into a line in length, because you might feel that I can't trust my defence. So, look, there's merit in that. I'm not sure that this pitch is quite of that nature.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of nibble, a little bit of movement.
Yeah. Before
lunch, but 195 for 5 overs to go until tea. That run rate just crawling down now to 3.3, but they won't be looking at that at all. The match situation is still precariously balanced, and really it's, can they still be batting at the end of the day? And then I guess because you've been put in, and there is a sort of nervousness about enforcing the follow on, even when Surrey do have 5 legitimate pace bowling options. Right, there's that business of really wanting to get through those wickets, then probably bat again and try and bowl side out on the last day. That's probably the general tactic, isn't it?
That tends to be how they operate. I mean, Ryan Patel bowls a few, doesn't he? And Dan Lawrence, of course, has bowled a few off spinners as well, if and when.
This time last year, pretty much, Surrey's 2 leading wicket takers were Cameron Steele and Dan Lawrence in the start of the season. It was felt slightly anomalous at the time, I have to say. Part of that was because they played their first game at Old Trafford, and the pitches were prepared there with Nathan Lyon and Tom Hartley in mind.
Fair enough.
Which is exactly as it should be.
Yeah, fair enough.
Exactly as it should be. I mean, I think home advantage is something that should be used. That's the idea, isn't it? It can sometimes go a little too far. I remember watching the last game of the season at Taunton when Somerset played Essex, and had it not rained as much as it did, that could have been a 1.5 day game. It was staggering, the turn on offer on that occasion. But Somerset wanted a result pitch, and they wanted to prepare a pitch that suits their bowlers, and that's surely the point when you were playing county championship cricket. You're going around the country experiencing different services. This is supposed to be the challenge for you, isn't it? So the very best team wins at the end of it all. And you were better prepared for playing international cricket because you're going to play on different surfaces.
Well, we were talking about Ryan Patel being a smart, adaptable player for Surrey, and you know, that's if you're going to play first-class cricket and you're going to travel around the UK, yes, you want to play on different surfaces, and it makes you a better player if you can adapt. There aren't too many dry turning surfaces in the UK, but when you come up against them, you want to have a game plan and have experience. And of course, then when you travel overseas, you know, you gain experience of playing in dry conditions often, you know, with the turning ball, etc. So I just think that the best teams are able to adapt, and they're not one-dimensional. And look, Surrey have won 3 titles; they've done brilliantly. But you know, I played in a team not just with Surrey, actually with Middlesex as well. When I started, we had Phil Edmonds and John Embry, and then Phil Tufnell came along, and it was a balanced attack because we had Wayne Daly as an overseas player, and then you know we had Angus Fraser and Norman Cowans, and so you just felt you've got all bases covered here, and it gave you great confidence.
Play and a miss, just drawn to one. He didn't really need to play out, a little wide of off stump. I mean, you moved from Middlesex just the right time, didn't you? Because you moved from that Edmonds, Embry, Williams, Cowans, I suppose, you know, very strong side when you first started playing for Middlesex, and then to arrive in a Surrey side with Ward, Butcher, Ali Brown, Alex Stewart, Salisbury, Sackling, Bicknell, Ormond, Giddins. That will have been fun. I had this a similar conversation around, you know, who would you have liked to have played for most with Phil Tufnell in the box 2 doors down, TMS box. And he said, well, whichever one had the most rain. So we checked it out. Turned out, I think it was Bristol. I think Bristol might have been worse even than Old Trafford.
Right.
And he said, oh, I'd love to have played there.
Yes.
Loved it. I said, so which is the worst one? Let's have a look. Turned out Chelmsford.
Chelmsford's the driest.
Yeah, you played at Essex, you were out there, tough as you'd have been out there all day, every day. no naps for you.
Old Trafford, I think I've been involved. I think 2 games were washed out without a ball being bowled. Yeah, for 2 4-day games. And I think I've also played 2 games which have been docked 20 points or 25 points at Old Trafford as well. So it's been fairly eventful going to Manchester.
Were you there? I guess you would have done. You would have played there when the orientation was different.
Yes. Yeah.
So that was strange, was it? Because presumably the back end of the day, on the rare days when it's sunny in Old Trafford, you've got the ball sort of coming out of the sun, did you?
Yeah, it did for me definitely on one occasion. Full and straight. Mind you, that did for me on many occasions, actually. So
well, it's a decent ball, full and straight.
I've always said that. There's a lethal quality to a straight delivery.
Well, I'll give you a Johnny Bairstow stand. Tucked away for a nice, easy single. I think maybe Andrew Sampson can get the precise numbers up. There was a point towards the back end of Johnny Bairstow's career when I believe he averaged 8 against a straight ball in Test cricket. I think he holds the record for being bowled the most times at Lords. And when you see what a fine player Johnny Bairstow is, I mean, what a terrific batter. That was the lethal combination of the straight one at Lords, and I guess then you've got that other thing going on with the slope.
It seems, the ball can seam a lot, can't it? There, we had one series that comes to mind, where we were playing against India, and Ishant Sharma was bowling these big in-swingers, and we had a bit of a chat as a batting group about it, and a lot of the lads said, look, you've got to let it swing in and go with it onto the leg side, and then Johnny said, no, I'll stand on leg stump, let it swing and then hit it through the offside, and there were a few raised eyebrows, and look, the thing is that when you're preparing players as a coach, you just want them to be absolutely clear, and if he had absolute clarity that was the way he was going to play, and that's fine, you've got to go with it. We know that there's no wrong and right way. It's whatever individual, what their strengths are, and if they're clear in how they want to go out and play, that's all you can ask for. But for such a terrific player, yes, he has been bowled a number of times. I guess he will remember maybe similar to David Gower. People always say, well, he used to nick it, but he averaged 44 though.
Yes, at a very difficult time when actually 44 was worth good, 51. Yeah. I mean, the best batter in the world was Viv Richards at the time, and he was been averaging 50 on, one of the greatest batters who ever played the game. But David Gower's kind of destined to be a bit like Jamie Smith in that just huge disappointment when he gets out, because you glimpse what could be one of the most enjoyable days of your life, which is simply watching them bat all day, and then when they get out, so that there's a kind of, they're unfortunately pilloried more because that disappointment results in unfair anger. And so every time they're out, it's like, what have you done? You've ruined my day. Andrew?
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow was out bowled 42 times in Test cricket.
That feels like a lot as a percentage for a top order batter.
Yep. It is a lot.
Is it? Can you put it in context?
25.3%. So of players, that's the highest of anyone who's been out more than 150 times in Test cricket.
That include bowlers?
So
that includes
bowlers. Well, there's not that many bowlers who've been out that often.
Courtney Walsh's.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when a lot of those guys are.
Well, fast bowlers are mean to them, aren't they?
Yeah, and also a lot of. In the early days of Test cricket, there were a lot more bowls than there are these days.
Right.
So it's a pretty good effort to have a 25% dismissal rate of being bowled.
That is, isn't it? Are you able to get his average against a straight ball? Or is that?
That's cricket stuff. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can sort of see it in your mind's eye, can't you? 2 overs left to go until tea. Patel and Sibley still hanging in there relatively comfortably. You could tell, just when you mentioned going outside leg and playing through the off, you can see it, and you can see that ball coming in, you can see it in the stumps, and you can hear commentators getting angry. And again, it's part of it is because they know that if they could watch 2.5 hours of Johnny Bairstow in full flight, it's going to be one of the more sumptuous sights. That first season of Bazball, I mean, he made an assault on Gilbert Jessop's record a couple of times, didn't he?
Well, it was almost at one point, it was almost his strength was his weakness. I remember side-arming at him, throwing a few at him, and he wasn't playing particularly well. I thought he was really coming after me, hard hands, trying to hit the ball out in front of himself. So I went down the net.
Oh, now where's that gone? Straight up in the air. And taken. A wicket falls. Not quite on the stroke of tea. But this obdurate partnership has been broken. They added 68, but Patel couldn't resist it. Maybe it wasn't quite as short as he thought, but he spoons most easy of catches to Mark Stoneman, and Surrey have lost a 6th wicket at a crucial stage. There's just 11 balls to go until tea. Patel and Sibley looking to bat through until the interval and then come back out in the afternoon session against a weary Hampshire, but it hasn't worked out that way. He batted well for those 31 and 97 balls, seemed to have read the situation well, but then, well, let's take a look at the replay, see where that ball precisely did. Pitch can't see from there. That's it. It's fooled our cameraman, that one. Here we go. Yeah, that's not quite short enough for the shot, is it?
Yes, I mean, it looked like the ball would have perhaps bounced over the stumps, but and it was just outside off stump. But I think that's a misjudgment, probably, when Ryan Patel looks back at that thing. It wasn't quite as short as he originally thought, and the execution, obviously, he got it all wrong. So I think that's a reward, really, for Hampshire, because they've plugged away here after lunch, and despite the formation of this partnership between Sibley and Patel, they managed to keep on top of them, and they kept the run rate low. Dawson's done a very good job at one end, just plugging away. The seamers at the Vauxhall end have varied how they've bowled. You saw Baker bowl a lot of short balls which stem the run rate, and then Hampton has come back and swung the ball. He's found some movement in the air, and they just kept a lid on the scoring rate. So yeah, and then the batter error has meant that the departure of Patel, and so Hampshire, again, having stuck Surrey in 197 for 6, they would take that all day long.
Yep, they'll be absolutely delighted. Means that Jordan Clark has got to come out and definitely not play his natural game for 11 balls. That must be so frustrating as a batter when you're getting that close to tee, and you see two guys who didn't really look like they were going to get out, because it didn't look like they were going to play shots that were going to imperil them, and there weren't any wonder balls out there. It was just good, solid bowling. And then suddenly, down you go. It's a crazy game, cricket. You're expected to go out and do the thing. I mean, talk about warm-ups, but you can't warm up very easily in the changing room, can you? I mean, nowadays, would you sit on an exercise bike and just move the legs? Probably not. You just do what you've always done, do you? Just sit in the changing room and wait to bat.
Well, when I was waiting to bat, I found it difficult to just sit in one place all the time. I'd be up and about, I'd be going back into the dressing room and seeing what's on the TV or having a chat with someone, but keeping an eye on what was going on in the middle. People who just sit in the armchair and don't move and just watch the cricket all the time. I mean, I couldn't do that. I was too anxious for all of that.
Well, there were some that would just sleep, weren't there? I mean, I remember apparently the great Frank Worrell, the former West Indies captain. He was a man for simply having a snooze, and then he'd literally be poked in the arm, told he's got to go out to bat. It seems kind of bizarre to sort of come out of sleep and go straight into the glare of Lindwall going into bowl at you.
Exactly. I mean, some of the fearsome pace bowlers that have played the game, if you're in next, I'm not sure how you can have a nap.
He's going to get underway there. Clark with a little nudge into the onside. The downside of that is that he's very likely to be on strike for the last over before tea. But I suppose, get off the mark, make yourself feel a bit better. Now, how many overs have been bowled at lunch, Andrew? Was it 30, 29 or 30?
It was 29, yeah.
29, so Surrey will have faced nearly 34 overs, will be at the end of this over, 34 overs. Scored 76 for 2.
I can't believe deep cover's back here for Dom Sibley. Why would you want to give him the opportunity to get a single? Well, surely want to keep Clark on strike for the last over.
Absolutely. Unless I suppose this is just a general plan for Sibley, because I mean his offside play was a lot better last season than it had been. He'd obviously worked very hard on that. But is that an area they still feel they can just tempt him into the drive? It's not his strongest area. It's a big gap out. So there's a single down to deep third as well, or deep backward point. So that is the end of the over. Jordan Clark will be on strike at the start of it.
Courtney Walsh was bowled 37 times in Test cricket, 124 dismissals, so 29.8%.
Is he up there near the top? People have over 100 dismissals.
Over 100 dismissals, interestingly enough, is John Reid of New Zealand. John R. Reid, the famous all-rounder, who was 44 out of 103, 42.7%. But
that seems like a lot.
It is a lot, yes. It is. I mean, next out of in 100 or more dismissals is Wally Hammond, just over 30%. But yeah, Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, well, that's in part because you just couldn't be out LBW, could you?
Well, there's that as well. But I mean, Johnny Bairstow, of course, 25.3 is not that far short of missing as many straight balls as Courtney Walsh did.
Wow. Wow. I mean, it sounds perhaps to the listener like we're bagging Johnny Bairstow. We're not. It's just miraculous when you see someone's obvious talent, ability to hit a ball, and realise that in some respects they're as mortal as us who miss the straight ones.
Len Hutton, 25.2%, almost exactly the same as Johnny Bairstow. He could play a bit.
But again, I just wonder if certain modes of dismissal were much harder to achieve, weren't they?
LBWs,
because LBW had to bowl wicket to wicket from various points.
Well, all the old outside the off-stump laws and that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Now during the tea break, we get another special feature. Yes, we're spoiling you today. Phil Walker will be with John Welsh, the founder of the Cricket Draft, talking all things fantasy cricket during the tea break. You ever done any fantasy cricket, Mark?
No.
No.
In a word.
Yeah, how much would that's a really good question. How much would Ramps have been worth in the county draft? I mean, you'd have been by far and away the most expensive, because did you have 2 consecutive seasons when you averaged 100?
I did, but don't forget my non-turning off spin as well.
That could
have been a factor.
But you could field as well. You did, a full package. Last ball before tea is safely negotiated, but Surrey will go to tea. Somewhat precariously placed at 198 for 6. They went to lunch at 122 for 4, so just the 76 runs have been scored in 35 overs. Dominic Sibley is still there, batting in obdurate fashion for 64. The 2 men to go. Dan Lawrence called it slip, and then Ryan Patel just had a little rush of blood. Hadn't really looked like playing that shot at any stage. Just went for a pull to a ball that was a little too full for him. Got a top edge, flew up in the air. Was easily taken by Mark Stoneman at mid-off. You see from the bowling figures, Brad Wheel with 3 for 41. Carl Abbott 2 for 44. And Hampton 1 for 46. Dom Sibley, as I say, still there. 176 balls for his 64. Ryan Patel, next top scorer with 39. Sorry, Patel with 31. Jamie Smith, the most fluent of the day. It's 39 off 35 balls, was a delight to watch. It was ended in spectacular fashion in the first session with a terrific catch by Sonny Baker at deep backward point. Had to jump high in the air, and as he was going over the boundary rope, tossed it up and then took it back, coming back over the rope. There was a key moment in the game, perhaps a turning point in the game, but Surrey have got Jordan Clark at the crease with Dom Sibley, and just a reminder for Surrey fans, Jordan Clark got 100 in this very fixture in late April last year. Surrey would love him to repeat that trick and stabilise matters and try to bat through that final session. Anyway, it's time for me to get out of the way, because it's tea time and Phil the Power Walker's here, and I want to go and have a scone. And you're going to be talking to John Welsh. Tell us all about it.
Thank you, Daniel. Enjoy your tea. Bring us up a sarnie, if you will. Yeah, so joined by John Welsh, founder of the Cricket Draft, which I can already confirm is doing nothing for my marriage. It's already overtaken me for the last week and a half. I was going through the runners and riders this morning ahead of week 2, changed my team, brought in David Milan, actually, who is, when I last looked, was going okay. It's become quite a staple of the early part of this season, and I think it's something that cricket fans are really starting to really get a handle on. It's a fantasy game. If people have played fantasy football, then it's in a similar vein to that, and I feel like it's going to grow and grow over the course of this year and the ensuing ones. Your brainchild, John, how did it come about in the first place?
Well, so I'm a bit of a cricket tragic, and I
think you have to be.
Yes, absolutely. And I was totally obsessed with the Fantasy Telegraph game that used to be around. And I may not look as old as this, but I was one of the people who would cut out the newspaper and tick off the players they wanted. And actually, I remember you got given a card sent in the post with your team that you held on for the entire year. Couldn't make any changes, I believe, but they stuck in there. I remember Graham Hick was always a staple of my team.
Yep.
And then unfortunately that fell by the wayside a little bit. And then during COVID, my co-founder Dante and I had a chat, and we sort of thought it'd be a really sort of nice space to fill. And we got a website going in 2021, and it was quite basic. It was sort of there just to do the fantasy cricket job, fill the void, and it did that. And actually, it took off really quickly. Got a really sort of quite nice cult following early doors, and it's sort of grown a bit from there.
So I use the app, so presumably most users tend to go through the app now as well, but can you also use it online via the website as well, so you can pick and choose your team?
So we started off with a website, and we moved into an app last year. So we launched our app last year to sort of take it on to its next stage, really, sort of as it sort of organically moved on to be able to hold a bit more data, and so you can crunch your number and ruin your marriage along the way. And we've sort of gone to there, and the website will be back later this summer.
So, first of all, do you have your own team?
Certainly.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you what your name is. There's a good question that was posed to us just before we came on. How do you settle on the value of each player? So we have a pool of about 450 odd male professional cricketers, and you can select from every single one of them, from the most famous to the up and coming rookie. And it ranges from, is it 9 million if you like, down to 4.2. So there's a vast range in there. How did you settle upon the value of each player?
So it is done literally looking at each player individually and going through and sort of going through their first class records, their experience, whether they're new to the squad, whether they've been around for years, whether they're sort of an upward curve in their form over the last couple of years, whether there's a downward trend, age, all those aspects sort of come into play. It's not a computerized algorithm. It's very much done through sort of human effort, and some people will say the values are okay. Some will disagree, but that's all part of the fun of the fantasy side of things.
Ahead of the first week, who were the players that really jumped out at you, the most popular, the players that were featuring in the majority of teams? If you like, the Mo Salahs and the Erling Haalands of the cricket draft.
So Mo Salah is most certainly Dawson.
Right.
He's been number one for the last 2 years, and he's gone up in value by 0.9 million this year, so he went from 8.1 to 9 million. Simon Harmer is another favourite. He tends to come in the slightly sort of middle of the summer rather than the beginning, although he quite could do some damage early doors by the looks of it now as well. Ryan Higgins is another cricket draft favourite. So all those guys who generally, I know Harmer's probably more of a bowler than an all-rounder, but the all-rounders are the ones who tend to get picked the most, and some of those guys, when they get going, just seem to score a bucket of points. I think Dawson last year ended up with 3,466 points, averaging about 266 a game, I think, so he was machine-like.
And for people who haven't played it yet, how do you break down those kinds of scores, and I guess what makes a player such as Liam Dawson so useful and so popular?
So it's relatively simple but slightly nuanced in different ways, and it is literally a point to run, but then you get to certain milestones, your 50s, your 100s, you get pick up some bonus points. There's strike rate bonuses in there, so if you're scoring runs particularly quickly you get a little bonus. This year we've brought back the duck penalty, so you can get a -20 if you get a duck, which is always good to have that. A few hundred people have been disappointed in Alex Lees this morning, as I think they've been full of hope at 11 o'clock, and at 11:01 they were -20.
I'm on a forum, if you like, a Patreon forum for my day job, and a few people had Emilio Gay in their side last week, and he bagged the pair. So that's -40.
That is -40. Although I do know most people kept faith with him, and rightly so, because he's a quality player. But that can stick in the throat. Yeah.
And so Tom Banton last week, 379, 371. I can't remember now. 370 something. So if you had captained him, what kind of points are you looking at?
So he got 510 points. So if you captained him, that would have been 1,020 points.
Wow.
And there is always someone who captains someone who does extremely well. People who you complete could be sort of almost a very random pick, but someone will have captained them somewhere and will pick up that enormous score. So yeah, whoever had Tom Banton last week was doing very well.
So I guess when you compare that to Dawson, who was 3,000 and something last year and was PCA's MVP, Banton's already got over a third of the way there if you happen to have captained him. So you get double points for captaining, you have a vice captain as well, and you get bonus points for 50s, 100s, and quick scoring as well, right? So
yep.
If you make 100 inside a certain number of balls and 50s inside 70 balls and so on.
Yeah, so you have a strike rate of over 80, but you have to have scored at least 40 runs to have that kick in. And then from the bowling side, you're looking at economy rate. So if you go under 2.5 and over through 10 overs, then you get a nice bonus as well. Maidens get you a couple of points. So it's not quite as simple as wickets and runs. There's a little bit more to it as well. Which
how you get your runs as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Any secrets? Any secret tactics, strategies? What separates the serious players from the weekend players, which I would count myself as well?
I think what's come to fruition over the last sort of couple of years, especially as it's grown and more people have chatted about it, is you're looking for high impact players. So, for example, this year, if you're looking for the perfect cricket draft player, it's Ian Holland. He opens batting, opens bowling, under 10 cricket, what more could you want, kind of thing. So it's those guys who are going to bat high up the order. Probably you run the risk of that, obviously, with the early wickets, but equally, if there's a second innings and they're chasing down a low total, or there is a second innings at any stage, they're going to bat twice. Opening bowlers, the same kind of deal. Might get that second bite of the cherry. So you're looking at high impact players, people who are going to be mostly involved.
One of the challenges is knowing from week to week who's going to be on the park, of course, and because we play such an intense period of championship cricket, that can sometimes bring someone unstuck, right? So I guess you need a good squad as well. Do you need to spread the value sensibly across your 15 because 4 will be on the bench, or is there value in, if you like, front loading your 11, having a few rookies who may or may not get on the park? And hoping that they stay fit, I suppose.
Well, that's kind of the beauty of it, actually, because you have everyone who attack it from a slightly different perspective. I'm very much one for making sure I've got a bit of backup on the bench because, for example, you just don't quite know what a county's going to do. We had Dudgeon last week, sort of ripping it up, and then rested this week, and Josh Tongue as well. So if you do need those people on the bench to fill it in, and that actually comes in with the valuations. This year we did know that last year it was a little bit tricky to have a really strong bench. So this year with the valuations, we've tried to enable people to have a bit more variety on the bench that are going to have players. And then you had people like Dazeem Ali last week who had a relatively surprise call and did very well. Rafi Weverall and these guys. So now you've got that nice batch of 4 million valued players that they can sit on people's bench, and you've got a really good squad rather than just your 11.
Yeah, it's a part of almost an obsessional culture, right? Fantasy football has become an integral part of the Premier League's brand. Clearly, the cricket draft taps into the sports fans' fixations, if you like. And do you envisage the cricket draft becoming as much as an integral part of the sports fans' week, the cricket fans' week, as fantasy football is for football fans?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's where we want to be. And cricket is literally perfect for fantasy sport because it is very. If you can see someone's got 38 runs, you know you're going to be in around 38 points. It's not sort of just looking for that assist and the goal or whatever it may be. So it's actually built really well for fantasy cricket, and we know from an engagement perspective, from feedback we've had from fans, it's a way. If you're an ardent Surrey supporter, for example, you may not always take much notice of what's happening maybe at the bottom of Division 2. With fantasy cricket, you care about everyone. You are looking at every single team's details. You're looking at, is there a player that someone may not have noticed? Is there that impact player someone may have gone first change? And you're suddenly looking at every game in a slightly different way. And we did a recent survey actually, where 93.1% of our users said that they follow the game far more closely because of the cricket draft. So it does show that when you're in it, when you're involved in it, you've got something on every single game. It really does sort of increase that interest in everything.
Have you had any players who have contacted you or made it clear that they feel like they're a little bit undervalued?
No, not directly, but I do know a couple of people who are slightly sort of perturbed by their valuations. Yeah.
Well, that's a good sign, isn't it? Because indifference is the worst, right? At least it's being addressed by the players. And so what does it look like going through the season as well? Because we're playing championship stuff at the moment. Do you have a variant for each of the competitions as we move through?
That's exactly right. So there'll be different competition for the T20 Blast, for the One Day Cup, the Women's Vitality Blast as well, with the Tier 1 competition we'll be doing. So there'll be lots of different games going on. So even if you have just missed the start of the County Champ, there's plenty of more opportunities to get stuck in.
So have you been working through the full list of female cricketers as well and Tier 1 players to try and estimate an accurate valuation of each player as well?
Yeah, we've got all the squad information together and the valuations have started.
What a job.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, no doubt. And so for people who haven't yet tuned in to it, is there still some value in getting stuck in now, even after 2 weeks of the championship?
There absolutely is, and we actually find there's a really steady stream of people come in every single game week. We've also started we've got some YouTube shows and stuff going on as well now with analysts who are bringing their two pennyworth into to give people a bit of an idea of how to help, and that sort of continues the growth. So yeah, absolutely is, and even if it feels like you may have missed a slight opportunity of the County Champ this time, it's practice for the T20 Blast. You can sort of start playing around, working it out a little bit and having a look at it. So absolutely there's plenty of reason to join up now, even if it is a week 2, week 3.
Have you had much take up abroad?
Yeah, we do. We get quite a few people playing overseas in all the traditional places you'd imagine, but we have some quite random places as well. It's another great reason, actually. I think people who have, the expats as well who have gone overseas love it, because they feel, rather than just looking at it from afar, it gives them a little ability to almost feel like they're back home and part of the English summer again. So it's been really good.
Prizes?
Prizes, we have had some prizes in the past. We haven't got any now. We're very happy to take on some prizes if people want to get some good stuff going as well. 3-year contract with the Wisden monthly bit, all that kind of stuff.
Nice, that's a given. That's a given. Yeah, okay, fabulous. So your interest in the game goes way back then, John, does it? So the game is ingrained in you. Is that fair to say?
It absolutely is. Yeah.
Who's your club?
So I'm a Worcestershire.
Right.
A Graham Dilley and Ian Botham fan from a young age, but I now live quite close to Essex, so I spend quite a lot of time down at Essex, I have to say.
Yeah. I was there last week. I was there last week at Chelmsford. Yeah. It's a glorious, glorious place. And so, if you were to pick out 2 or 3 players who are particularly good value, even though you've had a big say in the overall valuations of each player anyway, looking at it now, 2 weeks into this, or 5 days into the season, admittedly, where's the value?
Dawid Malan is value now. That
I knew I was onto something.
Yeah, he was a tricky one actually, because we just weren't quite sure how involved he was going to be, and clearly he's going to play a few games at the beginning of the season. So 7 million with someone of his calibre and first class record is definitely good value. Archie Vaughan, although we've changed his position from a batter to an all-rounder, he's in at 5.5 million, which for someone who's open to batting and will get some overs, likely has good value as well. And then Rafi Weatherall, actually, depending on how the difficulty of the fast bowlers is, you're just not quite sure how the counties are going to handle them. But he's great value. Especially, I went to Northants to watch a day of the cricket at West Kent, and he looked fantastic. So he looks like proper value, I think.
Another one for me, who I forgot to put in this morning, I've been kicking myself all day, is Brendan Doggett, the Australian seamer at Durham, who didn't play last week because he was in the final of the Sheffield Shield the week before in Australia. But he's a brilliant bowler and perfect for English conditions. I think he might be 8.1, although maybe
I think he was a bit better. I think he was 7.1.
7.1 was it? Okay, 7.1. Yeah. Well, yeah, get him in, folks. Would be my 2 pennies worth. Obviously, I forgot myself, but that's a given. Okay, fabulous. Thanks ever so much, John, for your time. Best of luck with it. I'm sure it's going to go well. What are the numbers already looking like? Are you pleased with how it's been received so far?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're just sort of under 10,000 playing the county champ game. That's all from a relatively organic growth, just sort of being on social media, reminder emails, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So no real kind of huge marketing drive. Counties have been fantastic this year. They've really got involved, done quite a lot of good content with some players and had some fun with them. It's been really good. So I think it's looking fantastic, and we'd love it to become a staple of the English summer if we can, and people, there's great fun on WhatsApp groups and all those kind of things, and we'd long may it continue.
Well, it's definitely a good time for it, isn't it? It feels like it's a part of the part of the modern scene, right, for sports fans. That, you know, the old days you might just read a column write-up and a little scorecard in the bottom, but now it's the whole show, and you need as much content and as much info as you can possibly get your hands on. And this seems like it fits right into that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to immerse yourself in cricket, then the cricket draft is the way to go. I mean, you can spend hours on there, and it's great fun. And you know, there's no right way or wrong way of doing it as well.
Great stuff. Thanks ever so much, John, for your time. Just stay with us as the players are readying themselves to come out again for the evening session. Just want to run through the scorecards, pick out one or two key performances as well. So Durham are going pretty well at Chesley Street against Warwickshire, 4 down for 229, and Ben McKinney, who again, John, you'd have been considering his value. He had a brilliant winter, of course, for England Lions. He's a very, very good young player. 89 not out. He's a fine prospect, tall, willowy left-hander. Notts struggling a bit, 212 for 6. 2 more wickets for Sam Cook, another couple for Jamie Porter, and 2 more for Shane Snater. I didn't even need to tell you that. And so Essex on top against Notts. What else do we have? Yeah, Yorkshire going well now, 270 for 4. Just emerging after tea. 75 not out to David Milan. George Hill, good young all-rounder, 39 not out as well. And here, so it's been Hampshire's day on balance up until this point. 6 down Surrey, 198 on the board. Any further points of interest, bones of contention, criticisms, praise, throw it all our way, folks. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And as John prepares to leave us, any thoughts on the cricket draft? Any tips? Any secrets? Any frustrations? Do let us know, and I'll pass them on to John. He's all ears. So, as we ready ourselves for the resumption, it's going to be Brad Wheel from the JM Finn stand end. He and Kyle Abbott have been the bowlers of the day for me. 198 for 6. And dropped quietly into the offside. I am going to stay with you, Daniel.
That's very, very kind of you, Phil. You almost read my mind. Have we lost Katya?
We have certainly not lost her. We have shifted things around.
Oh, right, okay.
I'd like to say there's a professional reason for it, but I've got a football match at 6 o'clock, and we've rolled on into the evening session, so I'm taking this slot.
Well, I brought you your sarnies.
Yes, thank you ever so much. That was good fun with John.
Yeah.
By the way, the cricket draft is easily the kind of thing that you get obsessed with.
Oh,
I brought in Milan this morning, Daniel.
Yeah,
brought in Milan, 75 not.
Yeah.
Quite pleased with that. Captained.
How often do you change your team?
Only on the morning of the game. I'm not a lunatic. And Johnny Bairstow was who I captained. Sawn off, apparently, from what I gathered.
Sawn off, was it?
Sawn off the hip, caught behind. Not happy.
Oh dear. Well, almost as important as your fantasy team is the fact that Surrey find themselves in more than a spot of bother here. 199 for 6. So it's not been cast or anything, or routed, and they've dug in. They've batted well in between loss of early wickets when Burns and Pope were out early on. 18 for 2. Then a good recovery, a partnership of 78 that was finished by a terrific piece of fielding down at deep backward point by Sonny Baker. That removed Jamie Smith, who's looked as fluid as anybody. It's always the case, though, let's be honest. Every time we watch Jamie Smith bat, we always marvel at how much easier he seems to make batting look than everybody else in what can be quite testing conditions on a first day oval pitch.
It was the story of last week as well, wasn't it? James Smith looked on a different level to other players at Chelmsford last week, I thought.
Got involved in that mix-up with Dom Sibley that, had it not happened, might have been a much easier last day. And today, he's not quite having that luck, is he, going for him at the moment. He had a couple of streaky shots today, but looked in really good form, and then picked out the fielder at deep backward point. And as I want to say picked out, Sonny Baker did a lot of work. He had to jump above his head, had to take the catch, and then somehow not overbalance over the rope with ball in hand, which he did superbly. But then they lost Ben Folkes on the stroke of lunch, played on. Dan Lawrence caught at slip, and a lengthy partnership between Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley. Not one going at any great pace, but this is the wicket of Ryan Patel, the last one to fall. 11 balls before tea. Just pulling a ball not quite there for the shot. And that's put Hampshire back on top again. Jordan Clark. Surrey are very fortunate to have Jordan Clark coming in at number 8. Many other sides he'd be much higher up the order. You could see him doing a job at 6. Got 100 in the corresponding fixture last year. And, well, it's an older ball. It's a 65 overall ball. The Hampshire bowlers have been toiling away to a degree. Bowled 14, 15, 14, 13 overs for seamers. But it's not easy to cash in when you're in a spot of bother, when you're 6 down.
Yeah, I would say at this point in the game they'll be delighted. I think it's a relatively flattish pitch. There's a bit in there, of course, but it's an easy pace, a bit of carry, which is a good thing for a batter, really. That's what you want. You want to be able to play your shots.
I'll tell you what has gone, as in Surrey's 200 comes up. In the morning session, we could see very clearly where the bowlers' footmarks were. You could see the difference because of the moisture in the surface. And now they're almost invisible, aren't they? They've dried out. You can actually, I don't know if we can zero in on those footmarks. They were brown and moist looking at 11:30 this morning, 12 o'clock. And now, just take a look at that now. It's just that little bit greyer, sandier, if you will. Which indicates that it's getting drier. It's going to be the best time to bat, you imagine, tomorrow. The sun out, the pitch having been played on for a day. So Surrey are going to have a lot of hard work to do tomorrow, and that's why they'll be trying to eke out as many runs as they possibly can. The forecast, oh my word, that was nearly taken on the rebound there, clipped to a short leg. And let's just see this one again. Let's see how close the fielder might have got to it.
On first thought, it was jabbed just shy of him. And bouncing up, perhaps. But they did put Sibley down, didn't they, at short leg during a spirited spell by Sonny Baker just before tea when he went.
It was a deep short leg as well, wasn't it, actually?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't one of those ones that you would say would have to be completely instinctive. It did come off somewhere approximating to the middle of the bat, but it had a good sight of it and it was at a decent height.
Yeah, I think it was Toby Albert as well underneath the lid, taking a couple of good ones.
Now, Phil, when there's a fielder in at a short mid-on, like we have here, what does that tell you? Because I've never seen anybody out caught there. Is this partly about eye line, or is it telling us something about the nature of the pitch? Do they think there's anything stoppy about it?
It's funny you should say that. I was doing a little podcast this morning before we came on air, and we were talking about the 2015 Ashes, right?
2015, okay,
2015
yeah.
And people may write in and correct me here. This is 10 long years ago, but I seem to recall Steve Smith getting caught in that very position with Moeen Ali. It may have been Bell. I've got a feeling it might have been Cook, but I'm not sure who took the catch. But Moeen put a man there early in Australia's first innings in that Cardiff Test match.
That's a fair point.
And got under his skin inside the mind. So perhaps there's an element of that. Possibly they're thinking with Sibley there's been a couple of leading edges, to be honest, against the seamers more than the spinner.
Because he likes to turn the ball into the onside.
Exactly, but if possibly Dawson can get one or two to straighten, and Sibley likes to turn against the spin into that onside that he favours, perhaps they're looking at a leading edge.
But does it go there, or does it not go slightly more to a short cover?
Yes, right, indeed. It's being in the eye line as well, perhaps. I think they've been pretty good tactically today.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Brown newly in charge, and they've looked like been quite proactive in the field. I like the ploy, the leg theory ploy as executed by Baker. He certainly got the ticker for it, hasn't he? He clearly fancies the scrap. And they've looked like a good side today. That said, it's a precarious position against Surrey, this. How often we've seen over the last few years the team are in the game, maybe slightly edging it 5-6 down, and because they bat long and deep with reservoirs of self-belief built up over these years as well, if he doesn't do it, then we're sure that he will, and that permeates through the whole team. So while the scoreboard looks healthy for Hants at the minute, we've got to keep going here, because a bad hour changes the picture.
Now then, this is speaking to what you said just a moment ago, Phil. Moeen Ali.
Am I right?
Smith, Alistair Cook. Smith skipping down the track, fires it down the leg side. Alert to the danger of being stumped, Smith thrust his pad and bat at the ball, just stabbed at it. The ball popped into the leg side. Cook did well to dive to his right and catch at a very short but not silly mid-on.
That'll do, yeah?
Will do, well done. 2 points. Thank you, Andrew Sampson.
Thank you, Andrew Sampson.
You're welcome.
Oh, we're having a good day today, aren't we?
Do you want a wild prediction as we wend our way through the evening session?
I'd love a wild prediction.
Jordan Clark to play a test match this calendar year.
Really?
I have a
well,
feeling.
I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that he shouldn't.
I have a feeling. I think it fits. Tall, bowls brilliantly to left-handers.
End of the over, 201 for 6. And just a reminder, if you're close by or even if you're not, it's free after tea. It's always free after tea here at the Oval. You might be out and about shopping or something tomorrow, or I don't know what people do on Saturdays on a beautiful sunny day when cricket's on, if they're not either playing it or watching it. But there may be some part of your life that makes being at cricket or playing it impossible. I don't know what that could be. I can't understand it, but look, it's different strokes for different folks. But if you get here at tea time, you won't have to pay. You can just join in the fun. There's a really good size crowd here today. There was over 3 and a bit thousand before lunch, and there's been more come in since then, and there's even more come in since tea. So
the in-laws are coming in tomorrow.
Yours?
Yeah. Yeah.
Coming here?
Yeah, all day.
You gonna bring them up to the box?
Might do, actually.
Yes, you should. Yeah. There's got to be some benefit to being your in-law.
I don't think they think I've ever done a day's work in my life.
Well, they'll be right.
I wouldn't want to disabuse them by bringing them up here.
Well, in fairness, you did write a biography of Brian Lara in about 2 minutes, so you were working pretty hard then this time last year.
Yeah. Still in the recovery position.
Oh, now that's scurried on a little, kept a trifle low. So the inches ahead, up to 67.
Yeah, it was well bowled, wasn't it? It was the arm ball scuttling down around the bootlaces, and this is what Dawson does. It's his 11th over. He's only gone for 14. So he just while away all day long, really, even if the pitch isn't that responsive.
It's extremely handy having that kind of bowler, isn't it? I mean, he's gone 14 runs of his 10.5 overs. No one's got after him. Partly no one's got after him because of the map situation, but then he doesn't give anything away. So if you want to make runs off Dawson, you've got to make the running. It's one of the continuing oddities of life that England didn't select him for the Champions Trophy and for other 50-over matches. The more you watch 50-over cricket these days, the more you realise you really do need all-rounders. the best teams in the Champions Trophy, India and New Zealand, all had players batting in their top 7 who could legitimately bowl 10 overs for you. Michael Bracewell, Glenn Phillips, or Ravindra Jadeja, Raksha Patel. It was noticeable. It was something that England didn't have, and they suffered for it.
Yep.
Just taking a look at the match situation. Surrey 202 for 6. They were put into bat this morning by Hampshire. That's the way it goes at the Oval. You get put into bat if you don't win the toss. Lost a couple of early wickets, recovered, and then lost another couple. That's nicely played by Sibley. Finds a gap through mid-wicket. It'll be hauled in before it makes it to the boundary. But it'll pick up a third.
He just played on length. The line was good enough by Brad Wheel, but just a bit too full, and that's where Sibley likes it. He's looked very balanced today through the onside. Game looks in good order. There's an economy to it. That's a good sign with Dominic Sibley. Nothing extraneous, nothing unnecessary. He's looked good.
You sense the crowd is just starting to warm up. There'll be a few that have been here all day who have enjoyed the various concessions. There'll be some who have come in after tea for free, after work, whose weekend begins here. And if they've got any sense, they'll spend it, all of it, here. Saturday and Sunday. Maybe work from home, in inverted commas, on Monday.
I remember this time last year, the early games, the early April games here at the Keir Oval, and the crowd being notably youngish and vibrant on the weekends, because
Students?
but it's also in that sweet spot before league cricket has started.
Yes, good point. The whole of this month, really, isn't it?
Exactly,
April, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a really good option for your cricketer and your players as well, who are tuning up but not yet stuck into the league stuff themselves. It's always a good place to be on a Saturday.
Oh, that's nicely played. This could well make it to the boundary. Fielders in vain pursuit. An almost carbon copy of shot played earlier in the over by Sibley. Stray onto that pads at your peril when bowling to Dominic Sibley. Takes him to 74. Really nicely played, head right over the ball. Now I'm having a little look at membership prices as well, you know. And there are a couple that really caught my eye. As you just mentioned, youngsters. Membership for 16 to 21 year olds. This membership gets you every county game and the 100.
Right.
So not test match, all of that, and 2 guest passes as well.
For the Blast as well?
For the Blast, all county games.
Amazing.
All county games. £73, I think it was. £73
for 16 to 21 year olds.
For 16 to 21 year olds. That is birthday present worthy. That my birthday's in April, so that's exactly what I would have asked for. There might be a couple here as well, actually. Sibley never going to settle for just the one. End of the over. I mean, Sibley will keep strike on 75. Surrey 211 for 6. A profitable over for Surrey. That 9 coming from it. I mean, that is incredible value.
Yeah.
And if you think, you know, let's say you're a student who's come back from uni, you could join with all these shirtless
wonders.
But you'd be back from uni by late June, wouldn't you?
Yep.
So you get a bit of the blast. You might be at uni in London or nearby.
So there'll be I think
7
four double headers as well.
Yeah, you get the women's cricket as well. Yeah.
Certainly, I think it's 4 across 4 weekends on Sundays here. Then, of course, a good sprinkling of Friday night games in the Blast as well. Plus, as you say, Dan, there'll be 6 more 4-dayers after this one.
You've got all of September because you're not back at uni. I mean, it's just absolutely wonderful. And if you were 16, 17, you've got that lovely sweet spot when what we used to call the lower sixth, when it really doesn't matter what you do. And then when you finish your A-levels, you finish them early and you just camp out here watching the men and the women. Now then, he's gone for this. Fielder will not get to it. It's a short side. And I can't quite believe what I've seen there. Dom Sibley has just played a slog sweep. Now, I'm not surprised because I don't think Dom Sibley can play the slog sweep. It's just, where has it come from? As if this is enough. Propping forward and defending Liam Dawson. I'm going to try and hit him off his length. Not sure he got it quite as well as he would have hoped. It's only just landed over the boundary, but it's a short boundary, so it's not a bad ploy.
I think he was almost as surprised as you were, Daniel. I think
Dom Sibley or Liam Dawson?
Dominic Sibley. I don't think it had occurred to him before Dawson
to play the shot
that he was going to play the shot, or even halfway down. But something took him over.
Something did take him over. Now, let's see where the ball went, because I think there's a problem with the ball. Where has that landed? It's landed. Oh, has it landed in a beer cup?
Oh,
well,
fabulous.
this will be an issue. Oh dear, because that means they're going to need to find another ball, because that will be soaking. They're going to now need to find a roughly 69, 70 over old ball. Unless they're going to continue with it.
It's been
I think they're giving it a sniff there, just to make sure, trying to work out what is it, that bitter lager? Yeah, he's giving it a sniff. The umpire is checking that out. I think it's, is it a cheeky Merlot perhaps?
It's been a relatively conventional day so far, isn't it? But cricket's taken a turn for the eccentric as ever.
All sorts of drinks you get at the cricket, all sorts of drinks. You get your lagers, you get your bitters. It's not just them though, is it? Get your wines, your red wines, your Merlots, Cabernets. It's a little bit more normal.
Reassuring.
So I think Dominic Sibley had a little bit of time to ponder what his next move was, because the ball went into the beer cup. So, well, I wonder. Now then, I mentioned that there were well over 3,000 at the ground by lunch. That figure's much bigger still. What's the capacity at Chelmsford, Phil?
6. 6 for the T20s.
6 for the T20s. Well, we are here for a 4-day county championship match in April, and there are 5,041 entries to the ground so far, and there are still punters coming in after tea.
Just shows you what an incredible club Essex are, doesn't it, really?
Well, that could be the inference you draw. I guess my point being that if this crowd were at Chelmsford, it would fill it, basically. So that's just trying to give you an idea of the number of people here, and it feels like more in many ways.
It's heaving in the pavilion, has been all day.
Oh, has he got an edge on that? He has. Clark looking to cut a ball. It was there for the shot, you'd have to say. He just didn't execute it. Gets the edge. That's the breakthrough. And it's a breakthrough Hampshire really wanted, because they're down to the bowlers now. And Surrey in some bother at 218 for 7.
I tell you what, Daniel, I think this is a brilliant catch. I think it is, as you say, an under edge. It's kept low. First look, it looked like an under edge, and Ben Brown's kept down with the shot. And he's kept those gloves and hands soft enough to gather it around the ankle. Big wicket though, because Clark is a counter puncher.
He's looking right at the toe end of his bat here. Now, I'm not sure this will give us the best view.
Stays
Here
down
we go.
on
This replay is the one we want. Yeah, that is a good catch. And this close up we might see even better.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he's gone down with the ball, hasn't he? It's really good work from the keeper, Ben Brown. And that is a big blow for Surrey. It brings Matt Fisher out to bat. He batted very well at Chelmsford last week in the first innings, scoring 30. It's his first knock in a Surrey shirt at the Oval. And he will need to dig in again. With 26 overs remaining in the day. Actually, frequently you think, well, I quite fancy a dart late in the evening, but actually you fancy that the morning cool, little bit of moisture, that's going to be the time when Surrey want that ball to be as new as possible. So there's sort of games within games. Surrey would love to be batting for as long as possible, not just for the runs, but because when they come to bowl, they would like it probably to be with as hard and new a ball as possible at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So to do that, they're going to need some obduracy here from Fisher, and Sonny Baker is back into the attack. He's not been fortunate today, not picked up a wicket. He's bowled pretty well. Got a ball to move quite prodigiously in the morning session. He's predominantly away from the right-hander.
I agree, Daniel. He's shown some glimpses of why people are so excited about him. I think it might have been his 5th over was a maiden, but he carved a break back into Sibley, hit him around the thigh pad area, a bit too high but straight, and then managed to get a couple to go the other way with a bouncer or two slipped in there, and it was a real mix, but a show of his skills really, and his pace, and his a bit more Larwood stuff here around the wicket. 6-3 leg side.
We'll tell you all about this field. It'll probably change now, of course, that Matt Fisher's on strike, but they've decided exactly that, to go a bit Jardine Larwood at Dominic Sibley, despite the fact he's been there for 194 balls and scored 83.
But he was discomforted by this ploy before tea, so it makes good sense. Looks like they are
changing.
Yeah, more conventional for the new one.
But I rather like the theatre of that, don't you?
Indeed.
Sort of course, in the Australian mini-series of Bodyline, it was Jardine would clap his hands, wouldn't he say, Harold? And then the field would dramatically move from one side of the field to the other. Something not quite as dramatic as that is happening here. Forward short leg in, 2 slips, but you get the general principle. That's a fine shot to get off the mark. Your first ball, square driven for 4, Matt Fisher. First ball in a Surrey shirt at the Oval. And that was an on-the-up cover drive. That was not a full half volley by any means. This is a shot of some class.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot first up, but Sonny Baker lost his run up there, and so what came down was lacking in any kind of potency. Rather sat up and asked to be hit.
Probably won't mind seeing that too much as well, though, will he? If he thinks that Fisher is prepared to drive so early in his innings. A couple of slips in. Oh, and another glorious cover drive. The pigeon scatter, and it's gone through the fielder for 4 more. So Surrey fans were probably expecting the counter-attack to come from Jordan Clark. He got 3 from 27, and Matt Fisher's walked out and hit 2 fours of consecutive balls. And 2 shots of, I mean, really beautiful shape he's got there. Shouldn't have been 4 on that occasion. The fielder's overrun it, but when you're in the nets, you give yourself 4 for that, don't you, when you don't know where the fielder is?
Yeah, those last 2 deliveries by Sonny Baker, if you look at it on replay, he's landing his front foot well beyond the bowling crease, or well shy of the bowling crease rather, and it just suggests that his run-up's not quite right at the moment. He's going back round.
We got the Sibley field to Fisher. Interesting, leg slip, forward short leg. Oh, and it might have worked for him. He takes the catch, and Fisher's innings, 8 off 3. Well, he decided he was going to go for it, didn't want to have a look. The moment Sonny Baker decided to bang the ball in short, Fisher was coming after it, and maybe he was just ticking a little after hitting those 2 fours of his first 2 balls. Rush of blood. Also with a leg slip, forward short leg, fielders around him. He went after it, and in the end, a pretty well judged catch, taken off his own bowling from Sonny Baker, his first of the match.
Yeah, he's earned that. He bowled very well up front for a very good 5 over spell, 0 for 8 initially. inconvenienced Sibley all day long, really. He looks a bit leggy at this point. He's obviously just finding his way in cricket at this level, but he's deserved that, really. He's shown great heart as well, I would say, today, Sonny Baker. Suddenly Surrey are 8 down, and Sibley, who took the first over, is still there. Last time, Samo, you know the question.
Yes.
No idea. What are you talking about? Carry bat, of course.
Yeah. Who would it be? Anything jumping out for you, Daniel? Last time a Surrey opener?
Rory Burns.
It's decent start.
Yeah, but
there is one though, isn't there?
Yeah. It's gnawing at me. That's why we have Andrew Sampson, so we don't have to be gnawed at. Now, Kemar Roach is going to come out, and Roach is a guy with a very, very solid defensive technique. Be interested to know what Dominic Sibley said to him here. He might have just said, look, let's just play normally. I trust you. Or he may be saying, you stick in and I might now just have a little dart. I don't think Sibley will be thinking about his 100 or any of those kind of considerations. He probably won't even really be thinking about a bonus point at 250. What he will be thinking about is trying to eke out as many runs as possible, because this feels subpar 227 for 8, albeit that Surrey have been put in on the pitch that had a little bit of life early in the morning. That life somewhat dissipated as the day has gone by. Wide has been signalled by the umpire. That'll be a wide for height. And at this point, every run can become significant. The weather forecast is not ideal for Sunday. Patches of Monday. So Hampshire will be very keen to whip out these two. Also, when you bat, if you can bat for 20 overs in an evening, it's a bit more of an enjoyable prospect than 5 or 6, isn't it? Short again from Baker. And this field is forward short leg, leg slip, long leg, forward square leg, and a mid-wicket, 6-3. Andrew?
It is Rory Burns.
Can you remind me when it was?
It was also against Hampshire at the Oval back in 2017 when he got 219 not out. Only 3 times in the 21st century has a Surrey man carried his bat in the championship.
Ooh, who were the others? Ian Ward?
No. The last 2 before that with Jonathan Batty and Mark Butcher.
How many did Butch get?
He got 145 not out against Glamorgan here at the Oval in 2001.
Oh, that'll be runs. Be very happy with that. And I think it's been signalled it's come off a bit of glove or bat. So Roach is underway, 232 for 8 after 71 overs, Surrey. I know it's early in the season to be talking about bonus points, but they can be important. Surrey didn't get anything like a full complement at Chelmsford, only picked up 1 bowling point. They did get a couple of batting points, which looked unlikely at one stage. And then got the 8 points for the draw. Yes, Andrew.
Well, the last Surrey batsman to carry his bat without scoring 100 is your old hero, Graham Clinton.
Graham Clinton.
84 not out against Yorkshire at Headingley in 1986.
Suggests Surrey didn't get an awful lot of runs in that innings.
He only got 171. Well, I mean, he scored half the runs, so it's not too bad.
The fallow years, Daniel.
Now, this is interesting because Sibley's decided he's going to take that single, and as I suspected, I think he trusts Kemar Roach. Very experienced cricketer, of course, Roach, and he's been in these situations so many times. It's the nature of being a bowler that frequently when you're coming in, you're expected just to defend and support whoever's at the other end. Oh, it's gone straight through him. That is the 9th wicket. They look to defend, but it's got between bat and pad, rattled into the stumps, and Surrey are 9 down. And they're on the brink here with still plenty of overs left in the day, still shy of a first bowling point. And I'll be interested to see that again. I think that has just gone between bat and pad. And Kemar Roach has played that shot many, many times before. I'll be interested to see if there's just a hint of inside edge that might have brought it back onto the stumps. No, I think that's just gone straight on with the arm, isn't it?
Yep. But again, wicket to wicket, he's so accurate. And this is what he did last week on day 1 against Yorkshire. Came on and took 3 for 8, I think it was, in his spell, and just completed Hampshire's dominance. Yorkshire bundled out for 116 odd, and the game was basically done there and then. And this is what he does. He just soaks up pressure from one end. It's very, very hard to get at. You can rotate, you can create at the other end, because you know that he will just keep on coming in. A metronomically accurate spinner, but he gets enough turn as well, and he's picked up another couple. He's probably the most complete county cricketer at the moment.
Well, hold on to your hats now, because Dan Worrell's coming in at 11, and whatever this conversation is, in my experience, yes, he's smiling. I think Dom Sibley has said, I know that what I say now is completely irrelevant. Because Dan Worrell can hit a very long ball. And I'm not sure that he necessarily trusts his own defensive technique. There are 4 balls left in the over. I think he's going to give it a go, blocking 1 or 2. But once he's decided he's managed to do that...
No guard. Look at that.
This is magnificent stuff.
Yeah.
It's exactly as it should be. There's a short leg side boundary.
Oh, another chat.
Number 11. Now, I wonder what could be being said here.
He's just saying, Dan, at least go through the motions and just ask for middle and leg, please. It's a matter of optics. Nah, mate.
Well, let's see. Let's see if that was indeed what the question, what the suggestion was.
He's not taking one, Daniel.
No, he knows where the stumps are.
Fabulous. Great to see. The number of club games we've played over the years when the number 11 walks in, doesn't take a guard, and everyone's like, here we go.
Yep, just give yourself a little.
Yeah. Yeah.
And indeed, mid-on is back a touch. Well, we do a disservice to the great man. 2 splendid forward defensive, saying that's how you do it, Kemar.
Hobbesian. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Can he see through the next 2?
Do you know, he's got one of them done.
Oh, please.
Only thing is, there's a bit of an opportunity for a Shannon Gabriel here off the last ball of the over.
Yeah.
As the field spreads, this is marvellous theatre. We've got a deep backwards square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. It's like an inhaling lung at the moment. And he's not tempted. Won't take the single, has seen out the over. 24 overs remain in the day's play. You fancy Hampshire will be batting the majority of those. Dom Sibley still there, looking not just to carry his bat, but hoping that he can eke his way up towards the 100, which would almost certainly give Surrey their first batting point. But they're still 17 runs away. Don't go away. It is all happening. Adam Collins is going to come and replace me after some more words from Phil Walker.
2-3-3 for 9 then. Hampshire have almost got this done. They've been impressive from start to finish. They were excellent in the first half an hour. They set the tone for the day. They've taken all but one of their chances. There's been some good catches in there. Ben Brown's catch to get rid of Jordan Clark's behind the stumps was excellent. Toby Albert's taken a couple of good ones in the grabbers as well.
Yep.
And Hampshire are very good for this, I would say. Surrey, well, if they run through their scorecard, there's a few batters out there that will be cranky this evening, because while it was a good toss for Hants to win, this is not a 2-3-3 for 9 pitch, I don't think.
No, it was the squeeze in the middle session. They only picked up 2 wickets, but only went for 2 and over.
It's the Dawson factor, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. As Baker pulls out to start his new over. Going round the wicket. Field spread, very modern field. Fine leg. Another fine leg. A deep square leg just in front of where the square leg umpire would be, if not for the fact that he jumped over to point this time of day. Deepish mid-wicket, 20 yards inside the rope. A long on. So the single's on offer, but also expected to be short. When operating round the wicket, Baker.
I wonder if he tries the hook ramp here. He's gone the other way.
Makes room. Doesn't make contact, not what he wanted to do with it there. Just lost sight of that for a moment. You could see Sibley was pondering where that might have gone as well. But yeah, that squeeze that Hampshire put on was a really important stand of 68 with Patel batting with Sibley. But for all the pressure they absorbed, the risk, of course, was that they would lose wickets either side of tee, and so they did. Patel, then Clark, then Fisher, then Roach. Now Hampshire got a look here. Have to make this count, have to finish it off. How will Sibley play it? Well, by jumping away across his stumps and thinking about trying to pop it into the dressing room, doesn't make contact.
I think that's the right shot, though. But I also think that Sonny Baker should be mindful of that. What price a leg stump Yorker? A double bluff?
Yeah. Andrew Sampson with us as well.
Yeah, we're just talking about Rory Burns being the last person to carry his bat for Surrey. But Sibley has carried his bat 5 times in the championship, all for Warwickshire. The only person who's done that more often since the war is Geoffrey Boycott, who did it 8 times.
Blimey, there you go.
Now that tells a story. Sibley, his 198th ball here. Looking to go T20, but not quite as yet. What have you made of Sonny Baker today, Phil?
A lot of heart, a lot of spirit. I thought his first spell was good and at times excellent. I was saying to Daniel just now, I thought the 5th over of that spell was a maiden, but it was brilliant and it showed what he has. He was able to get one coming into Sibley, and a couple that beat the outside edge, and he banged a couple in too. And it was a real masterclass of an over. He's looked like he's tired a little bit after tea, but that's to be expected. He's a young kid finding his way. He's lost his run up a couple of times.
Short again. Just a bit quick for Sibley though. I really liked how he's maintained his pace the whole way through.
Yeah. He has a real strong shoulder action as well. So even when the body seems to be tiring a touch as it has been post-tee, he's still been able to really get it down there with real pace and fire, because he's a naturally stocky, like shaped a bit like Darren Gough. He's that kind of quick bowler, you know, very sort of top heavy.
A bit like Kemar Roach as well, I was thinking when I was watching
him
earlier. Like he's not going to be any taller than, what, 6 foot and old money, something like that?
Now you've drawn a Qantas airplane, haven't you, on your little notebook here?
I have.
Why might that be, Adam?
Well, I've just noted that Qantas flight Heathrow to Perth, a direct flight these days.
Perth may or may not be the first test match, right, of an upcoming series later this year.
It is a test that's starting on the 21st of November.
Yeah.
If Stone isn't right, and if Wood isn't right, lots of ifs here. Yeah, I'm not saying you could rule either of them out, especially Mark Wood. He's got some ticker coming back from injury. Real ticker. Often he's come back from injury and been electric right away. But I reckon if both of those two are out and they're digging into the bank of who's quick in the country and who's got some ticker, that's a very, very early call. But I just wonder whether it's on one of those part-time contracts, isn't he? One of those fast bowling contracts.
He is. He's on an incremental already. Flintoff was overseeing his work for the Lions, and he was very complimentary this winter back in Australia.
So it would take a lot to go right, but early signs of something here, I think. Can he finish it off? 200 balls Sibley's faced. There's the full leg stump Yorkie we're looking for, but he's dug it out. Quick single through.
Yeah, good cricket.
Takes on the arm, Mark Stoneman, and makes sure that he keeps the strike. He's 85. 234 for 9, and I wonder whether hitting to the short boundary, he might have a real dart here if Dawson continues from the pavilion end.
Yeah, indeed, I'm sure he will, and he probably needs to now. He's got to find that extra 15 runs, not only for his 100, but to get up to that first batting point as well. Just on Sonny Baker, you're right, there's a hell of a lot that would have to go right for him to get him anywhere near that plane at the end of this summer. Nonetheless, he does have in his favour pace, and pace obliterates all logic. And it wipes out any sense of getting your chops and experience and bedding in and learning the game and all of these necessary old truisms that permeate through the game's history. Well, if you've got pace, you blow it all away, and you can be a nobody on Thursday afternoon and the talk of the town by Saturday if you've got real pace. And he is not devastatingly quick, but he has definitely enough pace to bother good players, as we saw before tea against Sibley when he went leg theory, and he discomforted him a number of times. He's got heart, and he's got a lot of good minerals, I would say. So it's an interesting time.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, Josh Hull was a bit different. He had height, pace to an extent, and being left arm. So he hasn't got all component parts, but as you say, good minerals, good starting point. Wheel continues, or Wheel enters the attack, I should say, replacing Dawson. So the field spread for Sibley. By the way, get down. It's free after tea here at the Kia Oval. If you come and watch Dom Sibley make 100, or if it doesn't work out that way, come and watch Kemar Roach bowl. Come and watch Kemar Roach bowl.
Yep.
Do yourself a favour. Free after tea. Over 5,000 people in today. People were flowing in. I saw through the Stuart gates behind us here at the tea break. Be one of them. That's got to be a wide. Generous.
Yeah, he's got away with that. Yeah, the other thing you need is personality, right? If you're going to bowl quick, then you need to really want to do it. And sometimes you get a sense with young players coming through that they're a bit diffident, but you don't with him. You see it in the way that he carries himself. He's an unusual interviewee for a young kid. They often are quite straight down the line. Well, he gives you full answers that he's thought about. He carries a notebook around.
Oh, high, long, big. Wait for the thud. Bang. Might have gone out altogether. So that towards the road. It might have gone the full journey. Dom Sibley into the 90s, emphatically.
Yeah, it was top row. I think it just faded, but at one point it looked like it was in the row. That's a cracker by Dom Sibley.
Oh yeah, really gets underneath it. I was waiting for that familiar thud that you often get into the seats here, but yeah, whether it's hit a support or otherwise. He goes again.
Yeah, mildly surprised that they took Dawson off. I feel like the medium pacer, I mean medium fast, but with the ball 70 odd, 73 overs old, I think Sibley would prefer the extra pace if he's trying to latch onto a couple to get up to that 100, rather the extra pace than the left arm spinner turning it away from you, away from that short boundary.
So job here for Hampshire. Can they get through 2 balls here and get a look at Worrell? No. Easy single. Moves to 92, but it leaves Worrell just 1 ball. Now this becomes a game within a game with Worrell. Only plays one way usually. Only plays one way. Has a job to do though. Has to get through this delivery.
Is he going to take a guard? Because he didn't.
Yeah.
To Dawson. And I don't think he's taking one here either. Good on you, son.
I suspect that Worrell and Sonny Baker are very different characters from how you described Baker to me before. Last ball wheel. Beautifully played by Worrell. Square drive to deep point. There'll be no single there though, because they want Sibley back on strike. 7 runs from the over. They'll be most pleased at 241 for 9. Phil Walker's jumping out. Not sure if that's him done for the day, possibly. Katya Witney jumping in. With 22 overs remaining on this first evening. Getting a replay here, I suspect, of Sibley going bang. Liam Dawson being spun around to have a go with the leg side boundary, the longer side, now that this is when Sibley's going to be trying to take full toll where he can. Well, Katya, they're not going the whole way back there either. They're saying to Sibley, hit it over the top of us. The fielders on the leg side, all about 15 metres inside the rope for Dawson. So we've got a deep backward square, a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket. The long on's back, but the others are giving themselves a little bit.
Yeah, this is very fun.
What do you think against the spin? Smack it over the rope.
You've got to take it on.
Which ball of the over does he have a crack here, I wonder? Does he give himself a sighter as the shadows start to lengthen? Leg stump line, defensive line. Happy to give him one, but he's not going to oblige.
Surely he's got to try and get the century this over.
That would seem the percentage play, wouldn't it? Even if it is against the spin. Does he open up the offside? 3 men back on that rope. Make that 4, sorry.
Well, that's the short boundary as well.
Actually, make it 5. That's unusual. 5 on the offside rope, round the wicket. So we've got the long off, a couple of deep covers, a deep point, and a third man, which is most unusual for a spinner, but that is the very short side, and then the 4 back on the leg side, all 9.
Right, he's had a look at 2.
2 flat ones too. Does he live a little here, Dawson? Throw one up above the eye line? He doesn't. Maybe that's the play from Dawson. Give him the ball that can go the journey, but in doing so, run the risk of hitting one up the chimney. Or
just trust Dan Worrell. Dan Worrell's not that bad at number 11.
More flight there. Takes a single from the 4th ball of the over, so it won't come in over number 75 if it is to happen at all. Can Worrell resist? If he throws one up at 47 mile an hour, I don't think Worrell's going to knock it on the head.
No, the whole field's coming in here as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting with the change of field at number 11, just slows the game down.
Yeah.
Gives him plenty of time to think about what he's going to do. Bloke at the other end on 93.
Middleton at short leg. Nice. Time to pull the pin out here. Throw it way up and see what happens. Surely worth the risk, last ball of the over.
That man right in front of the bat there.
Yeah, not fun, Middleton. No, he darts it in again. So just 1 run from the over, but it gives a strike back to Sibley. Crowd acknowledged that point. 242 for 9. 9 runs put on for this final wicket so far.
If he gets there, Sibley will fully deserve this century. He's batted really well today, really solid, wickets falling around him. Surrey 242, getting up towards that 250. Sibley can take a lot of credit for that, keeping them in a position where they can stay in the game on this first day.
So wheel to continue. All 9 men back. Great contact, finds the gap, splits the field as 4. Sibley crunching out to the long rope, had 2 men to beat. Gets to 97.
Yeah, bisected them perfectly there. Big flash into the offside. Straight between them. Beautiful shot. 3 away now from 100.
So Sibley 3 away. Steers again out to deep backward point. Gee, this has been a good innings.
Yeah, really good innings. Fitting that he's reaching its kind of climax in front of a big crowd at the Oval, streaming through the gates after tea. He's had to work hard for it. It's not been easy today.
Good piece of it, but picks out long off. On a 5-man setback on the offside. Sibley, sorry, you please go. Please.
It's really the opposite of what we've seen today. We've seen several give their wickets away.
Yeah.
Several charged down, and Sibley stayed there. Gritty, characteristically gritty. At one end, really held it up and kept Surrey in the game.
And also, we're talking a lot about the 3 figures, but Surrey are 4 away from the batting point.
Exactly.
Which, how crucial they can be. Oh, inside edge, just misses the woodwork. And that was interesting. That was the 4th ball of the over as well. They've been going on the 4th. We'll see it back.
Just cramped him a little bit, expect it to come a bit wider.
With 2 to go, they're able to bring a couple of fielders in, so that'll be from the offside by the looks of things, mid-off up, backward point up on the 1, as is cover. So Sibley wants to go, it'll have to be on the drive. He'll have to beat the catching cover. Goes through point. Wants 1, wants 2, comes back and gets there. Really good batting. I reckon of the 5,041 people here at the ground, more than 5,000 of them thought that was going to be 1 and take it and be happy with it. But Sibley had other ideas. Assertive running. 1 ball left in the over. 1 run for the ton. 2 runs for the batting point.
That felt dicey. Sibley was involved in that run-up with Ollie Pope last week as well.
I'm all about that. He playing the percentages and realising as the in-man that with 1 run to get, but really 2 runs to get. Of course, last ball of the over, so the field comes in with the exception of 3rd man, fine leg and deep backward square. Ringed up on the offside. Knows that he needs a single from this ball or better. Good bit of bowling wide in the channel. 99 not out, and Worrell will start the over for the first time. 2:48 for 9. Plenty going on here at the Kia Oval. 20 overs left on day 1. Get yourself down here. Free entry after tea every day of the season.
He was sick with himself after that one. You can see it. Nothing worse than being at the other end on 99 when your number 11's tasked with seeing out the first balls of the over. And then bringing the pacer back on as well. Understandably.
Yeah, I think that's a very astute call. Kyle Abbott, you're going to have a bloke that's going to land it in a shoebox for you, especially at a number 11. Give it to your most experienced, quick. What a glorious day to be out there. Just got a text in from a friend saying the beer in the pavilion is sliding down as easily as a Liam Dawson arm ball. It's that kind of afternoon out there in the outer.
Yeah, school holidays, sun shining.
Yep. So Abbott, who picked up Ollie Pope earlier today, and Ben Folkes knocked him over on the stroke of lunch. Consistent as ever. He's got 2 slips for Worrell. Can he get through the over? Can he score? In behind it. Do they... Or does he rather trust his defence for 6 balls? This is what it's all about right here. The bonus points on offer. The man who's batted all day, the number 11, with a job to do. Bat in hand.
As I've said, I can think of worse number 11s to have on at the other end, but probably just jinxed him.
Ooh, caught and bowled opportunity, not quite down the ground. Now, if it goes for 4, it'll be the bonus point. They're going for 1 or 4. It is a boundary. So, Surrey on the board in season 2025 as far as points are concerned at their home ground. But it does mean that Worrell remains on strike. So 1 hurdle cleared. You can see there with Sibley, got to the other end. He goes, we'll just take the 1 and see what happens. But hit it too well. And, yeah, I reckon if Abbott got a mitt down, that That was an opportunity, but a little bit too straight.
It's a beautiful drive. Straight down the ground, just past the stumps. Perfect.
So 4 balls for Worrell to look at here. Driving again and won't get it beyond mid-off for 1. So now back is the deep backward point, the fine leg. Small tweak between balls. Got a question on the screen. How many have carried their bat to 99 not out? Samo can check that out. We've had that.
Well, Jeffrey Boycott did it in a test match. I'm just generating the list of anyone else in first-class cricket.
Oh, I like this, generating the spreadsheet. Oh.
Cranking the gears.
When Samo generates a spreadsheet, it's purring over here. Good from Daniel Worrell. Bat and pad taped together. He did play as a specialist batting grade cricket many moons ago when he was a leg spinner who gave it a whack down the list down Worrell before he realised that it's actually quite a good seam bowler and ended up representing Australia. Sam?
Well, it's a 7. So Jeffrey boycotted it against Australia at Perth in 1979. It's only been one since then. A chap this season actually, A.G. Tiwari for Chhattisgarh against Jharkhand in the Delhi, in the Ranji Trophy.
Was that the only time in Test cricket? By the way, there was an option for a single there. That spat out to the onside and they declined it with 1 ball to go, so I suppose playing the percentages.
Yeah, Boycott's the only one in Test cricket.
Right.
The other interesting name on the list was the one before Boycott, who's Len Hutton.
Oh, right.
Yorkshire, Leicestershire, Sheffield in 1948.
Well, let's not hope he adds his name to that rarities and oddities list. 7 times in the history of first-class cricket.
First-class cricket. Not often.
That's most unusual. Last chance for Abbott to Worrell here to finish it off. And he leaves alone on length. And the Surrey fans are cheering. The boundary in that over took Surrey beyond 250. 252 for 9. Now Dom Sibley liberated at the start of a fresh over to complete his century as well.
Well, they've got the batting points out of way, and from Surrey's point of view, that'll be what they're most satisfied about. But personal milestone will be the one that's more celebrated. As we've said, Dom Sibley's batted beautifully today. Kept Surrey's scoring rate ticking over. Had a good partnership with Jamie Smith earlier in the day. And stayed steadfast as those around him have fallen.
Yeah, a couple of times wickets have fallen in clumps and Sibley's been the one to navigate through it. A stand of 78 with Smith and 68 with Patel, both important in sessions 1 and 2. This pair have put on 19. There it is. Dom Sibley, an innings of real substance. A 23rd first-class 100. 7th for Surrey, 3rd here at the Kia Oval. He's absorbed the pressure. He's played his role to perfection. And he's the last man standing for Surrey. Dom Sibley, 100 not out.
Yeah, and you could see in that celebration that was a really satisfying one. That's what he's really, really had to work for. Hampshire's bowlers were on point earlier in the day. Made it really hard to score, really threatening. He weathered that initial storm and he's come through it and he's reaped his rewards. Very well deserved century. And now it's up to them to see how close they can get Surrey to the 300 mark and keep them in this game.
So now back to Dan Worrell, knocking it on the head. Would have been an interesting extension of that had he declined the single to stay on strike ladder in the over, but of course that's a moot point. There was something going on with the celebration there which I couldn't quite pick up from our vantage point. We'll see it again on our replay at some stage, but he was...
yeah, he was pointing at his left hand quite close to his head.
Quite demonstrative, wasn't
it?
For by Sibley standards, he's quite... I think he's made hundreds for England and barely acknowledged the crowd, you know? Oh, caught at mid-wicket. What a great catch that is. Diving away to his left. That completes the innings on 253. Mark Stoneman in there, the veteran, had work to do. Gets Wheeler 4th. So Sibley does carry his bat, an even 100. Worrell the last man to go for 4. Hampshire complete the job and they'll have 16 overs to face this evening.
Yeah, that looked like a quick reaction reaction catch there. Couldn't quite see exactly where it went, but decent bit of work. I'm sure we'll see it on a replay in a bit once we've finished seeing Dom Sibley off. Rightfully off to a standing round of applause from the crowd here.
Yeah, terrific ovation. Once again carrying his bat. The first time he's done it for Surrey, the 6th time in first-class cricket, which of itself is significant. It reinforces that this is a guy who can bat long periods of time, and he can do it when others are falling around him. He should dare to dream, Dom Sibley. Had a great season in 2024. In excess of 800 runs, 3 important hundreds. A replay here of the final wicket. Just not quite getting on top of the bounce, and yeah, way to his left, the veteran Stoneman. Formerly of this parish. Sorry, to his right, sorry. I thought the way he bounced up it was to his left from our angle, but either way, he's the man at the end.
It's a good one from the old boy.
Yes.
Sonny Baker early on take a really good boundary catch and finishing the innings with Mark Stoneman significantly, well, sorry, that's mean, innings senior.
Wheels second 4 in a row. It had been a while since he'd taken a 4-wicket bag for Hampshire in the championship. Consecutive weekends for Hampshire. So, Dom Sibley in that same over advanced to his 23rd first-class 100. Batted all the way through the innings. We'll get a call of the card, then we'll take a pause here at the Kia Oval. Rory Burns was the first man to fall inside the first 2 overs of play. Caught in the cordon for 2 from the bowling of Wheel. Ollie Pope also caught behind the wicket from the bowling of Abbott for 14. Surrey in early trouble, 18 for 2. Jamie Smith started beautifully. Ended up caught on the 3rd man rope, an absolute screamer from Sonny Baker. By that point, the England keeper had made 39 from 35. Partnership of 78 with Sibley. Surrey 96 for 3. Just before lunch, folks, was bowled by Abbott for 14. 122 for 4 at the long break. Just after it, Dan Lawrence was Albert's 3rd catch and Wheel's 3rd wicket. Caught it slip for 6. 129 for 6. An important stand of 68 between Ryan Patel and again that man Sibley. Patel falling just before tea. Caught by Stoneman from the bowling of Hampton for 31. 197 for 6. 198 for 6 at the short break. Afterwards, Clark and Fisher fell in quick succession for 3 and 8 respectively. Dawson in the book, Baker as well. 227 for 8. Then Kemar Roach came and went for 4. 233 for 9. And a final wicket stand that ended up adding 20, where Sibley had the time and the space to reach an even 100 not out. And the last man to fall was Dan Worrell, who made 4 for the visitors with the ball. Brad Wheel best on show, picking up 4 for 65. Kyle Abbott did most things right at the start and the middle of the day. 2 for 48, kept it tight. Brett Hampson, 1 for 46. Sonny Baker, better than the 1 for 49, will suggest. He really impressed today. And Liam Dawson played an important role either side of tee. 2 for 23 from his 14. Katya Witney, your parting thoughts as we take a break here on the coverage.
Yeah, Surrey obviously doing well to get to that bonus point. That'll be the main thing for them, but they'll be disappointed not to get closer to that 300 mark. Still, they've kept themselves in the game, and a couple of early wickets tonight, a couple before they leave, and they'll think they're right in it.
All right, so that score again, Surrey, after being sent in this morning at the toss by Brent Brown, have been dismissed with 16 overs remaining on this first evening for 253. Stick with us. The resumption will be in about 7 minutes' time. It's okay. It's all good. It was one of those things where it graduated from it.
opening the batting for Hampshire, Mark Stoneman and Fletcher Middleton. To open the bowling for the Mickey Stewart Pavilion End, Kemar Roach.
And so we welcome everybody back. With 16 overs remaining in the day, there's a couple of ways of looking at this. For Surrey, they'll be going all out attack, you would think, feeling that they're going to have a relatively newish ball tomorrow as well, but they would probably have liked a slightly shorter session. That said, gives the bowlers a good chance to get their work, gives Surrey a chance to bowl all their frontline seamers. They're kicking off with Kemar Roach from the pavilion end, and we've got Yas Rana. Let's see. Have a word.
How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing very well.
Fantastic.
I'm doing very well.
This is an amazing sight in front of us.
Isn't it? Well over 5,000 people.
Yeah, pavilion pretty much packed.
Yeah, I mean, it's been more packed, but a load of them have been in to get drinks in the bar during the breaking innings. But yes, you're right. 3 slips in place. And Hampshire are underway straight away. Mark Stoneman is back at his 2nd county. So he's a 4-county man, is he? Stoneman now, Durham, Surrey, Middlesex and Hampshire.
Yep, new look, Hampshire top 5. Hampshire been very close to Surrey in the last few years in the Championship. A couple of 2nd place finishes in recent times, but obviously new look top 5. James Vince not involved in the County Championship this year, and that's had repercussions lower down the order too. Mohammed Abbas not retained. He's at Notts, or will be at Notts later in the summer. So Mark Stoneman in. Quite a new feel to their top 5.
And the first 4, this ball just strays onto the pads of Fletcher Middleton. Fletcher.
With an A.
All right. And so Hampshire having a much better time of it than they did last year when they were put into bat first, as everybody is here at the Oval, put into bat and bowled out cheaply, and Surrey got themselves a large lead over 200 and managed to win the game by an innings. Well, that's not going to happen on this occasion. But Dan Worrell is back, and he will be bowling from his favoured end very shortly, from the Vauxhall end. There's a lot of talk about Dan Worrell and England. I think there's more talk outside the Surrey dressing room and outside Dan Worrell's head, in fact, than there is in.
Well, there's a very funny moment at the Surrey pre-season media day where Dan Lauren was basically speaking to 50% of the cricket journalists in the country. And one journalist, who will remain unnamed, asked a question that was clearly, essentially, would you accept a call-up? But he answered. He asked it in quite a long-winded way.
I think I can imagine who that might have been.
Then gave up halfway through the question and said, "You know what I'm asking." And then about 5 minutes later, Worrell said, "I think I might make all of our lives much easier if I just announce my retirement from international cricket."
So end of the first over, well negotiated by Mark Stoneman and Fletcher Middleton. 6 without loss. Now Andrew Sampson's alongside us, and it hasn't all been bad for Surrey today. Made it over 250, batting first this time of year at the Oval. That's not bad. First innings score, and Dominic Sibley.
Dominic Sibley.
He's carried his bat.
He has. It is, as we mentioned earlier, the first time since Rory Burns in 2017 for Surrey. And we got double 100 against Hampshire here.
Yeah.
But it's also the 6th time that Dom Sibley has carried his bat in the county championship.
Which feels like a lot to me.
It is a lot. 5 of them obviously for Warwickshire. Well, not obviously, but they were for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
It's fairly rare. There's only, since 1945, there's only one player who's carried his bat more often in the county championship.
It's got to be a man who prized his wicket above farming the strike, would be my guess. A man who also played an awful lot of cricket. Oh, now that's moved a touch already. Seen a little bit of signs of movement from Dan Worrell. So
you know one of those very well, don't you?
I do know one of those very well. Yes, worked with him a fair few times, and I presume it is the great man himself, Sir Geoffrey.
It is Geoffrey Boycott. So that's going since 1945. The only other guy who's done it 5 times is Alan Ormerod.
Oh yes, Worcestershire.
Worcestershire opened with Glenn Turner for many years. But historically, we can now talk about Cecil Wood.
Can we?
We can.
We need to talk about Cecil. Oh, beaten on the outside edge.
Let's see if Dan Worrell gives us a chance with the occasional ball that doesn't beat the outside edge. Cecil Wood carried his bat 15 times in the county championship. So historically, nobody's done it more than 9. No one else does more than 9 times.
And 9 was Geoffrey, was it?
No, so Geoffrey's 8.
Geoffrey's
so
8.
We're talking about since 1945.
Since 1945,
so it doesn't happen
right.
that often since then. So the other guys, obviously, they played a bit more cricket in the older days.
Jack Hobbses of this world.
Yeah.
For example. It's a little bit too wide this time from Worrell, so it doesn't tempt Middleton.
So Cecil Wood, he played for Leicestershire from 1896 to 1923.
Oh, that's 27 years.
27 years.
For probably not an awfully successful county.
Yes.
Which would sometimes help a little bit if you were an obdurate batter.
Oh, yeah, I would think so. It does. And he also famously was the first player to carry his bat in both innings of a first-class match.
Now then, I need to ask you about this because this is why I would have heard of him. Because did Ben Compton not get incredibly close to that feat?
Yes.
And the umpire's decision to give him out enraged me because I think he was given out LBW and there was absolutely no way that he wasn't either. That he was playing a shot well outside the line. And I can't remember how many down Kent were at the time. Were they 8 or 9 down? Something of that sort.
He was 9th out. I think I'll just check it now.
And this was only 3 years ago? Something of that
recently
sort. It sent me scurrying to the live stream to watch it. It might have been the Kent live stream. I was getting very excited, as I do when unusual feats occur. So Cecil managed to do it twice in the same match.
Yep.
The only man. Is that he's the only man at all first?
He was the first man.
First man.
Jimmy Cook did it for Somerset as well.
Right.
I'll have to just check with. I think there might have been 1 or 2 others since then, but it is, as you can imagine, a very rare occurrence.
Oh, he's got him! Absolutely classic Worrell dismissal. Brilliant delivery. Clips the stumps. Surrey have their first wicket. They've made the breakthrough they wanted. They'll want a couple more this evening if they can. But this is why Dan Worrell has been such a successful signing for Surrey.
Well, Surrey fans have been made to wait for their first sight of Dan Worrell in 2025, and he doesn't disappoint. An immaculate first over of the season for Worrell. Beat the outside edge on a couple of occasions already that over, and this time one that comes in and beats Middleton's inside edge through the gap between bat and pad, and Worrell is off and running in 2025. That is a beautiful piece of new ball bowling.
It's brutal, isn't it? Ball after ball, shaping away, beat them on the outside edge a couple of times, and the one that comes back in. And that is why people will continually ask him about whether he will play for England. The Surrey wickets this season brought to you by C&C Insurance Brokers. And that's the first one on the first day.
It's one of those dismissals where it looks really simple what the bowler's done. He's gone away, 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 in, right? But you have to be so precise with the ball that comes in because you've only got one shot at it, right? And Worrell has absolutely nailed it. Brilliant piece of bowling. And we've got enough time left in the day to dramatically change how we reflect on it. 14 overs to go. The light is good. We'll get those overs in. Worrell, Roach now from the other end.
Yep, from the pavilion end. And Nick Gubbins coming in, so 2 left-handers to bowler.
I sense that Kemar Roach is someone who almost prefers bowling to lefties. Here's a replay of that wicket.
Oh, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? Because he's playing for the ball to go away from him. And it's done at some pace as well. What people forget about Dan Worrell, I think, sometimes, is that he's quicker than, say, James Anderson. And when England are looking for a bowler in English conditions, this is why he's absolutely perfect for it, because he performs a similar kind of role.
But I mean, this is the other misconception with Dan Worrell. He's also one of very few classical swing bowlers. Most bowlers at the moment try to wobble the seam one way or the other.
Now, I'm going to give Mark Stoneman the benefit of the doubt there. I think he's just tucked that bat inside the pad. But Kemar Roach likes bowling against left-handers. He likes coming round the wicket, likes to bring the ball in and then take it away at the last minute, bringing the slips into play.
And obviously he's got his Australian roots, but I do sense that Worrell is someone whose natural traits suit English conditions more than Australian conditions, which has obviously been the narrative around any potential international.
Well, he's acknowledged that himself, has he?
Yeah.
Because I think he did say he fancied a call up for the Ashes, and he sort of implied that actually he doesn't really like bowling that much in Australia. But maybe he'll like it more with this new Kookaburra ball that Colo was telling us all about, Adam Collins, earlier, with a new reinforced seam.
But again, I wonder what type of bowlers do better with that new Kookaburra ball. Is it conventional old school swing bowlers, or is it bowlers who, Scott Bowl and Josh Hazlewood type bowlers, who don't get that much swing? And the way they attack a batter is aiming for off stump, just outside off stump, and you get the bowler doesn't know which way it's going off the seam, so how does the batter? It's a very different mode of attack to what Worrell does.
Yeah, that's very true. Yes, I suppose just because you're Australian doesn't necessarily mean you like bowling in Australia. So 2 consecutive maidens. Good stuff this from Kemar Roach. Just probing away outside the off stump. 3 overs gone. Hampshire 6 for 1. A reply to Surrey's 253. Andrew.
Canterbury 2022. Kent versus Lancashire. Ben Compton 104 not out in the first innings. Last man out in the second innings.
That's why I was so furious.
For 115 LBW to George Balderstone.
I promise you, go and find footage of that and you tell me if that's out. Well, it is out. It's in the book, but
you could blame the umpire. You could also blame Jackson Bird, who batted for 57 minutes at number 11 without getting the decency to get out and let Compton into the record books properly.
So Australian. What's the lowest score carrying your bat? As Worrell starts a new over to Nick Gubbins.
Do you know this one?
I don't know this one, but
it's 5.
5.
Good old
5.
Good old Richard Barlow of Barlow and Hornby. Oh my,
was that
Barlow and Hornby long ago.
Lancashire?
Yep, Lancashire.
Monkey Hornby, are we talking?
Monkey Hornby, yeah. Yeah. Barlow made 5. I think it was out of 69 all out.
Ooh, right.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to tell me they were bowled out about 28 or something, but that's...
Well, I can find that.
That's pretty good. 5. And what's the lowest in a test match? Do you know off the top of your head? I sort of feel like there's a 30-odd not out going on. Len Hutton, was he last out?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Or was he not out?
It might be not out. Yeah, it might be that one. Oh, look.
When England were bowled out for 52, I want to say.
52, that sounds right, yeah.
Back in 48.
Yep. I'll find the details out. Where are we?
Thank you very much. There's a lot to get our teeth into here, yes? So much.
I'm still just amazed at how good the Kia Oval looks right now.
Oh, isn't it marvellous?
And the refreshed SSE Energy Solutions stand. Lots of people flocking there. Get a bit of late afternoon sun. Probably get pretty good views of London from there as well.
Get very good views up on that second tier. Through so they can get back for a couple here. Jordan Clark doing the fielding. Sorry, persisting with the 3 6. So that is the view that you can get from the SSE stand. Glorious sight. Those slightly owly looking blocks. Strangely looking wise out in the distance. Behind us, camera angle looking over the stand here at the Vauxhall end. Again, nice pace and carry from Worrell. He's taken that one across Gubbins. Might we expect the one that comes back in here off the last ball? He's another bowler who quite likes bowling at left-handers, because if you can swing the ball away, then you can also do that awful thing to the left-hander, which is squeeze that ball back in, trap them LBW between bat and pad. So the end of the over, just a couple from it. 8 for 1 from 4 overs. Yas, your season, when does it start? Your famous tactician, the Brearley of South London.
Not sure my teammates would say that, and I'm not sure that the league table from last season suggests that either.
Oh no, were you relegated?
Technically yes, but in reality no, because of the league
was restructured, was it?
Yeah, restructure. I'm sure lots of people watching will play club cricket in Surrey, and if you're not a first team cricketer in the top few divisions, things look very different in 2025.
Is that so? What's happening?
So essentially everyone is in one pyramid now. Right. So they've put all the first team, second team, third teams, fourth teams and fifth teams into the same pyramid, and below a certain point they've tried to do it geographically as well to reduce travel time in theory, which is to be honest, speaking to a lot of club cricketers, is actually a very welcome change. I think inevitably there will be some leagues that probably aren't right standard wise when you have, for example, the league my second team are in. We've got some first teams and some third teams from massive clubs.
Like Reigate.
Yeah, and I don't think that that's going to be as equal as it might look on paper, but I think you take this season in isolation really and hope that in 2 or 3 years time it sorts itself out.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's exactly what Roach is trying to do. He's trying to bring the left-handers, in this case Mark Stoneman, forward, just get them to play at the ball and then just kiss it past or onto the outside edge where possible. Definitely played at that. We've seen a couple when he's, I think we've got to say that he's played inside the line. On this occasion, he was just drawn to it.
I'm struck by how good the carry is for early April. I know the weather's good, but
now that's swung. It's very full and ballooning. So I'm trying to imagine your captaincy style out when you're out on the pitch. What are the characteristics of Yas ball?
So it depends. So one of the changes this season is we don't have timed cricket anymore.
Oh,
and
everything's limited overs.
Yeah. And
that takes a lot of your skills
exactly.
away.
So my favourite game last season was
a draw.
A win where we got 200 odd. They were 30 for 5, and then from then on weren't interested in scoring any runs. And they had two quite good players in, who were doing absolutely fine in going nowhere. And then we sort of tried to make it as embarrassing as possible for them in a way.
By putting on bowlers of less.
No, but more in
quality.
terms of just being so attacking that blocking everything just felt weird. There were so many gaps. And then our off spinner got a wicket caught short leg from a proper inside edge off the pad that popped up.
That's always a nice feeling, isn't it?
But
A close-in catch. End of the over, 5 gone.
I say that
Hampshire
was
8 for 1.
probably the only positive, memorable moment from last season.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I had a good time, but
Well, we all love it, don't we?
yeah, we all come back for more every year.
Opening up that kit bag. That's the Surrey card you can see there, and the standout knock, Dominic Sibley, 100 not out, exactly 100 from 219 balls. And in reply, well, Hampshire have lost that early wicket. It was a beauty from Worrell. Away, 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 nip back. Fletcher Middleton's castled.
11 overs left in the day, Dan. How do you see it? Because historically, the Kia Oval is seen as one of the better batting tracks in the country, one of the highest scoring grounds in the country. But actually, in the last two or three years, 250 is a decent first innings score.
Yeah, decent first innings score. Thing is that it's very much the second innings of the game that you would feel, especially with the sun being out tomorrow, that Hampshire have got themselves a really big opportunity to go large in that first innings. So for Surrey, that's all the more reason why I feel they'll attack here, obviously, in this last 11 overs. We'll see Jordan Clark bowl, we'll see Matt Fisher bowl, I've no doubt about that. And actually, first thing tomorrow will be a time when, with that ball being 16 overs old, it'll still be hard enough, you would think, and that first hour will be key. So you kind of feel that this 11 overs and the sort of the first 15, 16 overs tomorrow will give us a very good idea of the shape of the game. Now, what we've seen with two really good teams in county championship cricket is that when two very good teams play together, the game fluctuates, it moves around, people fight back. Surrey did that, Worcestershire did that last week, and these are two very good sides. So I'm not saying that the narrative of the game is going to be set in stone, but I think the way the game, the direction of travel of the game, whether Surrey are going to be right back in it, attacking with perhaps, either a small deficit or a small lead, sort of one innings game developing, or whether we'll be looking at a rear guard, looking over our shoulders at the clouds and the rain that's due in on Sunday. Is it going to be that kind of a narrative, or is it going to be toe to toe?
To your point about it being generally better for batting in the second innings here on day 2, I do agree with you, but how much is it that Surrey always bowl first? They always win the toss, they always bowl first.
But do they always win the toss?
Not always.
I mean, Rory Burns has a pretty poor record with the toss from memory, doesn't he? He's not one of the world's better call.
I feel like
well, I say
it's
never his fault when you're the captain and you're tossing the ball. I can't blame the skipper for that. Oh, as this flies past third slip down towards deep third boundary, they're coming back for a second. It wasn't a million miles away from third slip. We'll take a look at that in a mo.
I feel like in the last 2 years we've seen the model of whoever wins a toss. Surrey are bowling on day 1. They bowl a side out for 200, 250. They enjoy perhaps the best batting conditions of the game on days 2 and 3. Get a lead of 100, 150, and they're in charge and force a win from there.
Well, that has quite frequently been the narrative.
And raised that, I think that as an opposition captain coming to Surrey now, the decision of what you do at the toss is easier, because if you're not sure what to do, a good way of thinking about it is, what do they not want to do?
Yes.
And you know exactly what Surrey are going to do if they win the toss.
Are you suggesting that every now and then Rory Burns should just deliberately bat first if he wins the toss?
Well, why change it? It works so well for them at home.
Well, just for the reason it might dupe your opponent into batting first themselves. That's nicely flicked away, just straight onto the pads, and easily put away by Stoneman for his first boundary. 15 for 1.
So of the last 13 games, as we know, the toss winner has bowled first every time in the Oval.
13, did you say?
13. So this is the 14th in a row.
Right.
Rory Burns has actually won the toss more often than not, 9 times out of the 13.
Okay.
Do you want to know about Kerry Batt's question you asked earlier?
Yes, please.
I should have remembered this. The lowest score to Kerry Batt in Test matches, 26 by Bernard Tancred of South Africa against England in 1889 at Cape Town.
Oh, was that series that wasn't a Test series until it became a Test series sometime after?
It's the one where at least 2 or 3 players
George
was their
Lohman.
only first-class matches and whatever.
Is that a George Lohman series?
George Lohman's famous series was 95-6 when he took
sorry.
35 wickets at 5.8.
Right.
The Hutton innings you were talking about, he was last out for 30 out of 52.
Was he brilliantly caught by Don Talon diving to his left?
He was.
Yes, that's right.
I remember it well, do you?
Well, I realised that accusation was going to come immediately.
Sorry.
But I've been reading up about Don Talon last week.
He was
Yes,
partially deaf, wasn't he?
yes, and he was... Yeah, I don't know whether... Well, I'm going to say it. Australians, and it being the 1950s, being the people they are, his nickname was Deafy. Which seems a trifle harsh to me. He was a well-known vociferous appealer. And,
prototype of the modern era.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so. But supposedly a splendid keeper. But I went in search of footage of Don Talon.
Yes.
Because he was reputed to have the lowest crouch in cricket when keeping wicket.
Shot.
Nicely played that by Gubbins. Mid-off is open. A little full from Kemar Roach. Was inviting the drive, and Gubbins was happy to take him on and put it through the vacant mid-off region. Very elegantly played.
We've been complimentary of the Surrey opening bowlers, but some really good new ball batting, I think, from Hampshire since the dismissal of Fletcher, Middleton. They've known exactly what they're trying to defend, and any time that Surrey have erred, Wall in the last over and Roach a bit full there, Hampshire have attacked.
And then he leaves very sensibly. So yes, I went to search some footage, and I found some footage from 1948. Pate newsreel. Ralph Richardson and John Arlott were the voiceovers, and there's footage from the Lord's Test, the 48 Australian Invincibles. And check it out, and you see how far down Don Talon crouches. Bear in mind he was about 1.80 metre, so he's quite a tall keeper. Ooh, now then. Big appeal, but it's not going to be answered in the affirmative. I don't think Kemar Roach was quite as keen on that. A little too high, perhaps. And Kemar Roach just suggesting that himself.
No signal from the umpire.
Oh, there's a little bit of inside edge in there as well. I mean, it's hit the back leg, but it's high anyway, as well as possibly getting that inside edge. So Gubbins survives. And that's another one that's just shaped into the left-hander. A little bit of a fumble is going to allow them to get through for a single. Jamie Smith tidying up in the end. 7 overs gone, 23 for 1. And yes, he was renowned for being very rapid and very good to his leg side. And I discovered in checking out Don Talon. But apparently the way to get rid of Len Hutton, the Australians decided, was down the leg side, so they would deliberately bowl at the hip, or even off spinners would bowl for the little leg glance, and Talon would anticipate.
And that was before they had all the data.
Yeah, well, just using the eyes. But I suppose you see quite a lot of Len Hutton, because he would bat for quite a long time.
Well, that's also true.
Speaking of openers carrying their bat.
Oh yes, there's another one happened.
It's not happened yet, but Ben McKinney's 128 not out for Durham today.
How many wickets down?
They are 7 down, 6 overs left in the day. Matt Potts has faced 95 balls at number 9.
Oh, he can bat. Did he not get 100 last season?
He did, yeah.
149, yeah.
49.
Looking at the numbers in front of me, averages pretty much 20 in first-class cricket, but McKinney is a name to keep an eye on in this early portion of the season. Extremely highly rated.
Isn't there? There's a lot,
in a way, I actually can't remember for someone who's a batter who's played so little first-class cricket.
Yes, there's almost hushed tones about the preternatural talent.
I interviewed him over the winter just after that Lions tour, and he acknowledges actually that Australian conditions, he's the inverse Worrell in a way, in that Australian conditions.
Ooh.
It was an Englishman saying that Australian conditions probably suit him more than English conditions do, with that extra bounce. He's extremely tall. He's 6'5", 6'6".
Let's just see this. This was quite a late leave, but I can definitely say I think that wasn't playing at that.
Very late leave, though.
Yeah.
Very, very late leave.
Well, he'll know these bowlers, won't he? Or Mark Stoneman. He'll certainly know these conditions very well. I seem to recall he got 100 on his Oval debut many years ago. It would be about 2017 against Warwickshire, Mark Stoneman. So I think that was the day I'm insanely with Ebony Rainford Brent. We tried to do one ball of commentary from every county championship match, and we got here 10 minutes after the last ball had been bowled because Warwickshire bowled their overs on time, so they didn't take enough wickets that day. Surrey were 360 odd for 3, and I believe
Did you
Stoneman
consider
got 100.
putting in a word?
I tried, but you know, they don't listen to me. Really, the problem came at Northampton, where they didn't just wave us through. They were, even though we rang in advance, we were held up for 15 minutes by a gateman.
And that 15 minutes,
that was the difference.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, we were stuck on driving back from Canterbury up to here. We started at Leeds. Went Leeds, Leicester, Northampton, Essex, Canterbury, Oval. So, total crowd, in the end, I can give you, is a remarkable figure, actually. 5,631. Now, we're talking about a record that was set last season, or I'd say a recent record anyway, of about 13,000 for a full match. So get down here tomorrow. You want to be part of an assault on that record. We've only got around about 8,000 left to go. 3 days. A gorgeous Saturday is planned. Lovely weather.
And also, it's this bit of the season for club cricketers out there. It's your chance to come to the Kia Oval for a championship game on a Saturday, because you know from May the 11th or May the 10th, whenever it is, you can't do it.
Wisely said, Yas. Right, left in the end. I'll telescope back. But after that early loss of the wicket of Fletcher Middleton, Stoneman and Gubbins are rebuilding here for Hampshire. There are 8 overs left in the day's play. Surrey seeking a second breakthrough. Will they get it? Well, I've got some words from Yas Rana to tell you and to take you through to the end of the first day of the new season here at the Kia Oval. It's going to be Adam Collins.
Yeah, another look at that glorious crowd. Over 5,500 in at the moment here at the Kia Oval, basking in the late afternoon sun. And we've got a real contest on our hands right now. Hampshire 23 for 1 in response to Surrey's 253 all out. Dom Sibley carrying his bat. Outstanding 100, a man in form. Really good year last year. carrying that on now.
Yeah, it'll be an innings young players should reflect on. I don't suggest they watch all 220 balls of it, but the way it was composed, as Clark enters the attack pavilion end, Gubbins helping himself to a single to start. The way in which Sibley was, I think he was 65 from 65 overs, and that was exactly what was called for. You don't need to always be smashing it into the boundary boards to be playing your role. And with wickets falling pretty consistently through the innings, partnerships of 78 and 68 for the third and sixth wicket respectively, but it was one of those days where it did push and pull. He was the mainstay, and that was essential. And look, it's only 1 point, it's one batting point, but we know how close run these things can be. You've only got to go as far back as the championship season in 2021, which was such fine margins, and so it's been many times over the years.
Well, in 2024, Surrey only dropped 5 bowling bonus points across the season. 1 round into 2025, they've already dropped 2 bowling bonus points, right? So they've got 37 out of 42. So these things do matter. In the last couple of years, Surrey have generally won, I think, 8 out of 14 in their 3 victories on the trot. They genuinely win 8-ish out of 14. But
and look, Hampshire's a good example of that, right? So Hampshire have won 1 fewer game than Surrey over the last 3 years, right? And Surrey have won the comp 3 times. Now, why is that? Well, it's a simple story. It's a story of batting points and bowling points and accumulating them here with regularity at the Oval, especially. Big part of that story has been the man on screen here, Jordan Clark. Picked up 38 wickets at 26 last year, 48 at 21 the year before. Oh, that's a beauty. How many times have we seen Clark angle it in and shape it back towards the waiting cordon? Glorious stuff to Stoneman, who does well to play inside the line.
That's a borderline unplayable delivery, I'd say, given the angle from around the wicket, just holding its line and beating Stoneman's outside edge. I spoke to Jordan Clark before the season, actually, and I find him a fascinating character in that Surrey have won 3 titles on the trot. It's a side full of players who have played or are playing international cricket regularly. And here's Jordan Clark, a guy who's played county cricket for well over a decade now, approaching his mid-30s. He's one of the first names on the team sheet here. He plays every week. Surrey have plenty of bowlers who have played international cricket, yet it is Clark alongside Worrell who is good enough but physically robust enough to get on the park and be as effective as he is every single week. And I put it to him, well, you know, you're part of this team full of guys who play international cricket and you're one of the standout players.
Very tidy first over from him, 1 from at 24 for 1.
And look, it's extremely unlikely to happen, I think, because of his age, not in terms of what he's producing on the field. But he did say, if it came, I do feel very ready.
Okay. Yeah, unlikely to happen. And I would have said this last year on the coverage too, I'm sure. Ben Stokes steps on a cricket ball before the first test. I'm not saying that Jordan Clark is Ben Stokes. I'm not doing that like for like. But if you want an all-rounder, if that's what England is shopping for before a test match, they want a tried and true all-rounder who can bowl an over like that one just before, by the way, who can shape the ball around, senior pro, and make very useful runs. Sure, he's more a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. Of course, Stokes is the latter. But, I mean, the wider point stands. If that was something they were seeking, then if you're going around the country, he would have to be in the conversation.
So
mad not to be.
The question to which Jordan Clark, I think, is one of 2 answers, is who is a seam bowling all-rounder who bowls consistently above 80 miles per hour? It's Jordan Clark and Casey Aldridge at Somerset. Aldridge, I'd say right now, 7 would be too high for him in international cricket. But Clark, I think, given that Jamie Smith bats 7 at the moment for England, that's not a crazy solution to back Jordan Clark and Jamie Smith at 6. Important caveat, this is only if Ben Stokes is unavailable, of course, but in the last year or so when Stokes has been injured, England have rejigged the balance of the side. What they haven't done is look at how they can keep the same balance without Stokes. and I think that Clark is one of very few options. And I think Clark could do a pretty good job at international cricket. He bowls at an international pace.
And that's often what you get as a response to the idea of elevating county players to the next level. Like, kind of, are they quick enough? It's often what you hear in Australia, because in recent series, England have really wanted to bring quicker attacks to Australia, and they haven't been able to due to injury, with the exception of Mark Wood in the series 4 years ago, where he was perhaps the only England player to enhance his standing in the game. Bowled quickly and scarily at times. So that question of pace in that part of the world, clearly a thing. No one's disputing that. But 81, 82 mile an hour on this speed gun is not 81, 82 mile an hour on a TV speed gun. Let's be clear about that.
100%.
So you're adding a bit more VAT on that when you're looking at the pace that he might be clocked at on telly. I mean, and you know that because when international bowlers come back to the championship, they're bowling a few mile an hour slower than you might anticipate on that basis. Ooh, way wide. So that's so often from Dan Worrell, away for 4. It'll be Bias. Unfortunate for folks who had no real read on that. Went wildly down the leg side.
I think the current England regime, perhaps, I think, are slightly unfairly tarnished with the age-old brush of English cricket is too obsessed with tours down under. I actually think England's current thirst for speed is a more general outlook at the type of bowlers who have success across formats at the top level international cricket. You look at someone like, even like a Mohammad Shami, right, who isn't an express seamer, operates at about 85 miles per hour.
Yeah, well played that. Gubbins getting to the pitch and more placing rather than driving for a couple. Indeed, make it 3. He'll retain the strike as well, moving to 15. 33 for 1 Hampshire with 6 overs remaining on the day. At the close of play, I can tell you that we have a new podcast. Yes, that's right. A new podcast. That's exactly what the market is asking for. More cricket podcasts, but this one is different. It's quick. It won't be rambling. It'll be straight to the point. Somewhere between 7 and 10 minutes, wrapping up every day of championship cricket this year at the Kia Oval. Hasn't got a name yet. Working title, Oval and Out. But you know what? Open to ideas. I think Oval and Out's quite good.
We're not beating that. Considering that it's going to be out hitting your feeds in about an hour.
Yeah, Oval and Out. It's good. It wasn't my idea. Nor was it John Surtees. We've got to change a bowler here. SSC Energy Solutions. That was in the previous over. The graphics just come up now. All good. Clark continues. So that'll be on YouTube and all the other podcast places. I think there's a Surrey podcast feed. Well, there absolutely is, because John Surtees made that show about the Oval last year with historian Tom Holland. So you'll be able to subscribe without too much trouble to that, or indeed the UK YouTube channel that you're watching this on, if that's more your vibe. It'll be videoed. I'll be doing it tonight. I won't be doing it often. Usually I'm skipping out of here to get my kids to bed in the last few overs of play. It'll probably be you more than me, I would imagine.
Me and Phil on tomorrow.
You and Phil on tomorrow.
Double Wisden.
Yeah. Double Wisden. So today it's Certs and me. But we'll mix it around. It'll chop and change through the course of the season. But let's just back it in. Oval and Out will be in all your podcast places every night. And the plan is we're not gonna clog your feed with a 30-minute meditation on the strike rate that Dom Sibley went at today. That's not the vibe here. The vibe is get in, get out. The questions that matter, answer them quickly, let you know exactly what you need to know if you haven't been able to watch all of today's play, or indeed even if you have. And then we'll hit stop and we'll go again the next day. Oval and Out in your feeds tonight.
Should we go around the grounds, Colin?
Oh, I've been waiting for this. I've been too busy to go around the grounds on my stints today. Can you take me? Can we start in Division 2 just because why not?
Why not?
sometimes feel bad about always starting with Division 1.
So in Bristol, Cameron Bancroft, 147 not out.
Go on, bangers.
He's batted all day. Gloucestershire going very, very well against Glamorgan. They're 344 for 2. Ollie Price, 101. He was LBW to Shoaib Bashir earlier in the day, but yes, Gloucestershire going very, very well against Glamorgan.
Shoaib Bashir economy rate, please.
4.78. We'll be talking about Bashir plenty of times, I think. Just
a long drawn out hum for now. More conversations later on that. Does he ever have an economy rate that hasn't got a 4 in front of it at the moment? No, another day.
Over at Canterbury, a very different day of cricket. Middlesex bowled out for 222. Kent starting well in Division 2. The real question mark is how their bowlers go. And the 2 overseas signings have started well. Keith Dudgeon spectacularly last week, taking a 7 for, and Kashi Valley on debut today, 3 for 60, bowling Middlesex out for 222. But Middlesex have come roaring back. Kent 131 for 6.
Runs for Middlesex?
Shared, to be honest. Top scorer was Jack Davies, 47 not out, and Blake Cullen at number 10. Second top scorer with 33, and actually Kent, despite being 131 for 6, have recovered well. They were 79 for 6, and Harry Finch and Grant Stewart have put on 52 for the 7th wicket at the moment. Zach Crawley out for a duck. LBW, Toby Rowland-Jones, 4 balls in. Old Trafford.
I like Cullen, by the way. I did his first class debut back in Bob Willis Trophy days in 2020 as maybe an 18-year-old. And even at that point, his second over from Clark's also gone for 1. 5 left on the day, 34 for 1. He had the pace, played England 19s, played a bit of T20 stuff as well. So he might be one for the future. Sorry, please move on.
Over at Old Trafford.
Yep.
Northants inserted by Lancashire, 336 for 5. Oh. Saif Zaib, 104, not out after James Sales hit 92 earlier in the day. Hampshire fans watching us will be interested to see how John Turner has gone on loan at Lancashire from Hampshire. 15.5 overs, 1 for 54. The wicket of Luke Proctor in the second session for 64.
I'm always interested in a cricketer who debuts young. Saif Zaib made his first class debut as a 16-year-old a decade ago. Again, a guy that had big raps on him. Change of bowler for the home side. With, what have we got now? 5 overs to go. So Fisher's going to operate from our Vauxhall end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions, indeed.
Over at Grace Road, Leicestershire 401 for 9. Again, the runs pretty fairly shared out. Peter Hanscom 63. An interesting one from an England point of view is Rahan Ahmed looks like he's going to get a stint opening the batting for Leicester, which is very exciting.
Edged and put down at third slip. Diving across the cordon. One of those that could have been pouched by second as well. But it goes down. Lawrence decided to dive. So a chance to get 2 before the close. Get a second look here. So Gubbins from round the wicket here. And yeah, it would have made it to Pope, who was busy taking 8 catches against Hampshire when these teams met here last year. I get the temptation at third slip to go, though. It's to his right, to his dominant side.
And I think there would have been concern that it might not have carried.
Might not have carried,
looking at that replay, it probably would have done, but I can totally understand why Lawrence felt obliged to dive across Ollie Pope. And as you say, diving to his right, his stronger side. Tough chance, but it is a chance, and who knows how we look back at this period at the end of the game. Surrey with a new ball. Just 1 wicket so far, Hampshire. Stoneman and Gubbins resolute in defence so far, been very watchful.
Fisher's second ball as well to get into the game straight away. That's wrong down the bottom of the screen, sighting down Worrell. I know that's no one here controls that. That's something in the sky. But believe me, it's Fisher. away from us. So what was that score at Grace Road? 401 for 9, was it?
Yeah, that's right.
So Rayan Ahmed opening the batting. Is this just straight up Rainbow Rhythms, Bazball vibes, let's just see if it works, or is there something more to this?
I've watched a fair bit of Rayan Ahmed on the streams. He should score a lot of runs in domestic red ball cricket. And I think maybe opening up gives him a bit more purpose, a bit more direction than being down at 7. He's got the talent. And I think that in Division 2, one, I think, fair gripe about Division 2 cricket more generally in the last few years is there just haven't been enough results full stop. I think teams should just be living a little bit more.
And this was well documented by Andrew Sampson, our colleague here, who wrote about the volume of draws. We assume they're a dodo. They've gone the way of the dodo. They actually haven't. And a big part of that in the last few years has been the volume of draws in the Division 2 of the County Championship. There were so many last year. Down leg side to finish. 2 runs and the drop catch off Fisher's first over. 36 for 1.
So I think last year only 3 teams in Division 2 won more than 2 games. If you combine Derbyshire and Gloucestershire's 2023 and 2024 campaigns, I think they have 3 wins between them from 56 games. And you look at both sides, those are full of really good cricket players. And I feel like sometimes there hasn't been enough risking of defeats in pursuit of wins in Division 2. So when I see something like this, Rayan Ahmed opening the batting, I do like it, if I'm honest.
Suppose it's that precious balancing act when you're seeing just how close Division 2 gets grouped together. You could throw a blanket over every team bar Sussex until about 3 rounds to go last year. It's if we keep drawing, we're maybe a win away from vaulting into second spot, whereas if we run the risk of losing, then we lose our spot in the pecking order. And in fairness, that's what Yorkshire did last year. They came home strong and got that second promotion spot when Middlesex couldn't quite get the victories they needed to stay in second at the pointy end.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I really dislike how you can get 19 points for a win if you get 249 in your first innings and get 16 points for a draw if you get maximum bonus points and come nowhere near winning. To me, that is so wrong. That is so wrong, and it doesn't surprise me that in Division 2 teams have used that tactically to their advantage to be in with a shout of being close to promotion spots. I think there's another element to it as well, which is the schedule, and I think the top teams in Division 1 have realised that you need to have a stable of 7 or 8 quicks to get through the initial 7-game burst at the start of the season. And to do that, you're essentially stockpiling bowlers, and there's only so many of the best bowlers in the country, and I think a lot of them are in Division 1 not playing every week, and that's a good thing for the development of these bowlers. Someone like Matt Fisher coming to Surrey, I think part of the reason he's made the move here is that he's part of a broader stable of quicks rather than being the main guy who has to play every week. So I think that has taken away some fast bowling talent in Division 2 as well.
Makes sense. You know, I'm really interested in the Darren Lehman story through the course of 25. I actually thought there was a book in it, like documenting Northant's season with Buff, because he's going from an environment where he's coached in state cricket in Australia, where you're very well resourced, similarly in the Big Bash, in the 100, and of course the Australian national team for 5 years too, where these aren't really considerations. You just pick the best players, right? Whereas now he will need to do more with less at Northants, where just fundamentally the playing staff is smaller, and desperately trying to find a way of getting out of Division 2, having to get creative and having to, you know, using the Leicestershire example, maybe take punts like Rayan Ahmed opening on the basis that it might come off twice, and if it were to lead to a rare victory, well, okay. Kaling away to finish 38 for 1, 3 overs left. So it's gone away for 4 byes actually, just looked straight at the card, but then heard the thud. They all helped for Hampshire. 42 for 1, they trail by 211 after bowling out Surrey for 253 earlier in this evening session on day 1.
Yeah, that just died on Ben Folkes a little bit. So second instance of 4 byes. Should we do Division 1 quickly?
Oh, yeah,
we
yeah,
only
yeah.
have 3 overs left in the day. So over at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 322 for 8. Carl Verena 110 not out.
Gone.
Talking of Rahan Ahmed, he's batting alongside Rahan's younger brother, Farhan Ahmed, 27 not out. Really good recovery from Nottinghamshire. They were 27 for 3 early in the day, 74 for 4, 78 for 5, but 93 overs into the day. They're still going in their first innings. Over at Hove, a really good day for newly promoted Sussex. They got 294 in their first innings. Again, no one scored a 50 and they got 294. So another instance where runs have been shared, but a brilliant start to their bowling innings. So Somerset are 47 for 4. Finn Hudson Prentice 2.4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 6. Tom Banton, hero last week, out for 6 this week. So Sussex going well at Hove.
Happy to see that. You always want to see teams come up and immediately mix it. You don't want yo-yo stuff. You want a team like Sussex, who were the youngest list in the comp a couple of years ago, leadership of John Simpson, storming into Division 1, winning Division 2 by a mile last year, and showing plenty there against Somerset, who ended up spending quite a lot of time in the field last week with the way it all played out. Fielding for 2 days to finish their game. 200 overs, bang on.
This is impossible to measure, but I think this is the strongest Division 1 has looked in a very long time. I think the calibre of the 2 teams that have gone up, but also some of the teams that didn't quite go down last year, Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire. There's a lot of talent in both of those lineups.
It feels to me like Notts are in the mix for the first time in, gosh, like fair income in the run. They came 3rd in 2021, didn't they? Like in that unusual season where we went from conferences to groups.
And then were they back in Division 2 the year after that because it was the
previous year? That's right. Like it
yeah.
has been a while since they've been really there with the show, but I look at their bowling. That's well tucked, nice and fine for 4, Stoneman. Getting inside the line, knows the dimensions of this ground so well. Having won a competition here in 2018, 47 for 1. If Hampshire can be one down at stumps, they'll be pretty happy with their day's work.
Yeah,
better than that still, I reckon, actually.
Yeah, 100%. Stoneman, his method has been simple, but it's been very effective. He's left with intent. Anything wide of 4th this stump, he's let go. But he hasn't shied away from pouncing on anything that's a little bit too straight, and especially when he's batting facing bowling from the Vauxhall end, given how short that leg side boundary is for the left-hander.
Just to close out on Notts, with Fergus O'Neill there, he's going to take hatfuls of wickets weekly, and he's replaced by Mohammed Abbas.
So I've been describing Fergus O'Neill, having not watched him, as the Aussie Sam Cooke just because of his average. Is there anything in that, Paulo?
Well, he's not as big as you think, Fergus O'Neill. You look at his mugshot. Ends the over 47 for 1. You're probably thinking big and burly. I mean, he's not small, but he's not a brute, and he's probably suffering from the impression that he's not quick enough. I interviewed him at some point in the Aussie summer, and he openly acknowledges that. He talks about the fact that he wants to add a yard, but his numbers are remarkable. He took 55 first-class wickets this season at 20, which is so hard to do in Australia as a quick. Took bags of wickets against India A. Did it at tough times for Victoria, on flat tracks as well. I made the point on my podcast during the week that if there were a couple of injuries in the Aussie setup over in India at the moment in the IPL, if 2 overs to go in the day, I should say, if there were, you wouldn't want to see it, but before the World Test Championship, if, say, 2 of the big 3 went down, I mean, yes, Scott Boland's a wonderful bowler to have in reserve, but, being over here taking lots of wickets in England, he wouldn't be that far away from being called up in that unlikely scenario.
He's also and he's not the only overseas player in this conundrum, but he's only supposed to be here for a few weeks, and if he does really well, you're like, well, wouldn't you like to keep him?
Wonder how they'll do that, because they've got
the other one is Verena.
Verena.
Right?
Verena's here for 2 months as well, isn't he?
And the other one is Keith Dudgeon after his 7th for last week. He's only supposed to be here for a few weeks. And he, in theory, is going to be replaced, I think, by Wes Agar. It's quite hard to say goodbye to a bloke who takes 7 for 35 on Kent debut.
They loved Wes Agar down there last year, didn't they, as well? So,
It's a tricky one.
Yeah. Kind of goes to your point before about having binders full of fast bowlers.
One score we didn't mention, over at Headingley, Yorkshire, 417 for 8. Darren Milan top scoring with 98. I think.
No hundreds in a 400-plus score.
Yeah.
It's jug avoidance day. We've had
it really is.
two games completed innings well over 200, 1 year 300 without a 50. Andrew Sampson absolutely loves this stuff. Believe me. Like, I can see he's already getting a bit, he's whirring next to me. Leg stump line put away. Well, no, not put away. I thought he did better than that. There'll be a couple. Kemar Roach with work to do. Gubbins advances to the 20s with a 3.
And the other score in Division 1, stumps at Chester Street. Ben McKinney finishes the day, 143, not out. Durham,
here we go.
3-4-3 for 7. You're going to hear that name a
Hype
lot.
machine. When he rocked up here last year, I
lot.
think you and I were on comms. Spent about an hour talking about him. He's one of the most hyped cricketers in the land, isn't he, McKinney?
I was saying to Dan earlier, I can't remember a batter having this much hype behind him so early in his first-class career.
Fine again. Yep, inside the line. Statement's batting really well here. They went beyond 50 with the previous shot, and that takes them to within 200 rather of the first innings tally that Surrey posted earlier today. So just in the last 20 or so minutes, the runs have come far more freely after losing a wicket with the score on 6. This pair have put on 48 and looked really good, acknowledging the one drop chance in there as well.
Yeah, and also from a Hampshire point of view, they haven't just survived. You look at the run rate, 3.64 runs, and over in the grander scheme of things, this mini session after they bowled Surrey out for 3-5-3, it was basically about how many wickets are in the wicket column for Hampshire. But they've actually managed to score quite freely as well. Gubbins 22 off 33.
Last ball of Clark's day, and again down the leg side. So he hasn't. After 2 good overs, he's followed it with 2 less good overs, shall we say. 54 for 1, 6 balls left on the day. Wonder how Surrey play this. Will it be Fisher to bowl it, have a third, or might they elect to shake it up?
Yeah, he's marching to his mark.
Yeah, he wants it bad.
He really does.
So a busy old day of cricket here.
It's a really important portion of the match, and dare I say it, even in the early season, a slow-ish start to the summer for Surrey down at Chelmsford last week. Against a very strong Essex side, don't get me wrong, who are very, very good at home. But Surrey are normally dominant here at the Kia Oval. So if Hampshire can turn this into a serious contest, then that's actually quite unusual. A lot of games last season, Surrey were totally dominant.
Yeah, this has been a fortress, losing only once here last couple of years. Now, of course, they've done well to get to 253, all things considered, from where they were at different points. But yep, now it's the bowling group who have typically got the chance to bowl on morning 1. Well, different story here. The morning 2, where they have to make major inroads. Nick Gubbins, that first ball of this over, working it confidently out to mid-wicket, exactly where you want to be on the final over of the day, up at the non-striker's end. He's looked tidy.
It's been a good day for lovers of traditional opening batsmanship. You'd say Dom Sibley, outstanding. You were singing his praises earlier on. The type of 100 you want young openers to watch and learn from. And Stoneman here, I know he's only 19 not out, but it's a really difficult period of play when you know that there's just a limit to how many overs the opposition bowlers are going to bowl in the day, so they're going to really charge in. Worrell, Roach, Fisher and Clark, high-class operators. And he's been resolute so far. 2 balls in the day to go. You'd be pretty happy if you're Hampshire in this situation, wouldn't you, Follow?
Well, we spoke about it around lunch, I think, about the idea of having got a good start, Surrey 18 for 2, you can't then have a bad day. How many times have we seen teams come here the last few years, Yas, where a good 20 or 30 minutes opens the door? Oh, big shout, leaving alone, decision to make, and it goes the way of Stoneman. On the basis of height, you would think. Needed to come back a mile and did move through the air and off the deck. Second look here. Umpire Saggers said no.
He gets a fair way across his stumps. There's height, but I also think line. I can totally understand why an umpire's not given that.
I think also in the post-DRS era, those get given less often. I think there was a world where I could hear Ian Chappell saying it. Oh, it deserves to be given out for that kind of energy. Last ball of day 1. Negotiated by Stoneman. Out towards mid-off. Fisher can't believe it. Had a drop catch. A line ball leg before going the other way. Means that Hampshire close in pretty good nick at 55 for 1. This pair have added 49. Gubbins in at 3 on 23. With a couple of boundaries. Stoneman on 19. The wicket to fall was that of Fletcher Middleton, bowled by Dan Worrell for 5. But after being dismissed for 253, Surrey would have wanted 2 or 3 in that 16-over burst. They'll have to settle with the 1.
Yeah, the word I'd use to describe today, Colo, is probably tense. Hampshire started it well. 2 early wickets, Burns and Ollie Pope, 18 for 2. And as you say, a lot of teams have good starts against Surrey, but they don't convert that into good first days. And Surrey basically hung in there through Dom Sibley, finished 100 not out, carried his bat, had some support. Jamie Smith, 39 of 35. Ryan Patel, 31 of 97. And the tail hung in there just enough for him to get to 3 figures. But when Worrell dismissed Fletcher Middleton with an outstanding piece of new ball bowling, beating him on his outside edge with a couple of deliveries and then getting on to hoop in between bat and pad, you thought, okay, maybe the door's open here for Surrey. But Mark Stoneman and Nick Gubbins have been resolute in the final 15 or so overs of the day. They've got through to the close. Their partnership worth 49. Hampshire 55 for 1, trailing Surrey by 198. And Surrey, normally so good and dominant here at the Kia Oval, you'd probably say at the end of day 1, slightly, ever so slightly behind in the contest. And we know that over the last couple of seasons, day 2 has genuinely been the best time to bat. And Hampshire will have those conditions tomorrow. It'll be fascinating opening hour or so of play. That new ball will still be new. There'll be hardness to it. Roach and Worrell will be fresh. But yeah, fascinatingly poised at the end of day 1.
And Dom Sibley leading the Surrey side back up the beds a step, signing a couple of autographs, and rightly so, after carrying his bat 100 not out from 217 deliveries. Did the job for Surrey, got them to 253, which didn't look anywhere close to certain, given the second highest score on the list was Jamie Smith's 39. He'd been and gone before the luncheon interval. Seeing there, Brad Wheel, the best of the Hampshire bowlers, 4 for 65, his second 4 for in a row. A couple for Dawson either side of tee. 2 for Abbott in the first session and 1 for Hampton in the middle stanza. Then Hampshire in reply, 55 for 1 at the close, trailing by 198 with Gubbins 23, Stoneman 1. And the wicket to fall so far from the arm of Dan Worrell. That's the end of our coverage today. A reminder that you can tune into our end of play rapid fire podcast, Oval and Outs, with John Surtees and myself, which we'll be recording in just a moment on the Field of Play. That'll be on YouTube and all the other usual places. Yas will catch up tomorrow. Thank you everybody for watching and listening through the course of the day. The first complete here at the Kia Oval for season 2025. Surrey all out 253 and Hampshire in reply 55 for 1. Good night.